In the sweltering heat of a Greek summer, in 480 BC, the narrow pass of Thermopylae became the stage for a glorious last stand. Led by the formidable King Leonidas of Sparta, a small band of 300 Spartans, alongside their few thousand Greek allies, prepared to face the overwhelming might of King Xerxes. With the odds against them, the Greek warriors harnessed the strategic advantage of the constricted terrain, holding off the vast Persian forces for 3 grueling days. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you. If you are coming back, it's good to have you back with me. As always, if you like what I do, enjoy the content, then there's a link to the Patreon in the description. Otherwise, help me reach my subscriber goal of 10,000 subs by clicking that button and liking the video. That seems to help YouTube push it out a bit more. And now, without any further delay, I'd like you to get relaxed, and we can begin our history of the Battle of Thermopylae. In the late 6th century BC, the burgeoning Persian Empire under Darius I faced internal challenges and rebellions, particularly from its Greek-speaking territories. Darius, having ascended to power by quelling numerous insurrections, was keenly aware of the threats to his empire's stability. The Ionian Revolt, which erupted in 499 BC and persisted until 494 BC, was one such threat, drawing in support from the city-states of Athens and Eretria. This revolt marked a critical juncture for Darius's reign and showed the vulnerability of Persian control over its Greek subjects, igniting his determination to reinforce Persian dominance. Darius was thus intent on asserting his supremacy and viewed the suppression of the revolt not just as a punitive action, but as a strategic opportunity to once again extend Persian influence over the tumultuous regions of Greece. His commitment to punish both Athens and Eretria stemmed from their pivotal roles in supporting the Ionian rebels, an involvement that he perceived as an unforgivable betrayal, and one that could not go unchecked nor unpunished. To set the stage for a broader conquest, Darius initiated a military campaign in 492, led by his more than capable general Mardonius. This expedition aimed not just to reassert control over Thrace, but also to integrate Macedon more tightly as a client kingdom, thereby securing a Persian foothold in the northern approaches to Greece. Thus, in 491, as part of his strategy to solidify control over Greece as a whole, Darius dispatched emissaries to demand symbolic gifts of earth and water from them, signifying their submission to his rule. This request followed his recent military successes, which had effectively demonstrated Persian power. While many Greek states complied with Darius's demand, whether by fear or financial coercion, Athens and Sparta defiantly executed the Persian ambassadors, a bold statement of refusal that escalated tensions into open conflict. Sparta attempted to mitigate this diplomatic disaster by sending 2 of its own citizens to Persia for execution, hoping to atone for the affront. Nevertheless, these actions signaled a clear commitment from Athens and Sparta to resist Persian domination, marking a critical point of defiance against Darius's expansionist policies. In response, Darius intensified his military campaigns. In 490, he tasked Datis and Artaphernes with leading a formidable amphibious force against Greece. This force first secured a victory over Naxos and subdued the other Cycladic islands before moving to Eretria, which they besieged and destroyed. The expedition culminated in a landing at Marathon, where the Persian army was unexpectedly defeated by the vastly outnumbered Athenians. This significant defeat forced the Persian forces to retreat, marking a temporary setback to Darius's plans. However, undeterred, Darius began preparations for an even larger invasion to subjugate Greece once and for all. But a revolt in Egypt in 486 diverted his attention, and thus his resources. The invasion of Greece would have to wait. It was not long before Darius passed away in 485 BC, leaving the task of quelling the Egyptian revolt, and of course continuing the campaign against Greece, to his son, Xerxes. Thus, Xerxes quickly suppressed the Egyptian rebellion and resumed preparation for the invasion of Greece. He ordered monumental engineering feats, including the bridging of the Hellespont and the construction of a canal across the isthmus of Mount Athos, to facilitate the movement of his massive army. By 480, Xerxes' preparations were complete, and his army crossed into Europe, ready for a confrontation. Meanwhile, the threat of a Persian invasion had galvanized the Greek city-states into action. Led by Athens and inspired by the strategic foresight of Themistocles, the Greeks had been fortifying their defenses and building a powerful fleet of triremes. Recognizing their inability to confront the Persians alone, the Athenians sought alliances with the other city-states. In 481, as Xerxes' expedition loomed, a pan-Hellenic congress was convened at Corinth, uniting various Greek states in a rare show of unity. The Congress, which continued into 480 BC, devised a strategic plan to confront the Persian threat directly. They decided to block the pass of Thermopylae on land and the Straits of Artemisium at sea, creating a choke point to neutralize the numerical advantage of the Persian forces. However, the Greeks were also prepared for the worst. Plans were also made for a strategic withdrawal to the Isthmus of Corinth, and arrangements were made for the evacuation of Athenian women and children to Troezen in the Peloponnese, should the initial defenses fail. As the Persians made their slow advance through Thrace and Macedon, news of their approach eventually reached the Greek states in August via a Greek informant. At that time, the Spartans, recognized as the military leaders of the Greek alliance, were engaged in the sacred festival of Carnea, during which military action was traditionally prohibited. This religious observance had previously delayed Spartan participation at the Battle of Marathon. Additionally, the Olympic Games were underway, marked by the Olympic truce, further complicating any military response from the entire Spartan army. Recognizing the gravity of the Persian threat, Spartan authorities deemed it urgent enough to dispatch an advance force to block the Persian advance at the strategic pass of Thermopylae. Commanded by the Spartan king Leonidas I, this force included the 300 elite members of the royal guard, the Hippeis, chosen for the mission due to their critical role as bodyguards. Leonidas' objective was to rally additional Greek forces along the route and hold the pass until the full Spartan army could be mobilized. Herodotus's narratives of these events highlight a consultation with the oracle at Delphi, which prophesied ominously, "O ye men who dwell in the streets of broad Lacedaemon, either your glorious town shall be sacked by the children of Perseus, or, in exchange, must all through the whole Laconian country mourn for the loss of a king, a descendant of great Heracles." Interpreting this as a prediction of his own demise and the dire situation facing his forces, Leonidas deliberately selected warriors who had sons to ensure the continuation of their lineages. As Leonidas and the Spartans journeyed to Thermopylae, they were joined by contingents from various Greek city-states, and eventually, by the time they reached the pass, their numbers had swelled to over 7,000 men. The strategic choice of the middle gate for their stand, a narrow section of the pass previously fortified by the Phocians, illustrated Leonidas's tactical acumen. Additionally, to safeguard against a potential flanking maneuver along a mountain track revealed by the locals of Trachis, Leonidas positioned 1,000 Phocian warriors to guard it. By mid-August, the Persian army appeared across the Malian Gulf, prompting a critical war council among the Greek forces. While some Peloponnesian contingents advocated a retreat to a more defensible isthmus of Corinth, local Phocians and Locrians, driven by a sense of immediate threat to their homelands, argued for standing firm at Thermopylae and called for additional reinforcements. Leonidas, demonstrating calm leadership among all these rising tensions, resolved to hold the pass. In a dramatic parley, a Persian emissary was sent and offered Leonidas and his men admittedly generous terms in exchange for their surrender, including land and titles, if not just for their submission and laying down of their weapons. Leonidas's defiant reply, "Come and take them," marked his resolute refusal to yield. The messenger went back to the Persian side and gave them the news. After a 4-day standoff, during which Xerxes awaited for the Greeks to disperse, the Persian king ordered his forces to finally attack, and the legendary Battle of Thermopylae would finally begin. The count of soldiers Xerxes amassed for his second invasion has been widely debated, with ancient sources suggesting extraordinarily high numbers, and modern scholars proposing much lower and realistic estimates. Herodotus, The ancient historian claimed a staggering total of 2.6 million military personnel, with an equal number of support staff. This number is frankly ridiculous. But Simonides, a contemporary poet, even suggested up to 4 million, while Ctesias provided a more conservative figure, at least comparatively, of around 800,000. These numbers are generally thought to be complete fabrications, blown out of the proportion, as Herodotus' works often are. Now, contrastingly, the modern scholarship offers a more skeptical view of these ancient claims. It generally estimates the Persian forces to range between 120 or, on the high end of things, 300,000. And this skepticism is mainly rooted in considerations of the logistical capabilities of the time, the practical limits on Persian bases, and, in general, the broader manpower constraints. These contemporary estimates emphasize a more realistic assessment of what was logistically feasible for such a vast ancient army. Regardless of the exact number, it is widely accepted that Xerxes' strategy centered on assembling a force that was so large, so intimidating, that it would ensure the overwhelming success of the Persian campaign, both on land and at sea. And in fact, most of the time when the adversaries would see or hear of such a formidable force, they would simply lay down their weapons. But of course, not the Spartans and the Athenians, at least not this time. Well, the uncertainty extends to the specifics of troop deployment at key battle sites like Thermopylae, and it remains unclear if Xerxes deployed his entire force at the pass, or if significant contingents were left to maintain control in Macedon and Thessaly. According to Pausanias, who possibly drew upon Herodotus for his information, the local Locrians, situated directly in the path of the Persian advance, contributed all of their available warriors, and this amounted to about 6,000 men. This figure, combined with the 5,200 that Herodotus records, suggests a Greek force at Thermopylae of around 11,200, although modern historians generally consider Herodotus' account more credible and calculate about 7,000 Greek soldiers by adding 1,000 Lacedaemonians and 900 Helots to Herodotus' total. The Helots, by the way, were the underclass in Sparta, the ones who would do all the dirty jobs, the farming, the crafting, all that sort of thing, while the Spartans were busy preparing themselves for war. Other sources like Diodorus and additional accounts from Pausanias are often overlooked in these modern recalculations. Moreover, as the battle actually progressed, the Greek contingent was reduced to around 3,000 men, and that included the 300 Spartans, 700 Thespians, 400 Thebans, and up to 900 Helots, and 1,000 Phocians guarding the heights, adjusted for casualties over the course of the conflict. Now, by choosing to defend Thermopylae, the hot gates in our tongue, the Greeks strategically utilized their strengths optimally, aligning with their defensive military doctrine. The narrow pass was an ideal terrain that minimized the numerical advantage of the Persians, allowing the Greeks to hold off a much larger force without needing to engage in outright battle. This defensive position was crucial, as it hindered the Persian advance into Greece, giving the Greeks time to strengthen their positions and gather more forces. The formidable phalanx formation was really to thank for this, forming up with side to side, shoulder to shoulder with their friends. They would have their spears out the front, making this kind of porcupine that the Persians had no choice but to charge into. Well, the phalanx was essentially the nuclear bomb of the ancient world. Very difficult to go up against, unless the other people had phalanxes too, which if it was Greeks versus Greeks they usually did, and then it would simply become a pushing match, like the start of a rugby game. Now, the geography of Thermopylae itself played a significant role in the tactics employed. The pass, known for its narrowness, was perfectly suited for this formation, and this formation did effectively block the passage. Very tricky to get past it, especially in such a constricted space. Most of the time, if you wanted to beat the phalanx formation, you had to flank it from the side. Well, to the sides of the Spartan phalanx was a wall of solid rock. Very hard to flank around that. Well, because of this, the Persian cavalry, which was an essential component of their military might, was rendered almost useless in such terrain, and the lightly armored Persian infantry couldn't easily outmaneuver the heavily armored Greeks. A critical vulnerability for the Greeks, however, was an alternative mountain path that could potentially allow the Persians to outflank them, and Leonidas was very much aware of this, so he stationed those Phocian troops to guard the path, showing a keen awareness of the terrain and potential tactical movements by the enemy. But as long as nobody told them about the pass, maybe they'd be all right. Yes, foreshadowing. The pass at the time was said to be so narrow that only a single chariot could pass through, bordered by the Malian Gulf on one side, making it a choke point against the massive Persian army. Herodotus mentions that the Phocians had enhanced this natural barrier by creating a marsh, further narrowing the passage with a causeway that only allowed limited movement, ideal for defense, but a complete nightmare for an attacking force. The surrounding landscape was rugged, marked by sparse vegetation and steep hills, presenting a harsh environment, very unwelcoming for the equally unwelcome Persians, who were simply not accustomed to such terrain, despite their homeland being very mountainous. The strategic selection of this battleground by Leonidas and his men showcased their tactical acumen, as they positioned themselves in a locale where natural elements were just as much a part of their defense as their spears and shields. Over time, sedimentation in the Malian Gulf has shifted the landscape significantly, moving the shoreline away from the original site of the battle. And today the site is inland, with modern roads running near where the ancient warriors clashed. And by the way, even in the Second World War, the historical resonance of Thermopylae's tactical significance was echoed when the British Commonwealth forces made a stand against the Germans, not far from where Leonidas and his Spartans fought so bravely. On the initial day of combat at Thermopylae, Xerxes growing impatient after the 5-day standoff, set out to engage the Greek forces. He first commanded his 5,000 archers to unleash a formidable volley of arrows towards the Greeks. However, these arrows failed to inflict any significant damage, as they were launched from a distance of about 100 yards away, allowing the Greek shields and helmets, crafted from wood and sometimes reinforced with bronze, to effectively deflect them. Following the ineffective archery volley, Xerxes escalated his efforts by deploying 10,000 troops from the Medes and Sicilians to capture the Greeks and bring them to him. The Persian soldiers advanced in successive waves on and on against the Greek position, each wave consisting of roughly 10,000 men. The Greeks had strategically positioned themselves in front of the Phocian wall at the narrowest section of the pass. It was this narrow passage that enabled them to maximize their defensive stance of a phalanx while utilizing a minimal number of soldiers. The details of the Greek tactical formation during these assaults are not extensively documented, but accounts that we have do suggest that they adopted that typical phalanx formation, and it certainly makes sense that they would have used this formidable wall of overlapping shields and protruding spear points, effectively blocking the pass. That being said, it's also quite an intimidating thing to charge into, especially with the man behind you pushing you forward. You must feel sorry for the Persians a little bit, just following orders. The arrangement was, of course, completely advantageous against them, because the Persian shields were less robust and their weapons were shorter, making it difficult for them to engage the heavily armored Greek hoplites effectively. Herodotus notes that the Greek units from various cities fought as distinct groups and were periodically rotated to keep the defenders fresh, indicating that the Greeks likely had more troops at their disposal than were strictly necessary to hold the pass. Well, it was this fierce resistance offered by the Greeks inflicted heavy casualties on the Medes, to the extent that Xerxes reportedly rose from his seat 3 times in anger, agitated by the sight of seeing his troops being continuously decimated. Unsatisfied with the performance of his troops, to say the least, Xerxes sent his elite corps, the Immortals, consisting of 10,000 highly trained soldiers, into the fray in a second assault on the same day. However, even the Immortals, the crack troops of the Persian army, were unable to breach the Greek defenses, and they, just like the Medes, suffered heavy losses. According to some historical accounts, the Spartans employed a tactical maneuver of feigning retreat, which enticed the Persians to break ranks and pursue them. And when the Persians did so, the Greeks would turn and strike them down, exploiting the disorder and fear within the Persian ranks. On the subsequent day of the Battle of Thermopylae, Xerxes launched another infantry assault, operating under the assumption that the Greek defenders, few in number, certainly must have been significantly weakened by yesterday's combat and injuries. Surely. Well, despite his expectations, the Persian forces found no greater success on this second day than they had found on the first. And, they encountered the very same resilient defense that had thwarted them the previous day. Well, Xerxes was completely baffled and reportedly quite furious. You can't really blame him about the outcomes of the continuous frontal attacks, constantly having to watch on from a distance as all of his men would be brutally slaughtered. Thus, he withdrew his forces to the encampment, deeply troubled by the situation, and tried to think about what to do next. In a rather fortuitous turn of events for the Persians, later that same day, Xerxes received critical intelligence from an unlikely source, a local Greek from Trachis named Ephialtes, who, driven by the prospect of a reward, betrayed the Greeks. He informed Xerxes of an alternative route that would allow the Persian forces to circumvent the pass at Thermopylae by traversing a mountain path. Thus, the name Ephialtes would forever be etched in Greek history as synonymous with betrayal, becoming a byword for nightmare and the epitome of treachery in Greek culture. Seizing on this newfound opportunity, Xerxes tasked his commander, Hydarnes, with leading the elite Persian unit of the Immortals, although their exact composition following the initial day's losses remains unclear. Herodotus does not specify the details of the troops under Hydarnes' command on the mission, suggesting that while the Immortals had suffered earlier, they may have been reinforced with additional troops for this maneuver especially. According to some historical accounts, such as that of Diodorus, Hydarnes was at the helm of a significant force, perhaps numbering up to 20,000 men, tasked with this strategic flanking mission. The route disclosed by Ephialtes began east of the Persian encampment and followed the ridge of Mount Anopeia, skirting behind the cliffs that lined the pass. This path diverged in two directions, one leading towards Phocis, and the other descending to the Malian Gulf at the Alpenus, the first locality within the region of Locris. At the crack of dawn on the third day, the Phocians stationed on the mountain path were startled into action by the noise of rustling oak leaves, signaling the approach of the Persian forces led by Hydarnes. Herodotus recounts their astonishment upon discovering the enemy's approach, a sentiment mirrored by Hydarnes, who initially mistook them for Spartans. Informed by the traitor Ephialtes that they were actually Phocians, not the feared Spartans, Hydarnes chose not to engage them in direct battle. Instead, the Persians simply launched a volley of arrows towards the Phocians, who retreated to a nearby hill to make their stand, mistakenly thinking that the Persians intended to attack them directly. The Persian contingent, however, did not linger, continuing their march to encircle the main Greek forces at the pass, all while the Phocians looked on helplessly. As the day unfolded, Leonidas received the dire news through a runner. The path had been compromised, and the Phocians had failed to hold their position. Convening a council of war at dawn, informed by the Greek Tyrhastiadas of the imminent peril, a debate ensued among the Greek commanders. While some were advocating a retreat, Leonidas, perhaps remembering the words of the oracle, resolved to hold their ground at the narrow pass. He gallantly offered his allies the choice to withdraw, a proposal that many accepted. However, approximately 2,000 warriors chose to remain, all prepared to bravely face their fate alongside the gallant Spartans. Among those who did remain were 700 Thespians, staunchly led by General Demophilus, who refused to abandon the fight, and 400 Thebans, along with likely the Spartan helots. These troops chose to confront the Persians in the open field, fully aware of the grim outcome that awaited them. Leonidas's decision to stand his ground has to this very day been extensively analyzed and, in turn, admired throughout history. It's often highlighted that the Spartans, bound by their rigid laws, did not entertain the idea of retreat. This incident reinforced the storied perceptions that Spartans never fled from battle. Moreover, Leonidas, perhaps mindful of the Delphic oracle's prophecy, might have seen this as his last stand and a necessary sacrifice to ensure Sparta's survival. One prevailing theory suggests that Leonidas' final stand was a strategic sacrifice to protect his retreating allies. By holding the pass as long as possible, he provided a critical window for other Greek contingents to escape, thus avoiding a much worse massacre on open terrain where Persian cavalry could easily dominate and run them down. This rearguard action by Leonidas not only allowed the 3,000 Greeks to survive, but ensured they would live to fight another day, continuing the resistance against the invading Persians. The participation of the Thebans at Thermopylae has stirred considerable debate. Herodotus intimates that they were essentially coerced into battle, held as hostages to secure the allegiance of Thebes to the Greek cause. Contrarily, Plutarch disputes this, suggesting that if they were truly hostages, they would have been dismissed with the other Greek forces when the situation became too dire. More likely, those present were Theban loyalists, who opposed the Persian rule and chose willingly to fight at Thermopylae, knowing well that returning to a Thebes dominated by Persia was not an option if Boeotia fell. The Thespians, on the other hand, demonstrated extraordinary commitment to the battle, embodying a spirit of self-sacrifice that is often overlooked. Despite the complete evacuation of their city, they chose to stay and fight, representing every hoplite that Thespia could muster. And this act of defiance was not unique in Thespian history. On at least 2 other historical occasions, Thespian forces similarly committed themselves to fight to the death. So when we remember the 300 Spartans at Thermopylae, perhaps we better remember them too. As the battle resumed at dawn, Xerxes delayed his assault, making libations and waiting for his elite troops, the Immortals, to descend from the mountain path. The Persian king then unleashed a frontal assault with 10,000 men, charging the Greek line that now extended beyond the narrow pass to engage the enemy head-on in a wider area, maximizing the carnage inflicted upon the Persian forces. The Greeks initially fought with spears, until these were all shattered. Then continued the battle with short swords. In the thick of the battle, several high-ranking Persians fell, including 2 of Xerxes' brothers. The Spartan king Leonidas was also eventually killed, and a fierce skirmish ensued over his bodies, which the Greeks ultimately secured. As the Immortals advanced, the remaining Greek forces retreated to a nearby hill behind the defensive wall. The Thebans, in a desperate bid for survival, broke away from their Greek allies and surrendered to the Persians, though not without sustaining casualties before their capitulation was accepted. Xerxes, frustrated and eager to finally end the standoff, commanded that the wall be dismantled. He then surrounded the hill and ordered that his archers to eliminate the last of the Greek defenders. Archaeological evidence supports the fierce nature of this final stand, with numerous Persian arrowheads discovered at the site, indicating a relentless and savage barrage against the Greeks. Ultimately, the Persian forces were victorious, albeit with heavy losses, estimated by Herodotus to be as high as 20,000 Persian deaths. The Greek rear guard was effectively annihilated, with a total Greek loss, including the battles over the previous days, estimated to be around 2,000. In the aftermath of the Persian withdrawal from Thermopylae, the Greeks solemnly gathered the bodies of the fallen and interred them on the hillside where they had fought so valiantly. In recognition of their heroic stand, a stone lion was erected on the site to commemorate King Leonidas of Sparta, symbolizing his bravery and the sacrifice of his men. With the path through Thermopylae now cleared, the Greek naval position at Artemisium became untenable. Although the naval skirmishes there had ended without a decisive victor, the Greek fleet withdrew in an orderly fashion back to the Saronic Gulf. There, they played a crucial role in transporting Athenian civilians to safety on the island of Salamis, away from the advancing Persian forces. As for the Persian army, emboldened by their success at Thermopylae, marched through Boeotia, where they sacked and set ablaze the cities of Plataea and Thespiae, cities that had defiantly refused to submit. The Persian forces then proceeded to Athens, which they found completely deserted. They then put it to the sword and the torch, razing it, fulfilling their punitive objectives. As the Persians continued to advance, the Greeks fortified the Isthmus of Corinth, destroying the sole road through it and erecting a defensive wall, effectively sealing off the Peloponnese. The strategic situation at the isthmus mirrored that of Thermopylae, requiring a strong naval presence to prevent Persian forces from circumventing the barrier by sea. Under the advice and urging of Themistocles, the Greeks sought not merely to block the Persian advance, but to completely annihilate their naval strength. By cunningly drawing the Persian fleet into the narrow straits of Salamis, the Greeks managed a decisive victory that significantly weakened the Persian naval capabilities. Fearing a potential Greek assault on the bridges across the Hellespont, which would trap his forces in Europe, Xerxes had no choice. He retreated back to Asia with much of his army, though this retreat was marred by severe losses due to starvation and disease. He left behind his general, Mardonius, with a select force to complete the subjugation of Greece. However, under Athenian instigation, the Greek coalition mobilized once more, confronting Mardonius in Boeotia, culminating in the decisive Battle of Plataea, where the Greeks achieved a significant victory, effectively ending the Persian invasion. Simultaneously, at the Battle of Mycale, the Greeks dealt further blows to the remnants of the Persian fleet, diminishing any remaining threats of another invasion. Well, despite being a tactical defeat, the Battle of Thermopylae gained an immortal legacy, one that still 2,500 years later we're still talking about. It's become emblematic of heroic resistance over overwhelming odds. While it was a strategic victory for the Persians in that they overcame the pass, the spirited Greek defense showcased their resolve and tactical prowess, turning the fallen defenders, especially Leonidas and the Spartans, into martyrs whose legacy would inspire subsequent generations. The battle underscored the effectiveness of Greek military tactics and the strategic use of terrain, contributing to a broader narrative that shaped Western perceptions of freedom against tyranny, a narrative that continues to resonate in contemporary culture. Thus, we reference the solemn plaque engraved at the site of the battle, still there to this day, attributed to Simonides, with the inscription, "O stranger, tell the Lacedaemonians that here we lie, obedient to their words." The religion of ancient Greece, a polytheistic and deeply integrated aspect of daily life, centered around a vast pantheon of gods and goddesses. Led by Zeus from Mount Olympus, these deities were integral to Greek culture and influenced morality, the arts, and the societal norms through a myriad of myths and stories. Worship varied, of course, from public rituals, including festivals and sacrificial ceremonies at major sanctuaries like Delphi and Olympia, to private offerings at household shrines. These practices also served to unify the diverse city-states of Greece, fostering a shared cultural identity and influencing philosophical thought, which the ancient Greeks are of course famous for. But even as Greek political power waned and Christianity rose, the legacies of these gods and their stories continue to shape Western culture and remain influential in modern literature and art. Now today, we won't be speaking so much about the pantheon of Greek gods, as that requires a very long video of its own. We'll briefly touch upon it, but we're going to talk more about the general practice of religion in ancient Greece, the festivals, the ceremonies, and how exactly spirituality was weaved into every facet of daily life in those times and in that place. But first, let me welcome you to the channel, as each time I have to do. If it's your first time, I hope you're excited to be here, as I'm excited to welcome you. And if it is not your first time and you are returning, well, I'm equally excited to welcome you back for another exciting video. Raise the roof. Now, if you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it by enjoying the content. But if you want to go a step further, the like and subscribe button are right there. Certainly helps. Further than that, you may look in the video description. Now with that out of the way, let us get nice and relaxed, and we can travel back to ancient Greece together to learn what was it all about? First, we will begin with a timeline focused on giving an introduction of how Greek religion developed, a brief history before we dive into the practices in general. The religion of ancient Greece, with its complex pantheon and equally interesting mythology, of course evolved over many centuries and drew on diverse sources. It's thought that it likely originated from the Proto-Indo-European beliefs, with additional influences extending back to Neolithic Greece. Neolithic is the Stone Age, by the way. Now, the late Helladic Mycenaean civilization, for instance, venerated Poseidon as a chief deity, emphasizing his role as both a god of the sea and of earthquakes. Now, this is evident from what is known as the Linear B records, a kind of writing that the Mycenaeans had, which also mention other recognizable Olympians, though notable gods like Apollo and Aphrodite are missing from these early inscriptions. During the Greek Dark Ages, there appears to have been a significant reduction in the Mycenaean pantheon, with only about half of its gods continuing into later Greek religious practice. Archaeological evidence suggests the religious continuity was more pronounced in regions such as Cyprus and Crete, rather than on the Greek mainland itself. The influences on Greek religion extended beyond local and ancestral traditions, however. Interaction with neighboring cultures, such as the Minoans, as well as the broader Near Eastern religions, particularly through Cyprus and Phoenicia, also shaped Greek religious beliefs. Well, I'm sure we've all heard of Herodotus, and if you haven't, he was a 5th century BC historian. Well, he attributed many Greek religious customs to Egyptian origins, certainly an old civilization too, with comparisons have also been drawn between Greek and Ugaritic and Canaanite mythologies. Canaanites are roughly around the area of modern-day Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, this area, suggesting shared motives and narratives that might help date seminal Greek epics like the Iliad and the Odyssey. Now, the theory of a prehistoric religion centered around a dominant great goddess, which was later supplanted by male-led Indo-European religious structures, has also been proposed for Greece, as well as for Minoan Crete. However, we must say that this hypothesis has fallen out of favor among specialists of our modern times, primarily due to insufficient evidence. The evidence that we do have is somewhat circumstantial, and piecing together things from those times, just from archaeological findings, I suppose we can say, well, it's a little bit difficult, so we don't want to jump to any conclusions that may seem a little far-fetched. Nevertheless, it must be said that the prominence of goddesses in Minoan art remains a point of interest, as there were a great many of them. If you want to know more about that, please go and watch my video on the Minoan civilization in the Bronze Age playlist. Now, by the era of those famous Homeric epics, that is, the works by Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, the pantheon of the 12 Olympians, led by Zeus as the Sky Father, was very much established. These gods displayed characteristics that were typical of Indo-European deities. The integration of Dionysus into this group, evidenced in the later Homeric hymns, marked the culmination of this religious evolution, reflecting a synthesis of ancient traditions and newer cultic practices. During the archaic and classical periods in Greece, religion profoundly influenced civic life, leading to the construction of numerous temples. I'm sure you know all about them, dotted around the ancient landscape of Greece, in ruins now, of course. But they did showcase a uniform architectural style across various city-states. Like we said, that this religion seemed to be a unifying force when they couldn't quite agree on other things. Well, the temples not only served religious functions, but they also became central to the social and political life of the cities. Thus, the Greek religion was deeply intertwined with local governance, with priests typically coming from the elite classes. The development of Greek sculpture was significantly driven by religious themes also, which, while it was pivotal, did not seem to similarly influence Greek painting, which is now, unfortunately, lost to history. Throughout Greece, large-scale sanctuaries gained pan-Hellenic status, attracting visitors from across the Greek world and fostering a sense of Greek national identity. This word pan-Hellenic. Hellenic essentially refers to anything Greek, so the Hellenic people, the Hellenic era, and pan just means many. So pan-Hellenic essentially means many Greek. I suppose we can translate it to that. Well, these sanctuaries played a crucial role of their own in the collective religious and cultural consciousness, a meeting place for all Greeks, whether they be from Sparta, Athens, Corinth. It didn't matter. Everybody came to the temple. However, the traditional religious practices faced scrutiny and criticism from the emerging Greek philosophical traditions, which introduced new ethical concepts that, frankly, conflicted with the existing polytheistic beliefs. Early philosophers like Xenophanes criticized the moral character and anthropomorphic representations of the Olympian gods, and Plato proposed the existence of a single supreme deity, as he called it, the form of the good, representing ultimate perfection in the universe. His student Aristotle, however, rejected the existence of multiple deities due to a lack of empirical evidence. He instead posited a prime mover, a kind of detached creator. Thus, the Hellenistic period saw further evolution in Greek religion, influenced by the expansive conquests of Alexander the Great and the ensuing cultural challenges that came with it. Lavish temple constructions by the Diadochi, that is, Alexander's successors, were common, with rulers often seeking to integrate themselves into religious cults, a practice facilitated in regions like Egypt, where deified monarchs were already customary. This era also witnessed the introduction of foreign deities, such as Isis, Atargatis, and Cybele into Greek religion, reflecting the period's increasing cultural syncretism, if one could use that word. Philosophical schools like Platonism, Stoicism, and Epicureanism gained prominence, offering spiritual insights that sometimes diverged from traditional religious practices. The creation of Serapis by Ptolemy I exemplifies the political and cultural synthesis of the period. Moreover, new religious and philosophical movements like Orphism and Pythagoreanism began to question traditional practices such as animal sacrifice, advocating for a more humane approach to spirituality. Hellenistic astrology also emerged as a popular practice towards the end of this period, providing another layer to that already rich tapestry of Greek religious life. But despite these transformations, traditional Greek religious festivals, myths, and practices only continued, though their influence was gradually diminished, both by the educated elite and the general populace. When the Roman Republic conquered Greece in 146 BC, it absorbed much of the Greek culture, including its religion, literary styles, and architectural methods. The syncretism between Greek and Roman religion involved equating Greek deities with Roman ones. For example, Zeus with Jupiter, Hera with Juno, Poseidon with Neptune, and, well, any others that followed suit. Deities like Apollo and Bacchus had been incorporated into Roman culture even before this formal equivalence was established. However, unique Roman gods such as Janus and Quirinus remained distinct, without any Greek equivalents. In terms of temple construction in Greece, the Romans focused primarily on building temples for their imperial cult, which was established in every significant city. You couldn't have a city without one, of course. Other contributions to religious architecture during this period were sparse, as Greece already had an abundance of sanctuaries. The most significant Roman contributions to temple architecture outside Italy may be attributed to Emperor Antoninus Pius. It was he who commissioned, the construction of the Temple of Bacchus in Baalbek. The temple stands as one of the most impressive relics from that imperial period. Roman rule also saw the frequent removal of famous statues from Greek sanctuaries, which were often replaced with contemporary Roman copies. This practice was exemplified by Verres, the Roman governor of Sicily, who was notable for his depredations and was prosecuted for his actions after his term ended. He was not very popular. Well, as the Roman Empire expanded, it also facilitated the spread of new cults from Egypt and Asia, which found popularity both within Greece and across the wider Western Empire, further diversifying the religious landscape. Now, the initial decline of Greco-Roman polytheism was partly due to its syncretic nature, as it absorbed beliefs and practices from various foreign religions amid the Roman Empire's expansion. This period also saw Greco-Roman philosophical schools incorporating elements from Judaism and early Christianity. Mystery religions like Christianity and Mithraism, which were pretty much the same thing, gained popularity, further diluting traditional polytheistic practices. Now, the shift towards Christianity gained significant momentum under Emperor Constantine I, who converted to Christianity and enacted the Edict of Milan in 313 CE, granting official tolerance to Christianity within the empire. Despite this official sanction, pagan and Christian communities in Greece and elsewhere generally remained segregated, each maintaining distant cultural practices and places of worship. Julian, a nephew of Constantine and later known as the Apostate, attempted to reverse the Christianization of the empire. You see, Julian, he was raised a Christian, but Christianity was new and, well, you know, teenagers rebelling against their parents. He decided to revert to paganism and sought to revive a unified version of the Greco-Roman polytheism based on Neoplatonism. He organized a centralized priesthood and established a coherent body of doctrine, rituals, and liturgy. Julian also marginalized Christianity by excluding Christian educators from using classical Greco-Roman texts, aiming to weaken Christianity's intellectual foundations. But despite Julian's efforts, subsequent emperors such as Jovian, Valentinian I, and Valens continued policies of religious tolerance. However, official persecution of paganism in the Eastern Empire began in earnest under Emperor Theodosius I in 381 CE, pulling that reverse card on them, it seems. While Theodosius enforced strict anti-pagan laws, leading to the disbanding of priesthoods, destruction of temples, and active participation in Christian campaigns against pagan sites. He even extended prohibitions of pagan worship to private homes. That's right, you weren't even allowed to do it in your own bedroom. Well, maybe they wouldn't see you anyway if you just closed the shutters. But this likely played a role in ending the Olympic Games in 393, which were kind of seen as a big old pagan party. Well, in the Western Roman Empire, Emperor Gratian, influenced by his advisor Ambrose, ended the unofficial tolerance of paganism that had persisted since Julian's reign. Gratian confiscated the incomes and properties of pagan priests, disbanded religious orders like the Vestal Virgins, and seized the properties of temples. Despite these suppressive measures, worship of Greco-Roman deities continued in some rural and remote areas well into the Middle Ages. Notably, a temple to Apollo at Monte Cassino persisted until 529 AD, when St. Benedict of Nursia converted it into a Christian chapel, destroyed the pagan altar, and even cut down the sacred grove. Similarly, pagan communities like the Maniots in Greece's Mani Peninsula continued their traditional practices until at least the 9th century. Well, we've talked a bit about the history, the start and the finish, but there's all those little details in between. What did an actual practicer of Greek religion do? Practitioner rather. Zeus will smite me for that one, I'm sure. Well, let's get into the specifics, or the juicy little details then, shall we? Well, the religious landscape of ancient Greece in general was marked by a notable lack of centralized authority over religious practices and beliefs, which were regulated predominantly at the local or civic level, rather than through any unified ecclesiastical system. So it wasn't like when Catholicism came in and you had the Pope dictating what everybody could do and there was a right way to be a Catholic. Well, in ancient Greece there wasn't really a right or wrong way to be a pagan, or whatever they were going to call you, a worshipper of Zeus or whatever else it was. You just sort of had to put in a bit of effort. Just show up. And then they'll work out the rest later. It was about the big picture for them, not the little details. And this decentralized nature meant that this term, religion, might not wholly capture the essence of the spiritual and ceremonial practices of the Greeks. Instead, these practices could be more accurately described as a collection of, well, we could say, religious dialects. Kind of the same, but a little different from place to place. Each city-state or polis, that was city or town, had its own version of these dialects, developing and maintaining its own rituals, deities, and temples, which were deeply integrated into the social and political fabric of the community. These local religious practices and beliefs were closely aligned with each other across different regions of Greece, showcasing a kind of homogeneity that was distinctly Greek and highly differentiated from those of non-Greek cultures. This framework of understanding allows for a more nuanced appreciation of the ancient Greek religious experience as a complex and interconnected web of localized spiritual traditions, rather than a single organized religion. There wasn't really a top-down structure. Well, it was inherently polytheistic, though. That was what they all had in common, and incorporated a rich tapestry of gods and goddesses and other supernatural beings, each with specific domains and attributes. That's right, there wasn't just one. Of course, there were always hierarchies, depending on who you asked, but you got all sorts of characters, and I think it's pretty fun that way. Well, at the pinnacle of this divine hierarchy, of course, sat the king of the gods, Zeus, who, while influential, was not omnipotent or omniscient. And below him were deities like Poseidon, who ruled the seas and earthquakes, which is of course pretty important when you're living around the Greek islands. And then you had Hades, who governed the underworld, and Helios, who commanded the sun. These gods were imagined in human form, but possessed the ability to transform into animals or even natural phenomena. Their immortality, however, did not exempt them from their fates, known as the Moirai, whose decrees could limit the gods' actions. For example, despite the gods' interventions, it was fated for Odysseus to return to Ithaca after the Trojan War, and no divine power could prevent it. The gods in Greek mythology exhibited human-like behaviors and emotions, often interacting with humans and sometimes even fathering children with them, and they were known as demigods. Think of Hercules. You remember the show with Kevin Sorbo? That was great growing up with that one. Xena, too. Moving on. You must like the video if you watched Hercules. Well, these divine beings, these demigods, were not only involved in the affairs of mortals, but also had their own conflicts and rivalries, just like all of the main gods, as depicted in epic narratives like the Iliad, where even the gods argued amongst each other and took sides in the Trojan War. Each major god was associated with specific geographical locations. Athena with Athens, hence the name, Apollo with Delphi and Delos, Zeus with Olympia, and Aphrodite with Corinth. However, their worship was not confined to these cities alone, as each city had temples dedicated to various gods. Moreover, some deities had connections with regions beyond Greece, like Poseidon with Ethiopia, and Troy with Ares and Thrace. The cults of these gods varied significantly from one location to another, reflecting local traditions and interpretations. For instance, the Artemis worshipped in Sparta was a virgin huntress, differed markedly from the fertility goddess Artemis of Ephesus, characterized by her many breasts. This diversity highlights the localized nature of Greek religion, where the identity of a deity was closely tied to specific cultural contexts. Now, Greek religious practice focused more on the correct performance of rituals rather than the adherence to a formal creed. What mattered most, the most important thing, was participation. You had to show up in the communal practices that honored the gods, and this was a lot more important than any personal belief. There wasn't any real 10 commandments. None of that to be seen. It was more of a community thing. Now, the ancient Greeks held complex beliefs about the afterlife. That was a big deal, centered around the underworld that was known as Hades, named after its ruler, the god Hades, who was actually Zeus's brother. Plot twists already, I know. This realm was not merely a single monolithic place, but was differentiated into several areas, reflecting the variety of fates that could befall the souls of the dead. And I know you all want to hear about the Greek hell, so we'll just talk about it briefly. Well, Hades, traditionally, all souls ventured here after death. All of them. Good guys, bad guys, everyone. You just had to go there. And it was a gloomy and shadowy place where all the spirits resided. Next was Tartarus. This was the deepest and darkest pit beneath the earth. Pretty scary, where the Titans were imprisoned and eternal punishments were meted out upon the wicked, and it symbolized extreme torment and suffering. You did not want to end up here in Tartarus. And then, of course, there was Elysium, or the Elysian Fields, which was the complete opposite of Tartarus, and was the place that you wanted to go. It was a place of paradise, reserved for heroes and those who lived a righteous life. It was the land of eternal happiness and contentment. Sounds pretty good. Well, in the mythological stories, certain heroes and noble figures were believed to have been granted physical immortality and lived forever in blissful places like Elysium or the islands of the blessed. This group included famed personalities such as Achilles and Menelaus. Such tales permeate the oldest strata of Greek mythology, found in the epics of Homer and the works of Hesiod, and these beliefs persisted robustly even into the era of early Christianity. For most ordinary Greeks, however, the prospect of death was typically to continue existing as a disembodied soul. The existence was not marked by physical pleasures or pains of earthly life, but was just a shadowy form of half-life in the underworld. Of course, this It varied from region to region, but the general idea was as I've just said. Additionally, the concept of reincarnation found its way into Greek thought through the teachings of philosophers like Pythagoras and Plato. This notion suggested that the soul could be reborn into new bodies across different lifetimes, a belief that was not universally accepted, influenced various philosophical and religious schools in Greece. On the other end of the spectrum, the philosopher Epicurus introduced a materialistic view, teaching that the soul was composed of tiny little atoms that disbanded after death, thereby extinguishing consciousness and existence. The view underscored the finality of death, with no continuation of the self in any form, which was a stark departure from the traditional views on the afterlife. It reminds me somewhat of how Alan Watts had explained it in his old lectures, and I am sorry to go off topic, but effectively what Alan Watts, that philosopher, had said, in a paraphrased version of course, is if you want to know the experience of being dead, well, you must think of going to sleep and then never waking up. And then when you want to think about that, you may also want to think about waking up without having gone to sleep. And you've all done that. That was when you were born. And what did it feel like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? Well, maybe death is just like that. This zero consciousness state. Anyway, maybe a video on Alan Watts in the future. It's somewhat related to our topic, maybe. I'm getting off topic now. Very unprofessional of me. Well, of course, we have to go back to Greek mythology, which when we use the term mythology, I suppose we should be a little bit careful about it, because it's only mythology when it's the old religion. Perhaps in 1,000 years' time, we will be talking about Buddhist mythology, Christian mythology, Jewish mythology, Muslim mythology. Perhaps they will not be scriptures anymore, but simply old stories that just sit on the shelf right next to the Greek myths. Maybe so. We'll have to check back in 1,000 years. But either way, Greek mythology was a cornerstone of ancient Greek religion, and it's a rich tapestry, I'm sure you know. Gods, heroes, and extraordinary creatures. Well, let's start with some of those gods and heroes. Of course, at the head of the myths were all the main characters from Olympus: Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, and Athena, and many more, who interacted with humans and frequently intervened and meddled in their affairs, sometimes simply for their own entertainment, but often driven by their own divine whims and familial disputes. Heroes, both mortal and demigods, such as Heracles with his 12 labors, Odysseus with his ingenious return from Troy, and Theseus who defeated the Minotaur, or Minotaur, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Well, they all played pivotal roles. These stories often explored themes of bravery, morality, and simply the human condition, serving both as entertainment and moral lessons. The mythology was also included an array of fantastical creatures. Titans like Cronus and Oceanus were part of an older generation of gods who preceded even the Olympians. Mythical beings like the centaurs, the nymphs, the satyrs, along with terrifying monsters such as the Cyclops, Scylla, and the Gorgons, and don't forget the Minotaur, added layers of drama and danger to the myths, embodying the Greeks' explanations of the natural world and its phenomena. Now, regarding the origins of the world and the gods, Greek cosmogony varied widely, with no uniform version. Now, Hesiod's Theogony offered one of the most detailed accounts, beginning with chaos and followed by the emergence of primordial deities like Gaia, Earth, Tartarus, the Abyss, and Eros, Love, who then produced the Titans. This older generation of gods eventually gave way to the Olympians, leading to a divine succession myth that underscored the Greeks' understanding of a universe ruled by order and chaos. These myths were initially transmitted orally, and later they were immortalized in written form through epic poems like Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, and Hesiod's works. They also found expression in classical Greek drama, with playwrights like Euripides and Aristophanes weaving these stories into their plays. Thus, Greek mythology not only entertained, but it offered explanations for the mysteries of life and the universe, questions that people didn't know how to answer, so they just came up with something interesting. Well, at least it provided the ancient Greeks with a framework for understanding the human experience. Well, as Greek culture was assimilated into the Roman Empire later on, Greek gods and myths were adapted into the Roman context, with many being equated as Roman deities. This syncretism extended the life of Greek myths and ensured the survival into the Roman period and beyond. In fact, during the Renaissance, many years later, a renewed interest in classical learning saw Greek mythology re-emerge as a significant source of inspiration for art, literature, philosophy, influencing generations of European artists and thinkers. In fact, I am going to say that it is my personal opinion, and I believe it is the correct one, that Renaissance art was the best and is the best. I won't look at anything past the First World War. I just don't like it. Anyway, the concept of hubris was integral to ancient Greek moral philosophy, representing the dangerous extremes of pride and arrogance. It was particularly frowned upon because it often involved acts that could harm others or offend the gods. Stupid bravery is different from noble bravery. We're talking inappropriate displays of pride, acts of violence, and disrespect for the natural order, throwing your weight around. Nobody likes that. Hubris actually was legally punishable in cities like Athens, where it was defined broadly to include acts ranging from violence to the improper treatment of corpses. Well, the Greeks highly valued moderation. Most of them, some of them more than others, of course, embodying the ideal in the famous maxim, nothing in excess. This principle was applied across various aspects of Greek life, from eating and drinking to the exercise of power and display of one's abilities. Activities like athletics and intellectual pursuits were of course encouraged, excuse me. But of course they were always only encouraged within the bounds of moderation, emphasizing a balanced lifestyle that prevented any single aspect from becoming all-consuming. Well, unlike many other ancient cultures, the Greeks did not rely on a centralized, revealed scripture, but instead looked to a broad corpus of literature for moral and spiritual guidance. Works by Homer, such as the Iliad and Odyssey, and Hesiod's Theogony and works were considered authoritative, though not necessarily sacred. These texts, along with the lyrical poems of Pindar and others, often began with invocations to the Muses, reflecting a belief in divine inspiration, albeit not in the form of direct revelation. Plato's ambivalence towards traditional mythologies, as expressed in his Republic, shows once again the tension between the revered place these classical texts in Greek culture and their perceived moral deficiencies. He argued for the exclusion of such myths from his ideal state, due to their potential to mislead rather than properly guide moral behavior. While most Greek religious texts were not canonical in the sense understood in other religious traditions, certain texts within the mystery cults were held as canonical. These texts, used in specific rituals, are exceptions to the general Greek practice of not regarding any text as strictly sacred. The Orphic texts, for instance, offer a glimpse into these more structured religious beliefs and practices that stood somewhat apart from mainstream Greek religious and philosophical life. In ancient Greece, the absence of a centralized religious authority, or a unified priestly class even, led to a diverse and localized religious expression. Decentralization meant that the religious texts and rituals varied significantly from one city-state to another, and even from one village to another, influenced largely by local traditions and customs, rather than any theological and rigid doctrine. Priests in Greece often served concurrently as city magistrates, and their religious authority was typically derived from local sanctuaries rather than a centralized church or temple. Notably, Pausanias mentions that at Tegea, the priesthood of Athena Allia was traditionally held by a boy until he reached puberty, highlighting the local and often temporary nature of priestly roles. Well, at least it's an early retirement, one could say. Well, in many cases, priestly responsibilities, especially those related to specific festivals or rituals, were passed down through families, once more emphasizing the local and familial nature of Greek religious practice. And Greek religious rites were predominantly conducted at altars, located outside the temples or in open spaces within the community. These altars, dedicated to specific deities, were central to public and private worship. Common offerings included votive deposits such as food, drinks, and valuable items, reflecting the reciprocal nature of worship where goods were exchanged for divine favor. A sacrifice. You know what it's like. But of course, some sacrifices were bigger than others. You know what I'm talking about. Animal sacrifices. A key aspect, but perhaps a rather unfortunate one of Greek ritual practice, were also performed at these altars. Now, typically the meat from the sacrificed animals was consumed by the community. They didn't just leave it there for the gods to take and expect it to float away into the air. Perhaps they tried this, but it didn't seem to happen. Well, of course, as I said, the meat was consumed by the community after, but the offal and all of the other unpleasant bits were burned as offerings to the gods. Libations, usually of wine, were another common practice, integral not only to formal ceremonies at shrines, but also to daily activities such as meals and symposiums, where they functioned as both religious and social acts. There were also special rites of passage. The Amphidromia, for example, was celebrated on the 5th or 7th day of a child's birth, particularly significant in Athens for male children, emphasizing the importance of lineage and citizenship. Another ritual, the Pharmakos, involved expelling a human or animal scapegoat from the community during times of distress or hardship. This ritual expulsion was intended to protect the community by removing evil or pollution along with the scapegoat, a practice that underscores the ancient Greeks' concerns with purity and disaster aversion. The act of worship was a communal and ceremonious event centered around animal sacrifices conducted at the outdoor altars, which could be independent of or associated with a temple. The ritual began with a procession, led by a girl carrying a basket with the hidden sacrificial knife, followed by the animal, adorned with garlands. The chosen animal, which needed to be without blemish, showed the community's dedication to the gods, a gift just for them. Well, during the ceremony, the animal was slaughtered directly over the altar, its blood collected and poured out as an offering. The slaughter was accompanied by the high-pitched cries of the women, an expression of the emotional intensity of the moment, and perhaps as well so the gods could hear them. The carcass was then butchered right there on the spot. The inedible parts, like bones and organs, were thrown on the fire as the gods' share, while the meat was cooked and shared among the participants. A communal feast that followed was always part of the sacrificial act, and the temple typically claimed the animal's skin as a valuable byproduct. Gotta make a little bit of money, don't we? The choice of animals for sacrifices varied too. Sheep were the most common, and they were the easiest to find, followed by goats, pigs, and cattle, while horses and donkeys were rare and featured mostly in early Greek art rather than literature. The gods often anthropomorphized the sacrificed animals as willing participants in the ritual, a notion that showed the supposed mutual benefit and consent to the divine order. Simpler offerings might include throwing a grain of incense into a sacred fire, especially in more personal or less grandiose settings. Farmers often offered their first fruits of the harvest as a token of thanks to the gods. Everyday activities like drinking wine could also be ritualized through libations, where a small portion of the wine was poured out before drinking as an offering to the deities. One for them, one for me. Formal libations could involve other substances like olive oil or honey, and were part of larger religious ceremonies conducted at the temples. On grand occasions, such as major festivals, the scale of sacrifice could be vast, with the term hecatomb indicating a large number of bulls being offered, though in practice this might only mean a dozen or so. Now, Back to ancient Greek literature for a moment, with things like Homer's epic poems, Iliad and the Odyssey, providing substantive evidence of ritualistic sacrificial practices embedded within the fabric of Greek society. These epics detail occasions where sacrifices were made to gain favor to the gods, celebrate successes in war, or even seek divine guidance before major endeavors, such as the Greeks' expedition to Troy. For instance, in the Odyssey, the character Eumaeus offers a pig in sacrifice, praying for the safe return of his master Odysseus. The Iliad depicts banquets that do not always begin with a sacrifice, suggesting variability in ritual practice across different contexts and periods. This variance in ritual practice shows the adaptive and localized nature of Greek religious observance once again, tailoring it to the specific circumstances and indications of divine presence. Thus, the distinctions between Olympic and chthonic deities in Greek religion is reflected in their modes of worship. Chthonic deities associated with the earth and the underworld often received holocaust sacrifices, where the entire offering was consumed by fire. This practice is thought to be a remnant of pre-Hellenic religious traditions. In contrast, the more familiar Olympian gods worshipped by the Proto-Greeks, but typically rather received offerings that were partly consumed by fire and partly by the community. But what about the festivals? They loved a good party, didn't they? Well, they also varied significantly, and they were often dedicated to specific deities or city-states. The Lachaia in Arcadia honored Pan, for example, the pastoral god, while the Olympic Games in Olympia were a major celebration dedicated to Zeus. The Dionysia in Athens, a festival centered around Greek theater, represents another significant cultural and religious celebration. Common elements of these festivals included processions, sacrificial feasts, and communal meals, alongside entertainment and social customs such as wearing costumes and engaging in public revelry. In layman's terms, everybody got really drunk and had a good time. These festivals not only served as religious purposes, but also reinforced the social bonds and community identities. In fact, some cities, like Athens for example, dedicated up to 140 days per year to various religious observances, which certainly seems like something Athens would do. I don't think the Spartans were doing that much. Now, ancient Greek sanctuaries, encompassing more than just the main temple structures, were typically situated within a larger sacred area. This was known as a temenos, which was often enclosed by a peribolos wall or fence. This entire area, dedicated to a deity, included not only the temple itself, but often a variety of subsidiary structures and natural features, such as sacred groves, springs, and sometimes even caves or unique rocks known as baetils. The Acropolis of Athens is one of the most renowned examples of such a sanctuary, though its initial fortifications were intended more for protection rather than religious purposes. Over time, as the significance of these sites grew, they evolved from simple open-air altars located in natural surroundings into more complex establishments, featuring built temples housing cult images of the gods. The primary function of the temple buildings themselves was to house these sacred images rather than to serve as gathering places for worshippers. The actual religious activities, including sacrifices and rituals, were conducted outdoors at designated altars within the sanctuary's precincts, especially the animal sacrifice ones. You can be as pious as you want, but no one wants to clean up that mess. Well, this setup allowed the temple interiors to remain relatively clear, turning them into revered spaces that accumulated votive offerings, statues, and even treasures, reflecting the wealth and devotion of their patrons. Essentially, they were kind of like early museums. You can only imagine. Furthermore, some sanctuaries were renowned for their oracular services, offering divine guidance through human intermediaries believed to be inspired by the gods. The most famous of these were the Pythia, a priestess at the temple of Apollo in Delphi, and the oracles at the sanctuary of Zeus in Dodona. These oracles played significant roles in public and private life across the ancient Greek world, providing counsel on everything from political affairs to personal and agricultural issues. Less famous oracles, such as that of the hero of Trophonius at Livadeia, specialized in more specific domains like medicine or agriculture. Greek temples were constructed as the divine residences of the gods, each housing a cult image within the inner chamber, or the cella as it was called, which often depicted the deity of the temple. These images varied greatly in form and material, ranging from wooden figures to elaborate statues adorned with ivory and gold, such as the renowned statue of Zeus at Olympia, or Phidias's Athena Parthenos in the Parthenon. Over time, materials such as marble, terracotta, and bronze became more popular, especially in the later Hellenistic period. The cella, inner chamber, remember, also contained simpler symbolic representations, like the zoanon, a primitive wooden image, and the beitil, sacred stones believed to possess divine powers. These simpler forms were sometimes ancient and revered for their antiquity, and when newer, more elaborate statues served as the main cult image. These older symbols, such as the Trojan Palladium, a zoanon that was believed to protect Troy, were valued for their historical and religious significance. The accessibility of these sacred images varied significantly across the different locales and periods. While earlier beliefs restricted access to the cella primarily to priests, later practices became a lot more inclusive, although often regulated by local customs or the perceived desires of the deities. Restrictions could be based on factors such as gender, ethnicity, or even dietary choices. Those who put pineapple on their pizza were strictly forbidden. I'm just joking. While some temples only accessible on specific days or to certain classes of people. So you had to be there at the right time, I suppose. Visitors, including common people and slaves, generally expected to gain entry into the temple's inner sanctum to pray or make offerings directly before the cult image. In some instances, touching the statue was part of the devotional practice, as noted by Cicero, who observed a bronze statue of Heracles worn down by the touches of worshippers. In ancient Greece, the public roles available to women were predominantly religious ones, serving as priestesses or attendants within various cults and temples. These roles provided women with notable social recognition and certain privileges not typically afforded to other women of the time. Priestesses, often selected from local elite families, could serve in various capacities, from sacred women to lesser attendants. Women serving as priestesses were required to be healthy and of sound mind, reflecting the belief that those serving the gods should mirror the quality of their offerings. This position, while restricted in terms of eligibility, granted women a higher legal status as well, both during their service and posthumously, often with the honor of a public burial. While it is debated whether service was gender-specific to certain deities, generally both male and female deities could be served by either priests or priestesses. However, the roles could be gendered in specific rituals and practices. For example, the Pythia, or female oracle of Apollo at Delphi, was a priestess but was overseen by male priests. Similarly, the festival of Dionysus involved both genders, with special roles designated for female priestesses known as the Gerei, or the Venerable Ones. But certain festivals in ancient Greece were for women only, often linked to agricultural fertility and the traditional roles that women played within society. These included the Thesmophoria, the Plerosia, Calamia, Adonia, and Scyra. Well, the Thesmophoria, for example, was one of the most significant, dedicated to Demeter and her daughter Persephone, goddess of agriculture and fertility. The festival not only reinforced the agricultural identity and duties of women, but also integrated those celebrations into the fabric of city-state religious practices. These women-only festivals were crucial in providing a religious identity and purpose for women in society, where many aspects of public life were dominated by men. Temples and shrines specific to these festivals, such as the Thesmophorion in Athens, were central venues where women could engage in rituals and worship. The mystery religions, however, offered a more intimate and personal approach to spirituality compared to the more public and civic-oriented practices of traditional religion. These cults, for example, required initiation, providing a secretive and often profound spiritual experience that promised deeper insights into the divine and the cosmos. Initiates of mystery religions could experience profound personal transformations and mystical awakenings that were not typically accessible in the public cults of the gods. Unlike the more fragmented and localized traditional practices, mystery religions often offered a more systematic and cohesive set of beliefs and teachings. They frequently provided detailed beliefs about the afterlife, offering assurances of salvation or an improved fate beyond death, which appealed to many who found the traditional Greek views on the afterlife as, well, frankly a little lackluster. Although initiation was personal and secretive, once you were in, you participated in common rituals that fostered a sense of belonging and spiritual community as a sort. The bonds formed within these cults were strong, with fellow initiates often forming close-knit communities of believers who supported one another, not just in their spiritual journeys, but in practical ways too. Now, The four major mystery cults were as following. The first was the Eleusinian Mysteries, which was based in Eleusis. These were perhaps the most famous of the Greek mystery cults, centered around the worship of Demeter and Persephone. Initiates were promised rewards in the afterlife, and were privy to the dramatic reenactments of the myths of Persephone's descent and return from the underworld. The next was the mysteries of Dionysus. These rites were more ecstatic and unrestrained, often involving symbolic death and rebirth rituals, wine-fueled ecstasy, and the breaking of social norms. While Dionysus himself was a god of life, death, and rebirth, embodying the intoxicating power of nature and wine. The next was the Samothracian Mysteries, and admittedly less is known about these rites, but they were thought to offer protection at sea, and possibly initiation into a complex set of deities and symbolic stories centered on themes of protection and salvation. The last one is Mithraism. This cult, originating in the East, became extremely popular among Roman soldiers, and was later practiced widely across the Roman Republic and Empire, focusing on the god Mithras, and featuring rituals associated with fellowship, the cosmos, and a hierarchical structure of initiation levels. And with that, we reach the end of our video, at least for now. I'm sure there'll be more videos on the Greek myths coming soon. The Battle of Salamis, fought in 480 BC, a grand naval confrontation between the Greek city-states and the Persian Empire. It occurred in the straits between the mainland and Salamis, an island near Athens. The Greek fleet, who were significantly outnumbered, was commanded by the great Themistocles, who devised a cunning plan to lure the larger Persian fleet into the narrow straits, where their numbers would be less of an advantage, eerily reminiscent of the recently fought Battle of Thermopylae. Themistocles sent a servant to Xerxes I, the Persian king, who falsely claimed that the Greeks were in panic and disarray, planning to flee. Xerxes took the bait and ordered his fleet into the straits, where they soon found themselves cramped and unable to maneuver effectively. It was then when the Greek ships, smaller and more agile, were able to attack with greater efficiency and decimated the Persian fleet. Thus, this victory was among the greatest of ancient times, as it significantly weakened Persian naval power, and not to mention morale, contributing to their eventual withdrawal from Greece. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back for more, then it's great to have you back with me again. As always, if you like to support the channel, this is the best way to do it. You just enjoy the content. It's all good fun. If you want to go further than that, click the like and subscribe button. That helps YouTube know that you want to spread the word and want more people to see my channel. And further than that, just have a look at the video description. And so now, without any further delay, let us get into the topic for today, and that is the great naval battle of Salamis. Now let's go back to the main reasons how we got here in the first place, because we don't end up in a battle of this size without a good background. Well, it all started with something called the Ionian Revolt, spearheaded by one Aristogoras, the satrap of Miletus, from 499 to 494 BC, which marked the beginning of significant conflict between the Greek city-states and the nascent Persian Empire, which at that time was not under Xerxes, but under Darius I. Now this revolt, significant for involving regions not yet within the Persian fold, particularly threatened the stability of Darius's empire. Darius, who had solidified his rule by quelling various insurrections, saw the involvement of Athens and Eretria in supporting the revolt as a pretext not only for punishment, but also an excuse to expand his dominion into the Greek mainland, a casus belli for a greater war. Thus, his war goals and ambitions kept piling up. Now, in response, Darius launched a campaign in 492, led by Mardonius, which effectively subdued Thrace and coerced Macedon into becoming a vassal to Persia, demonstrating his new empire's military capabilities, and capabilities of which those who were not already aware of them were certainly about to be. Thus, the first direct Persian assault on Greece came in 490 under generals Datis and Artaphernes, who initially targeted Naxos and then moved against Eretria, which they brutally sacked. The expedition culminated at the Battle of Marathon, and yes, I'm sure you've heard of that one, where the Athenians, despite being vastly outnumbered, secured a stunning victory and forced the Persian forces to retreat. No doubt, this left a bitter memory in the mouth of the Persians. And, well, they had to get them back somehow, didn't they? But Darius, he was undeterred, and he began preparations for a more extensive invasion to achieve complete subjugation of Greece. However, his plans were interrupted by a revolt in Egypt in 486, and his subsequent death postponed the planned conquest. Nothing postpones a conquest like being dead. But don't worry, he had a replacement lined up. His son, Xerxes I, who very quickly quashed the Egyptian revolt and resumed preparations for invading Greece, because that was the big prize. Well, Xerxes' plans were admittedly grandiose, including the engineering marvels of bridging the Hellespont and constructing a canal across the isthmus of Mount Athos to avoid treacherous waters that had previously claimed a Persian fleet. And do remember that the Persians, well, if you've seen a map, you don't really learn how to swim. There's not much water, unless you're in the very far north. But generally, the Persians weren't the best swimmers. The Greeks, well, they grew up around water, didn't they? Sailing, navigation, all sorts of naval endeavors. That was their specialty. The Persians were better on land. Well, by 480 BC, these preparations had materialized, enabling Xerxes' vast army to march across the Hellespont on pontoon bridges, poised for a significant confrontation with the Greek states. Now, since that Battle of Marathon in 490, Athens had been anticipating further Persian attempts to subjugate Greece. The Greeks weren't stupid. They knew that this was far from over. They'd won the battle, but the war was about to begin. Well, under the strategic foresight of Themistocles, a prominent Athenian politician, it was resolved in 482 BC that Athens would augment its naval power by constructing a large fleet of triremes. Recognizing the impossibility of combating the Persians alone on both land and sea, Athens saw the necessity of forming an alliance with other Greek city-states. In 481, as Xerxes continued to marshal his forces for an invasion, he sent envoys throughout Greece demanding the symbolic tribute of earth and water, signifying their complete submission. Notably, he excluded Athens and Sparta from these demands, effectively acknowledging their leadership roles against Persian interests. Didn't want to waste the trip. Well, this diplomatic gesture inadvertently rallied support to those two dominant Greek states. That year, representatives from various city-states convened at a congress in Corinth, establishing a pan-Hellenic alliance, which was unprecedented in Greek history. You see, the Greeks never really got along in the beginning. If they weren't fighting somebody else, they were certainly very busy fighting each other. Well, now faced with mutual destruction, they found it to be in everybody's best interests to team up, at least for the time being. Now, this alliance, this pan-Hellenic alliance, was vested with the authority to send for help and coordinate the deployment of troops across member states, a significant step given the prevailing conflicts among them. The alliance had initially decided to fortify the Vale of Tempe on the Thessalian border to halt the Persian advance. However, they soon abandoned this position due to the strategic advisories from Alexander I of Macedon, who indicated that the pass could be circumvented and warned of the formidable size of Xerxes' forces. The retreat was hastened by the arrival of news that Persian forces had crossed the Hellespont and were already in Europe. Well, a revised defense strategy was quickly formed. The Greeks planned to make a stand against the Persians at the narrow pass of Thermopylae, which was ideally suited for their smaller hoplite forces to hold against a larger army. Concurrently, the Greek navy would block the nearby straits of Artemisium to prevent the Persian fleet from flanking the army at Thermopylae. The strategy was put into action as the Persian army approached. Despite their numerical inferiority, the Greeks managed to hold Thermopylae for 3 days. Eventually, however, they were outmaneuvered when Persian troops found a way around the pass through a little mountain trail, not known to too many. But they were betrayed by a little pathetic man called Ephialtes. And here's a fun fact for you. To this very day, the name Ephialtes is synonymous with betrayal and weakness. It's kind of like calling somebody a Judas. You know, Judas Iscariot, betraying Jesus Christ and throwing him to the hands of the Roman adjudicators. But, yeah, in Greece you will not find many people called Ephialtes. Well, of course, the majority of the Greek forces withdrew. But you know the story that the Spartans and the Thespians remained, fighting to their last in a legendary last stand that ensured their enduring fame. Well, back at sea, the Battle of Artemisium, fought concurrently with Thermopylae, initially resulted in a stalemate. However, upon learning of the fall of Thermopylae, the Greek fleet decided to withdraw, recognizing that holding Artemisium was no longer strategically viable. As a contingency, the Peloponnesian states prepared defenses at the Isthmus of Corinth, and the Athenian civilians, foreseeing the potential fall of their city, were evacuated to the Peloponnesian city of Troezen for safety. Now, if you want to know all about the Battle of Thermopylae, I'll probably link a video in the description or the comments, and, well, you can go and watch it. I think I've made 2 Battle of Thermopylae videos right now. They seem to be quite popular. Right, well, back to Salamis. The Allied fleet navigated from Artemisium to Salamis, aiding the final evacuation of Athens. On their journey, Themistocles strategically left inscriptions intended for the Ionian crews in the Persian fleet at various watering holes, urging them to defect to the Greek side. Now, do remember that I said that a lot of the Persians, well, they didn't grow up as formidable sailors. So what do? Well, the one thing they didn't have was sailing knowledge, but the one thing they did have was lots of money. And everybody has a price. Just ask Ephialtes. And the Greek naval mercenaries they hired to steer the boats for them and give general advice about all this. Seems that there was more than one Ephialtes in Greece in those days. Now, following the Battle of Thermopylae, the Persian forces under Xerxes' command proceeded to ravage the cities of Plataea and Thespiae, which had refused to submit, and then advanced to Athens, which of course had been fully evacuated. In response, the Greek allies fortified the Isthmus of Corinth by demolishing the only road through it and constructing a defensive wall, aiming to halt the Persian advance. The efficacy of this strategy hinged on the Allied fleet's ability to block the Persian navy from ferrying troops across the Saronic Gulf to flank the Corinthian Isthmus defenses. During a crucial war council convened post-evacuation, Corinthian commander Edemantus suggested positioning the fleet near the Isthmus to enforce this blockade. But contrarily, Themistocles advocated for an offensive strategy, leveraging the close-quarter combat tactics that had been effective at Artemisium, persuading the allies to position their navy near Salamis instead. Determining the exact chronology of the battle is, well, it's a little bit challenging. But don't worry, we have our ever-reliable Herodotus to help us out. That's a joke. He's known for being a little bit unreliable, but let's hear what he has to say anyway. Well, he implies a swift sequence of events following Athens' fall, suggesting that the battle might have occurred shortly after. However, it is plausible that the Persians spent several weeks capturing Athens and reorganizing themselves, which would align with the naval clash closer to late September or maybe early October. During this period, strategic discussions among Persian leaders took place, with advisors like the Queen of Halicarnassus, Artemisia, cautioning against naval engagement in the Straits of Salamis. But, well, perhaps they didn't listen as they should have. The decision to engage at Salamis may have been influenced by perceived disunity within the Greek camp, potentially amplified by Persian intelligence operations or Themistocles' own deceptive tactics. Xerxes, possibly anticipating an easy victory against a fragmented Greek opposition, ordered his fleet to block the southern exit of Salamis. Themistocles seized this moment to deploy a disinformation strategy. sending his trusted servant, Sikinos, to mislead Xerxes into believing that the Greeks were in complete panic, and that they were about to retreat, basically urging him to attack. If you want to beat the Greeks, you better act right now, and I'll tell you exactly how to do it. Come on, he couldn't fall for that, surely. Well, he did. Spoiler alert. Anticipating a straightforward triumph on the information he got from Sikinos, Xerxes positioned himself on Mount Aigaleo to observe what he expected to be a decisive Persian victory. But as night fell, the Greeks, bolstered by the arrival of Aristides, and further convinced of their need to stand and fight the movements of the Persian fleet, prepared for battle. Now, contrary to Persian expectations of a Greek retreat, the Allied fleet was arrayed and ready for battle by dawn. Herodotus documented the strength of the Allied fleet of the Battle of Salamis as 378 triremes, detailing contributions by various city-states. We're not going to go through every single one of them, but just think about that number of 378. However, the total he provides for the individual contingents amounts to only 371, which is very typical of Herodotus. Like I said, he's notoriously reliable. He specifies that while the Aeginetans had additional ships, only their 30 most seaworthy participated at Salamis, suggesting a reserve of 12 back at Aegina. Additionally, 2 ships are noted to have defected from the Persians to the Greeks before the battles of Artemisium and Salamis, potentially raising the count to 373 or maybe 380 if we include the Aeginetan reserve. Now, discrepancies exist in other ancient sources regarding the size of the Greek fleet. Aeschylus, a veteran of Salamis, mentioned 310 Greek triremes. Theseus aligned with this, noting 110 Athenian vessels. Hyperides suggesting a total of 220. Leadership of this fleet was nominally held by the Spartan Eurybiades, due to ejections from the city-states to Athenian command, despite Themistocles' de facto control. Now, Herodotus also records the Persian fleet as initially comprising 1,207 triremes, which is, of course, certainly outnumbering the Greeks. But he does note losses, about a third to storms near Magnesia and Euboea, and 50 to Greek actions at Artemisium, with subsequent reinforcements from Thracian Greeks totaling 120 ships. Despite these losses, he suggests that the Persian fleet remained numerically robust at Salamis. Aeschylus echoes the figure of 1,207 Persian ships at Salamis, while other sources like Diodorus and Lysias offer similar counts of around 1,200 for earlier assemblies. The consistency of that figure of 1,207 in ancient narrative suggests a widely held belief among the Greeks regarding the size of the Persian threat. But some modern historians accept this figure due to its prevalence in contemporary records. Others, noting possible symbolic numerology linked to Homeric epics, argue for a smaller and, frankly, more plausible number of Persian warships actually present at Salamis, estimating between 600 to 800, after accounting for documented reinforcements and losses. Now, In general, the Persian strategy in 480 BC was centered on a rapid and overwhelming invasion to conquer Greece within a single campaign season. They were really hoping that they would just fall like a house of cards. Xerxes' massive force was designed to intimidate and quickly subjugate the Greek states. However, the Greek strategy was focused on defensive tactics, utilizing their smaller numbers, albeit effectively, by holding key narrow locations and prolonging the campaign, which they successfully did at Thermopylae. Well, despite the initial underestimation of Greek resolve, Xerxes soon realized that sustaining his large invasion force was impractical over an extended period. Too many mouths to feed. And his presence at the empire's edge was also strategically risky. Well, the Battle of Thermopylae revealed the futility of frontal assaults against well-defended Greek positions. The Persians recognized that their best chance of a quick victory lay in outflanking the Greeks, necessitating control over the sea to bypass the defenses of the Isthmus of Corinth. Therefore, the key to Persian success became the destruction of the allied navy, which would allow Persian forces to encircle and defeat the Greek land forces and potentially force a Greek surrender within the campaign season. However, it was Queen Artemisia of Caria who advised Xerxes that engaging in a naval battle at Salamis was unnecessary. She argued that by merely maintaining a naval presence, and perhaps pushing further into the Peloponnese, the Persians, could achieve their objectives without the risks of a battle. While the Greeks, on the other hand, unable to sustain a prolonged defense against such odds, would likely disperse to defend their respective cities, every man for himself, or every state for itself. Well, of course, despite this counsel, the desire for a decisive confrontation drove both the Persians and the Greeks to commit to this naval engagement at Salamis. The battle was not strategically necessary for the Persians, who could have continued to apply pressure on land and sea without immediate combat. But it was that allure of a swift and conclusive victory that, well, it was just too good to pass up. The Persian fleet, despite being larger and possessing better sailing ships as noted by Herodotus, faced an unexpected challenge from the newly constructed Athenian triremes. These Athenian ships were part of a fleet expansion initiated by Themistocles in 483 BC, where he urged Athens to put up the investment to build another 200 triremes. Well, despite their crew's relative inexperience, these ships were pivotal for the Greeks in the conflict against Persia. The standard naval tactics of the era included ramming, which was facilitated by the triremes' reinforced bows, and boarding actions by marines, transforming sea engagements into what was effectively extensions of land battles. The Persians, along with their Asiatic Greek allies, were adept at a maneuver called diekpolos, likely involving a swift rowing through the gaps in enemy lines to attack the sides of opposing vessels. Such a tactic, of course, demanded highly skilled crews, suggesting a strategic advantage for the Persians in open sea battles, where their superior seamanship and numerical strength could be fully utilized. Herodotus hints that the Allied ships were heavier and possibly less maneuverable, a characteristic attributed perhaps to bulkier construction, or the substantial weight of armored hoplite marines on board. each ship carrying fully armored hoplites, added significantly to the overall weight, potentially making the Allied ships more stable in the windy conditions of Salamis, but also less likely to perform nimble maneuvers such as the diekpolos. Now, the Persian preference for open sea battles contrasted sharply with the Greek strategic imperative to engage in narrower waters, where the overwhelming numbers of the Persian fleet would be less effective. The Battle of Artemisium showcased the Greeks' efforts to counter the Persian numerical superiority, yet it likely underscored the necessity of an even more restricted battlefield, leading to the choice of the Straits of Salamis as the obvious place for their decisive stand. So, in the context of these tactical considerations, the decision by the Persians to enter the Straits of Salamis pretty much played directly into the Greek hands. Of course, it was all likely influenced by the strategic deception of Themistocles, but hey, all is fair in love and war now. Thus he misled the Persians, confidently sailing into battle, believing that the internal discord within the Greek ranks would have them break at the first sight of trouble, and this prompted the Persian decision to completely block off the straits to cut off any Greek escape. Of course, the Greeks couldn't get out, but neither could the Persians. Thus, it must be said also that the Battle of Salamis remains one of the less clearly documented naval conflicts of antiquity, with details obscured by the chaotic nature of the engagement and the limited perspectives of the ancient historians. The complexity of the battle fought in the narrow straits made it difficult for contemporaries, perhaps excluding Xerxes, to grasp the full scope of the events as they unfolded. But according to historical reconstructions, the allied Greek fleet was likely arrayed into two rows due to the constricted battlefield. The Athenians held the left wing of this formation, while the right was possibly occupied by the Spartans, though sources like Diodorus suggest it could have been the Megarians and the Aeginetians. The deployment of the fleet stretched north to south, anchored possibly from the coast near modern-day St. George's Islet to the southern cape off Salamis. Contrary to Diodorus' assertion of an east-west alignment, it is improbable that the Greeks would position a flank against Persian-occupied territory, indicating a strategic preference to avoid exposing any side directly to the enemy. The Persian fleet's movement on the eve of the battle are also a subject of debate. Herodotus presents a scenario where the Persians entered the straits at dusk, potentially aiming to surprise the Greeks presumed to already be in retreat. However, the logistics of maneuvering such a large fleet in a confined and dark environment casts more than a little bit of doubt on this interpretation. It is thought to be more likely that the Persians positioned themselves to block the strait's southern exit by night and reoriented north-south by the morning, preparing for combat in a more traditional formation. And this formation, according to accounts, consisted of 3 lines, with the Phoenicians on the strategic right flank near Mount Aigaleo, the Ionians on the left, and other Persian contingents in the center. Such an arrangement suggests a calculated approach to engage the Greeks with a formidable array of forces, aiming to exploit their numerical and perhaps tactical superiority. Diodorus' mention of an Egyptian squadron sent to navigate around Salamis to seal off the northern escape route aligns with a comprehensive, rather, strategy of encirclement favored by Xerxes. Though Herodotus does not corroborate this maneuver, the possibility remains a topic of speculation among historians. Additionally, Xerxes' decision to station troops on the islet of Psytalia further illustrates the Persian intent to eliminate any Greek survivors from the battle, indicating a ruthlessly thorough approach to the engagement. Regardless of the exact timing for their entering the straits, the Persians did not initiate their attack on the Greek allies until daylight. The Greeks, contrary to Persian expectations of a retreat, were well prepared and used the night to ready themselves for the confrontation. According to Herodotus, as dawn broke and the Greek fleet was deploying, the Persian forces launched their assault. Aeschylus provides a dramatic account of the moments just before the clash, describing how the Persian forces had heard the Greeks chanting their battle hymn, a poignant call to defend their homelands and their cherished values. Before they even saw the Greek ships, they certainly heard them. As the dawn broke and the Persians prepared to attack, they heard the Greek soldiers singing, "O sons of the Greeks, go, liberate your country, liberate your children, your women, the seats of your fathers' gods, and the tombs of your forebears. Now is the struggle for all things." I'm sure it's a lot more poetic in Greek, but that's mainly the translation that was given by Aeschylus. So, Herodotus adds another controversial episode involving the Corinthians, who, he notes, were said by Athenians to have sailed away from the battle, heading northwards. But this account is disputed by other Greeks and might have been a strategic feint to scout the northern exit of the straits, to mislead the Persians into thinking the Greek alliance was indeed crumbling. If it were indeed that the Corinthians did momentarily withdraw, they promptly rejoined the battle, dispelling any notion of a real retreat from them. Either way, as the battle ensued, the constrained waters of the straits caused disarray within the Persian ranks, who increasingly found themselves cramped and poorly organized. Contrary to appearing eager for combat, the Greek fleet did initially seem to retreat, which, according to Plutarch, was a tactical move to achieve a more favorable position and to await the morning winds that would be at their backs and give them an advantage, particularly because ramming was the soup du jour. Now, during this tactical withdrawal, Herodotus recounts a legendary vision witnessed by the Greeks, a phantom woman chiding them for retreating too far, spurring them into action. More credibly, though, Herodotus and other sources suggest that the Greek maneuver of backing water was a prelude to a decisive charge. The confrontation began in earnest when a single Greek ship, claimed by both the Athenians and Aeginetans as one of their own, aggressively rammed a Persian vessel. This bold action triggered a general advance by the Greek fleet, which surged forward to engage the disordered Persian ships. As the battle unfolded, the chaotic nature of naval warfare at the time meant that the participants had limited perspectives of the broader conflict. Triremes, The primary warships used were equipped with formidable rams designed to breach the hulls of enemy vessels, or even destroy their ore banks, crippling them for easier boarding. And if the ramming didn't secure a decisive victory, heavily armored marines, including Greek hoplites, would engage in close combat, swinging onto the decks and stabbing everybody. Chop chop. Essentially transforming naval engagements into a kind of floating land battle. Persian forces, while likely less heavily armed, were nonetheless prepared for such encounters. During the melee, the disciplined coordination of the Greek fleets allowed them to press the initial lines of Persian ships backward. This movement caused a domino effect as the retreating ships collided with their advancing second and third lines, leading to further disarray and confusion within the Persian ranks. On the Greek left, the battle saw significant developments with the death of the Persian admiral Ariobarnes, brother of King Xerxes, so certainly a high-profile target. A good one to get out of the way in the early game. Now, his early demise left the Phoenician squadrons completely without leadership, contributing to their disorder and eventual retreat towards a shoreline where many ran aground. Of course, when you're not receiving any orders, and everybody is screaming and dying around you, you have to make it up for yourself. And I suppose you can't blame a lot of those men at the time for thinking, well, if they're not ordering us to advance, then it's probably all over. Let's get out of here, lads. Save our skin. Well, Plutarch provides a dramatic account of Ariobarnes' death, noting that he was killed during an attempt to board the ship manned by Amenias and Sophocles of Pallene. As Ariobarnes boarded, he was repelled by spears and subsequently fell into the sea. Plutarch also records that it was Artemisia who identified Ariobarnes' body amidst the flotsam and ensured its retrieval, bringing it back to Xerxes, which is quite nice of him. Well, during the Battle of Salamis, Queen Artemisia of Halicarnassus, commanding the Carian contingent of the Persian fleet, found herself in a precarious situation when pursued by Amenias of Pallene, an Athenian captain. In a desperate bid to escape, Artemisia rammed a friendly Persian ship from Calindia, sinking it and killing its crew, including its king, Themistocles. This act of self-preservation misled Amenias into believing that she was an ally, prompting him to cease his pursuit. Well, from his vantage point on Mount Aigeleo, Xerxes observed the incident and mistakenly thought Artemisia had struck an enemy vessel. Impressed by her apparent aggression amidst the otherwise lackluster performance of his commanders, he reportedly remarked, "My men have become women, and my women have become men." Well, the battle had definitely turned against the Persians, leading to their chaotic retreat towards Phalerum. The Aeginetans took advantage of this situation, ambushing the retreating Persian ships, further compounding their losses. The remnants of the Persian fleet sought refuge at the harbor of Phalerum under the protection of the Persian land forces. Meanwhile, the Athenian general Aristides led a force to Citaleia, an island where Xerxes had stationed a garrison, and executed all of the Persian troops that were stationed there. The aftermath of the battle left the Persian naval forces severely depleted. Herodotus notes that the following year, the Persian fleet was reduced to 300 triremes, indicating a loss of possibly 200 to 300 ships. That's a lot of wood, based on earlier estimates of its strength. Now, this disparity in casualties between the two sides was exacerbated by the fact that many Persians, unlike the Greeks, could not swim. This, of course, led to a higher rate of drownings among the Persian ranks. But you really think they would have learned before joining the navy? Hindsight is a beautiful thing. Xerxes' reaction to the defeat was, let's say it was one of bitter disappointment. He was a little upset. Observing the defeat all the way from his comfortable chair on Mount Aegaleo, he witnessed some Phoenician captains accusing the Ionians of cowardice. Seizing upon a counter-example of Ionian valor, witnessing an Ionian ship capturing an Aeginetan vessel, Xerxes ordered the execution of the Phoenician accusers, decrying their slander against men who he thought were more noble than them. Later, as reported by Diodorus, Xerxes executed those Phoenicians responsible for initiating the fleet's retreat and threatened severe punishment for the remaining crews, prompting the surviving Phoenician ships to flee to Asia under the cover of night. Well, after the defeat at Salamis, Xerxes tried to construct a bridge or causeway across the straits to attack the Athenians directly, but this effort was thwarted by the vigilant Greek fleet now controlling the straits, and well and truly controlling it. Well, in the wake of the setback, Herodotus describes a council of war where the Persian general Mardonius attempted to downplay the naval defeat, urging Xerxes not to worry about the incredible loss of ships, and suggesting either an immediate attack on the Peloponnese or a more cautious delay. Mardonius emphasized the valor of the Persian soldiers and proposed that if Xerxes chose to retreat to Persia, he could leave behind a substantial force under his command to continue the campaign. Xerxes, concerned about the security of the bridges over the Hellespont and the possibility of his army being trapped in Europe, decided to withdraw the majority of his forces back to Persia. He left Mardonius in Greece with a select force of elite infantry and cavalry to attempt to finish subduing the Greeks. This decision led to the Persian troops to vacate Attica, allowing the Athenians to return to their city, which had unfortunately been ravaged by the Persians. Now in 479 BC, Mardonius once again struck Athens, prompting the second destruction of the city. However, the Greek states, primarily under Spartan leadership, resolved to confront Mardonius and march to Attica. Mardonius, preferring to fight in open terrain where he could effectively use his cavalry, withdrew to Boeotia. The two forces eventually clashed near Plataea, where the Greeks secured a decisive victory, effectively annihilating a large portion of the Persian army, and effectively ending the Persian invasion. Simultaneously, the Greek fleet engaged the remnants of the Persian navy at the Battle of Mycale, further crippling Persian naval power, and effectively marking the strategic end of Persian ambitions in Greece, at least for now. Themistocles, born around 524 BC in Athens, a legend of ancient Greek history. As a visionary leader, He was instrumental in the expansion of the Athenian navy, recognizing earlier on the critical role that naval power would play in repelling the Persian invaders. His masterstroke at the Battle of Salamis, where he cleverly trapped and decimated the Persian fleet, marked a turning point in the Greco-Persian Wars, securing Greek independence and demonstrating the effectiveness of Athenian sea power. Thus, his legacy as a defender of Greece and a master strategist endures to this day, inviting further exploration of this complex life and the dramatic era in which he lived. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, pleasure to meet you. And if you're coming back, well, it's good to see you again. And let's have another adventure tonight, back into the past. The best way to support the channel is just to enjoy it. But if you want to do 2 clicks for me, the like and subscribe boosts me up in the algorithm, and further to that, there's a few links in the description, if you're so inclined. But for now, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we can begin our journey into the life of Themistocles. Themistocles, an influential Athenian statesman and naval strategist, born around 524 BC in the Deme of Phrearii in Attica. He was reportedly the son of Neocles, a man from the Leontian tribe, who, according to Plutarch, was not particularly distinguished in Athens. The identity of his mother, well, that's a bit less certain. We do know that her name was either Euterpe or Abrotonum, and she hailed from either Halicarnassus, Thrace, or perhaps Acarnania. This mixed heritage marks Themistocles as somewhat of an outsider in Athenian society, and as you will come to see, this was a stigma that he faced and had to deal with from early on. Now, the family resided in Kynosarges, a district of Athens known for its immigrant population, and located outside of the city walls. Themistocles, from a young age, showed a keen understanding of social barriers, cleverly inviting aristocratic youths to train with him at Kynosarges, thereby blurring the lines between citizens and foreigners, a line that was drawn quite harshly in those days. While his childhood was reportedly tumultuous as well, with some sources claiming his behavior led to disownment by his father, which I will mention is a claim that Plutarch disputes. Instead, Plutarch portrays Themistocles as intensely ambitious, driven even in his youth by aspirations of public service. His teacher once prophesied that Themistocles would be no ordinary man, but rather he would become someone significant, for better or perhaps worse. Well, Themistocles was married to Archippe, daughter of Lysander of Alipeke, and they had 3 sons together, Archeptolis, Polyeuctus, and Cleophantus, with the latter known for his horsemanship, but not equaling his father in valor or virtue. Themistocles also had 2 other sons, Neocles and Diocles, but the former died young from a horse bite, and the latter was adopted by his maternal grandfather. Themistocles' daughters were notably connected through advantageous marriages. Nesiptolema married her half-brother, Archeptolis, and served as a priestess of Cybele. His daughter Italia married Pantheodes of Chios, and Sybaris was wed to Nicomedes the Athenian. After Themistocles' death, another daughter, Nicomache, was married to his nephew, Thrasicles, who also assumed responsibility for Asia, Themistocles' youngest child. Now, the world that he was born into was certainly a turbulent one, especially in Athens, following the death of the tyrant Pisistratos in 527 BC, who was succeeded by his sons Hipparchus and Hippias. Hipparchus's assassination in 514 led Hippias to become increasingly paranoid and reliant on mercenaries. Cleisthenes, a prominent member of the exiled Alcmaeonid family, sought to overthrow Hippias and orchestrated a Spartan attack on Athens in 510 that successfully removed Hippias from power. However, the Athenian nobility initially rejected Cleisthenes' leadership, choosing Isagoras as archon with Spartan backing. Cleisthenes, aiming to avoid Athenian subservience to Sparta, proposed a democratic system that shifted power to the Athenian people. This proposal led to the ousting of Isagoras and defense against another Spartan assault, solidifying Cleisthenes' political reforms. The establishment of democracy in Athens created significant opportunities for individuals like Themistocles, who had previously been marginalized from political power. You see, this new system was more of a meritocracy. It valued skills such as negotiation, public visibility, and networking, and all of these were areas in which Themistocles rather excelled in. Thus he strategically relocated to Ceramicus, a less affluent area of Athens, which enhanced his image as a man of the people, and facilitating his engagement with the ordinary citizenry, who were the new power brokers of the democracy. He actively sought the support of these citizens, marking a pivotal point of visiting local taverns, markets, and docks, places traditionally overlooked by politicians, to engage directly with voters and remember their names and their problems, building a base of support among those not traditionally courted by political leaders. While focusing on this new demographic, Themistocles also maintained relations with the Athenian nobility to ensure he did not alienate this influential group. Additionally, Themistocles was the first in Athens to practice law as a preparation for public life, employing his skills as an attorney and arbitrator to serve the common people, further boosting his popularity and support base. At around 30 years old, in 494 BC, Themistocles became eligible for the archonship, the highest office in the Athenian government. Riding on his widespread popularity, he was quickly elected as Archon Eponymous in 493 BC. During his tenure, Themistocles initiated a shift in Athenian military strategy by enhancing its naval power. He spearheaded the development of a new port at Piraeus, replacing the older facilities at Phalerum. The choice of Piraeus was a strategic one. Though further away from Athens, it offered 3 natural harbors and was much more easily defensible. Themistocles' focus on naval power was crucial, anticipating the increasing importance of maritime strength in the 5th century BC. This move not only prepared Athens for future conflicts, but also aligned with his personal political strategy. By bolstering naval capabilities, Themistocles required the mobilization of common citizens, or thetes as they were known, as rowers, thus increasing their political leverage and, by extension, his own influence, since these were the very constituents that had helped him rise to power. After the Battle of Marathon around 489, Miltiades, the Athenian hero of the battle, suffered a serious injury during a failed attempt to capture Paros. While he was incapacitated, the influential Alcmaeonid family capitalized on his vulnerability and orchestrated his prosecution. Miltiades was fined heavily for allegedly deceiving the Athenian people and died shortly afterwards due to his injuries. This incident prompted the Athenians to employ the practice of ostracism for the very first time, an aspect of Cleisthenes' democratic reforms that had not yet been used. Citizens wrote the name of a politician they wished to exile on a pottery shard, aiming to curb the power struggles among the Athens' noble families. The result was the exile of leaders from prominent families, including the Alcmaeonids. Now Themistocles, with strong support from the poorer citizens, emerged as a leading figure in Athens after Miltiades' death. During this time, Themistocles' main political rival was Aristides, known for his virtue and integrity, and dubbed with the epithet the Just. The rivalry between them intensified, partly fueled by personal competition for affections within their shared social circles. Amidst growing concerns over another Persian invasion, Themistocles advocated for the expansion of Athens' naval power, foreseeing the need for a capable fleet to counter the Persians. This was opposed by Aristides, who represented the interests of the hoplite class, the Zeugites. Now in 483 BC, the discovery of a substantial silver vein in the Athenian mines at Laurium presented an opportunity. Themistocles proposed using this silver to build 200 triremes to strengthen Athens' naval force, contrasting with Aristides' proposal to distribute the wealth among Athenians, which was no doubt less prudent, but probably a lot more popular. Well, Themistocles framed his proposal around the immediate threat from Aegina, with whom Athens was currently at war, rather than the distant Persian threat, but he certainly saw that coming. In the end, his plan was adopted, albeit with a reduction to 100 triremes. This disagreement heightened tensions between the supporters of Themistocles and Aristides, culminating in the ostracism of Aristides in 482. This effectively endorsed Themistocles' naval policies. Later, as the threat from Persia became more imminent, the Athenians, realizing the gravity of the situation, approved the construction of even more ships than initially planned by Themistocles, once again solidifying his position in Athens' leading politician as the Persian invasion approached. In 481 BC, a congress of about 30 Greek city-states assembled, aligning under the leadership of Athens and Sparta to confront the anticipated Persian invasion. while the Spartans took charge of the land forces. The command of the naval forces, critical due to Athens' significant naval capacity, became a contentious issue. Themistocles sought command for Athens, but faced opposition from other naval powers like Corinth and Aegina. Ultimately, a compromise was reached, appointing Spartan Eurybiades as the nominal commander, though Themistocles effectively led the fleet in all practical manner. The initial Greek strategy involved assembling 10,000 hoplites at the Vale of Tempe in Thessaly under Spartan Leonidas and Themistocles, aiming to block Xerxes' advance. Xerxes was the commander of the Persians, the king, rather. However, they withdrew after Alexander I of Macedon advised that the Persian army could bypass the Vale, and, well, was significantly larger than anticipated. The news of Xerxes crossing the Hellespont prompted another strategic shift. Themistocles then devised a plan to block the narrow pass of Thermopylae on land, and to have the Athenian and allied navies block the Straits of Artemisium at sea, to prevent the Persians from circumventing the Thermopylae pass. Convincing Athens required Themistocles to argue for a total naval commitment, implying the evacuation of Athens itself. It's a pretty hard sell. Well, he successfully persuaded the Athenians to mobilize every able man for the fleet, which necessitated evacuating Athenian women and children to Troezen for safety. This decision reflected Themistocles' exceptional oratory and strategic foresight, as he not only navigated the complexities of Athenian politics, and broader Greek politics at that, but he also set a course for the Athenian military and civil action. Not many people would have been able to talk them into it, but once again, Themistocles is just so special, isn't he? Well, his ability to secure Athenian commitment to the war effort reassured the other Greek allies, leading to the acceptance of his strategic proposals at a subsequent meeting. This unified front was crucial for the Greek defense against the Persian invasion. They either all stood together, or they were all wiped out. In August of 480, as the Persian forces advanced towards Thessaly, the Greek allies strategically positioned their naval fleet at Artemisium, and their army at Thermopylae. Themistocles led the Athenian segment of the fleet to Artemisium, preparing to confront the Persian naval force. Despite delays in the Persian advance, Eurybiades, the official commander of the allied fleet and less assertive leader, considered retreating. Themistocles, having received a significant bribe from locals to keep the fleet stationed at Artemisium, used a part of the bribe to persuade Eurybiades to engage in battle, while keeping the remainder for himself. Under the practical leadership of Themistocles, the allied fleet managed to hold its ground over 3 days of intense fighting, albeit against a numerically superior Persian fleet, but they did incur heavy losses. The defeat of the allied forces at Thermopylae, however, rendered their position at Artemisium untenable, leading to a strategic withdrawal. Amidst these tactical maneuvers, Themistocles employed psychological warfare. He strategically left messengers at potential Persian watering spots to encourage Ionian mercenaries within the Persian fleet, who understood the Persian language, to either defect or simply underperform. Well, his goal was to create mistrust within the Persian ranks, potentially weakening their resolve and effectiveness. Following the defeat at Thermopylae, Boeotia was overrun by Persian forces, who then set their sights on Athens. As the Persians advanced, the Peloponnesian allies prepared defensive positions at the Isthmus of Corinth, effectively conceding Athens. The allied fleet, withdrawing from Artemisium, regrouped at Salamis to facilitate the final evacuation of Athenian citizens, although the Peloponnesian naval forces preferred to join the army at the Isthmus for a more consolidated defense. Themistocles, drawing from his experiences at Artemisium, argued for the strategic advantages of engaging in combat within the confined waters of the Salamis Strait. He emphatically proposed that if the allies did not agree to make the stand at Salamis, he would lead the Athenians to establish a new colony in Sicily. Well, eventually convinced by Themistocles' resolve and recognizing their dependence on Athenian naval strength, the allies agreed to stay and confront the Persian navy at Salamis. In a strategic move to provoke this critical naval engagement, Themistocles employed deception. Aware of Xerxes' eagerness to conclude his Greek campaign with a decisive victory, Themistocles sent his servant, Sicinus, to falsely inform Xerxes that the Athenians favored a Persian victory and that the Greek coalition was fracturing, running scared, with the Peloponnesians intending to flee that very evening. Themistocles suggested that by simply blocking the straits, the Persians could have a secure and easy victory. In the bag before dinner time, no problem. This misinformation not only aimed to coax the Persian navy into the straits, but also served as a contingency to curry favor with Xerxes, in case the Greeks were actually defeated. Well, Xerxes was pretty happy to get this information. Motivated by the prospect of a swift victory, he ordered his fleet to promptly block the Straits of Salamis. The Persian navy, anticipating pretty much minimal resistance, sailed straight into the trap set by Themistocles. Contrary to Persian expectations, they were met by a fully prepared and unified allied fleet, ready to defend their territory in what would become a very bad day for the Persians. Now Herodotus recounts that during the maneuvers of the Persian fleet, Aristides, recently returned from exile upon Themistocles' insistence to unite all Athenians against the Persians, arrived from Aegina at the allied camp. He informed Themistocles that the Persian navy had effectively encircled the allies, a development that confirmed Themistocles' tactical setup was indeed in place, trapping the Persians exactly as he planned. The allied commanders, seemingly unaware of Themistocles' strategy, received the news without protest, suggesting they might have been complicit in the ruse from the start. As the battle approached, Themistocles rallied his marines with a speech before they set sail. The battle that ensued saw the Persian navy, larger but confined by the narrow straits, thrown into complete disarray. The disorganization played to the Athenians' advantage, enabling them and their allies to secure a pivotal victory. And thus, the Battle of Salamis marked a crucial turning point in the Second Persian Invasion and the Greco-Persian Wars at last. But, although it didn't end the Persian threat, It certainly prevented the conquest of all Greece, and set the stage for the allies to take the offensive the following year. The significance of Salamis extends beyond its immediate military outcomes, as it is often considered one of the most important battles in history, influencing the survival and subsequent flourishing of Greek culture and political ideals. Themistocles' foresight in bolstering Athenian naval power and his strategic skill at Salamis were instrumental in this outcome, with Plutarch later remarking that Themistocles played the most crucial role in the salvation of Greece. After their victory, the immediate threat to Greece was mitigated, at least for now, leading Xerxes to return to Asia with a portion of his forces. But he left his general, Mardonius, in charge to continue attempts at conquering Greece. Thus Mardonius spent the winter in Boeotia and Thessaly, which allowed the Athenians to return to their city, although it had been completely devastated by the Persians. The winter proved challenging for Themistocles and the Athenians, as the Peloponnesian allies were reluctant to march north of the Isthmus to engage the Persian army, despite Athenian appeals. During a celebratory meeting in Corinth, where the allies awarded achievements, Aegina was given the prize for civic achievement, much to the chagrin of the Athenians, who felt that their pivotal role at Salamis was being a little bit underappreciated. Can't blame them, to be honest. They should have at least got something. Well, the admirals each voted themselves for individual achievement, of course, resulting in a tie where nobody won. Funny how that works. Well, to appease Themistocles and acknowledge the importance of the Athenian fleet, the Spartans invited him to Sparta, where he received a special accolade for his strategic brilliance, and was overall praised by everyone. Plutarch notes that at the following Olympic Games, Themistocles was the center of attention, overshadowing the athletic contests themselves, indicating the high regard in which he was held for his service to Greece. Back in Athens, Themistocles proposed a controversial strategy to maintain Athenian dominance. He suggested to the Athenian assembly that he had a plan beneficial to the city, but couldn't really disclose it publicly. Sounds pretty interesting, doesn't it? Well, Aristides was chosen to hear and judge the plan in private. Themistocles revealed his intention to destroy the naval stations of their Greek allies to ensure Athenian supremacy. Aristides reported back that while the strategy was advantageous, it was, well, really not cool. Well, upon hearing this, the Athenian people were not impressed, and they instructed Themistocles to abandon his plan, demonstrating their preference for fairness and honor over mere strategic gain. What's that saying? You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Well, despite Themistocles' crucial role in Greek victories, his prominence eventually led to envy and fatigue among his fellow citizens, a common consequence for leaders in Athenian democracy. By early 479, he was relieved of his military command. Xanthibus took over the Athenian fleet, and Aristides led the land forces. As for Themistocles, he remained politically and militarily involved, but only to a certain extent, Ancient sources don't really detail his actions in 479, and if there were anything of note, then they certainly would have detailed them. Well, during the summer of that year, after Athens issued an ultimatum, the Peloponnesian forces finally decided to confront Mardonius, who had once again seized Athens in June. The decisive Battle of Plataea followed, where the allied forces effectively destroyed the Persian army. On the same day, the allied navy achieved victory over the remaining Persian fleet at the Battle of Mycale. These simultaneous victories marked the end of the Persian threat to Greece and solidified the allied triumph in the Greco-Persian Wars. Despite initial unpopularity in 479, Themistocles soon regained favor among the Athenians, enjoying a lengthy period of popularity thereafter. After the Persian invasion and subsequent devastation of Athens, Themistocles led the reconstruction efforts, starting in the autumn of 479. He focused quickly on restoring Athens' fortifications, a move that faced opposition from Sparta. They argued that fortified cities north of the Isthmus could serve as potential strongholds for Persians. To counter this, Themistocles cleverly delayed Spartan emissaries sent to inspect the construction, ensuring the fortifications were completed by the time they got there. Well, Themistocles then traveled to Sparta as an ambassador to address their concerns, falsely assuring them that they didn't construct any fortifications at all, knowing perfectly well that they did. By the time the Spartan inspectors realized the truth, it was all too late. The incident resulted in the temporary detention of Spartan ambassadors in Athens and allowed Themistocles to safeguard the city from potential Spartan interference. This episode, however, sowed the seeds of mistrust towards Themistocles among the Spartans. Now, returning to his naval policies, Themistocles expanded and fortified the Piraeus port, binding Athens more closely to its naval capabilities. His efforts aimed to establish Athens as the leading naval power in the region, a goal further realized by the formation of the Delian League in 478. This alliance brought together Aegean islands and Ionia under Athenian leadership, once more cementing its naval supremacy. Themistocles also implemented economic policies to boost Athens' commercial appeal, including tax incentives for merchants and artisans, which transformed Athens into a major trade hub. Additionally, he advocated for the construction of 20 triremes annually to maintain overall naval superiority. Although he once proposed the controversial idea of destroying the Allied Navy's beached ships to achieve unchallenged control over the seas, this was vetoed by Aristides and other Athenian leaders. Now, towards the late 470s, Themistocles found himself increasingly alienated in Athens due to a mix of jealousy and his own arrogance. He faced opposition from various fronts. The poet Timochrion of Rhodes openly criticized him through vitriolic verses, and the Spartans worked against him by supporting Cimon, a rising political figure and son of Miltiades, as his competitor. The Spartans also tried to implicate Themistocles in the treason of the Spartan general Pausanias, although he was acquitted of these charges. In Athens, his decision to build a sanctuary of Artemis, with the epithet Aristobule, of good counsel, close to his home was seen as self-aggrandizing, linking him too closely to Greece's salvation from the Persian invasion, which further diminished his standing. Eventually, this combination of factors led to his ostracism around 472 or 71, an act meant to quell the envy and mitigate the power of prominent individuals, without explicitly implying any official misconduct. Exiled to Argos, Themistocles soon faced renewed challenges from the Spartans, who attempted to link him with the treason of Pausanias. They advocated for his trial by Congress of the Greeks rather than Athens, though it appears he was eventually called back to Athens for trial. Well, Themistocles wasn't going to walk up onto the gallows himself. Anticipating a grim outcome, he fled to Corfu, and then sought refuge with Admetus, the king of Molosia. His flight likely reinforced the suspicions of his guilt, and he was subsequently declared a traitor in Athens, with orders for all of his property to be immediately confiscated. Despite the efforts of Spartan ambassadors to persuade King Admetus to surrender Themistocles by threatening war against Molosia, Admetus allowed him to escape, and even provided him with a considerable sum of gold. Themistocles then left Greece, marking the end of his political life. Both Diodorus and Plutarch later asserted that the charges against Themistocles were in fact fabricated, intended solely to bring about his downfall. From Molosia, Themistocles made his way to Pydna and boarded a ship bound for Asia Minor. Unfortunately, a storm diverted the ship to Naxos, which was under the siege of the Athenian fleet. To avoid arrest, Themistocles disclosed his identity to the ship's captain, threatening to claim that he had been bribed to transport him if he was not brought to safety. Thucydides reports that the ship eventually landed safely in Ephesus, allowing Themistocles to disembark. Alternatively, Plutarch records the ship docking at Cyme in Aeolia, and Diodorus suggests that Themistocles reached Asia through other means. Following his arrival, Themistocles stayed with an acquaintance familiar with the Persian king Artaxerxes I. Due to the bounty on his head, this friend hid Themistocles in a covered wagon used for transporting the king's concubines to ensure his safe passage to the Persian court. The historical accounts converge on his approach to Artaxerxes, albeit differing in details. Thucydides describes a letter, while Plutarch and Diodorus depict a direct meeting. Themistocles introduced himself with a candid acknowledgement of his past actions, and reportedly, this is what he said. I, Themistocles, have come to you, who did your house more harm than any of the Hellenics, when I was compelled to defend myself against your father's invasion, harm, however, far surpassed by the good that I did him during his retreat, which brought no danger for me, but much for him. After securing a year's grace to master the Persian language and customs, Themistocles was ready to serve King Artaxerxes. His ability to swiftly adapt and excel in foreign courts impressed the king greatly. Artaxerxes, delighted to have a formidable former adversary as his ally, granted Themistocles high honors and responsibilities that were unprecedented for a foreigner. Themistocles not only participated in royal hunts and household activities, but also significantly influenced Persian policies towards Greece. Meanwhile, the family of Themistocles, having been safely extracted from Athens, joined him in exile, bringing a semblance of home to his foreign surroundings. They, along with many of his possessions sent by friends, helped ease this transition. Despite a significant portion of his wealth being confiscated by the Athenians, Themistocles lived quite comfortably, thanks to the revenues from the several cities he governed. Magnesia provided a substantial income, while other cities like Myus and Lampsacus supplied his table and home. Themistocles, by the way, wasn't the only Greek to find refuge and favor in the Achaemenid Empire. Others, like Hippias and Demaratus, also sought sanctuary there, and often receiving generous land grants and governance roles over various cities in Asia Minor. This practice mirrored the reciprocal hospitality extended to Achaemenid satraps in western courts. This cross-cultural exchange of elites shows the interconnectedness of the ancient Mediterranean and Near Eastern political landscapes. Now, coins, the old numismatics, as we say, that is the study of coins, are the only contemporary artifacts from Themistocles' era, with the first ruler of portraiture appearing on coinage in the 5th century BC. As the Achaemenid governor of Magnesia around 465 to 459, Themistocles might have been the first to feature his own likeness on coins, merging Greek individual portraiture traditions with the dynastic authority typical to Achaemenid rulers. However, there is speculation that some coins attributed to him might instead depict Zeus. Well, Themistocles also erected 2 statues of himself, one in Athens and another in Magnesia, supporting the notion that he utilized personal imagery on his coins. And interestingly, a statue of Themistocles from Magnesia appeared on the reverse side of coins from the Roman era, specifically under Emperor Antoninus Pius in the 2nd century AD. The tradition of depicting rulers on coins was later notably advanced by the rulers at Lycia at the end of the 5th century BC, and was popularized on a broad scale by Alexander the Great, eventually becoming a standard feature of coinage. Themistocles passed away in 495 BC in Magnesia at the age of 65 from what Thucydides describes as natural causes. But of course, rumors circulated that he took his own life rather than obey an order from the Persian king to wage war against Athens, either by drinking bull's blood or taking poison. And we actually have an account from Plutarch, which sort of tells of his version of events. And I'll read the full passage from Plutarch now. But when Egypt revolted with Athenian aid, and Simon's mastery of the sea forced the king to resist the efforts of the Hellenes and to hinder their hostile growth, messengers came down to Themistocles saying that the king commanded him to make good on his promises by applying himself to the Hellenic problem. Then, neither embittered by anything like anger against his former fellow citizens, nor lifted up by the great honor and power he was to have in the war, but possibly thinking his task was not even approachable, both because Hellas had other great generals at the time, and especially because Simon was so marvelously successful in his campaigns. Yet most of all, out of all regard for the reputation of his own achievements and the trophies of those early days, having decided that his best course was to put a fitting end to his own life, he made a sacrifice to the gods, then called his friends together, gave them a farewell clasp of his hand, and, as the current story goes, drank bull's blood, or as some say, took a quick poison, and so he died in Magnesia in the 65th year of his life. They say that the king, on learning the cause and manner of his death, admired the man yet more, and continued to treat his friends and kindred with the utmost kindness. End of the passage from Plutarch. Now, following his death, it was rumored that Themistocles' bones were secretly returned to Attica for burial, fulfilling his last wish, as it was against the law to bury a traitor in Athenian soil. In Magnesia, a magnificent tomb was erected in his honor in the marketplace, which stood into Plutarch's time, and the city dedicated part of its income to his descendants. Nepos, writing in the 1st century BC, noted a statue of Themistocles in the Forum of Magnesia, and this statue is depicted on a coin type minted under Roman Emperor Antoninus Pius in the 2nd century AD. Themistocles was known for his immense ambition, often described as surpassing all others in his drive for power, and he exhibited traits of vanity and a strong desire for recognition. He had a complex relationship with power, combining genuine concern for Athens with actions that often seemed self-serving, to say the least. He was also noted for accepting bribes, indicating a certain level of corruption, at least by today's standards. But I suppose we can't hold him by our modern sensibilities now, can't we? Of course, despite all of the negative traits, he was also recognized for his natural brilliance and leadership. He had an extraordinary ability to respond to crises with swift judgment and to foresee distant possibilities, often without prior experience in those matters. His capacity to handle emergencies with intuitive acumen was particularly praised. Herodotus recounts an episode highlighting Themistocles' sharp wit in dealing with criticism about his fame being due only to his Athenian origin. When Timodemus of Aphrodite, his persistent critic, suggested that his honors were due to his city and not his own merit, Themistocles retorted that if he were from the insignificant town of Belbina, he would not have received such honors, nor would Timodemus have been honored for being from Athens. This response, of course, turns the argument around a little bit, emphasizing that indeed the achievements were notable. Plato also offers a similar anecdote, where Themistocles responds to a heckler from the small island of Seriphus by saying that while it is true he wouldn't have been famous if from Seriphus, the heckler would not have been notable either, even if he was from Athens. They not only illustrate Themistocles' intelligence, but also his sociable nature and the loyalty he inspired from his friends. His blend of virtues and vices made him a highly effective and, ultimately, a very memorable figure in Greek history. Well, thank you very much. I'm sure At least, I hope that you, as a die-hard loyal fan of ASMR Historian, you would have watched that video on the Battle of Salamis. Of course, Themistocles was the man of the hour, but there's so much more to him than just that part of history. So, while we did talk about the Battle of Salamis and Themistocles rather, his involvement within that page in history, I thought that it was best that I do a full biography on Themistocles. Wow, my goodness. 50 minutes in and I'm losing my mind. I do apologize. I thought that it was better to do a full biography on Themistocles, because frankly, he deserves it. The roots of what we recognize as magic run deep into the Greco-Roman world, a complex and multifaceted phenomenon, intertwined with religion, philosophy, and daily normality. It was not seen as a separate or distinct category by the ancients, but rather as a broad spectrum of beliefs involving gods, spirits, and supernatural forces. In ancient Greece and Rome, magic often involved the use of spells, amulets, enchantments, and rituals to manipulate natural forces or divine powers for personal gain, protection, and sometimes to inflict harm. Thus, practitioners of magic ranged from respected oracles and priests to itinerant magicians and so-called witches. These individuals often employed various materials such as herbs, stones, and animal parts, alongside incantations and elaborate rituals, to produce effects that seemed to transcend natural laws. But in literature and legal texts, magicians were sometimes viewed with suspicion and outright hostility, reflecting societal concerns about the potential for this magic to subvert established order or even harm innocents. Notably, famous works like Homer's epics, the Greek magical papyri, and the writings of Pliny the Elder provide insights into how magic was perceived and practiced. The overlap of emerging Christian beliefs and magic during the later Roman Empire caused to an increased persecution of pagan practices, including, of course, magic, branding them as heretical and aligning them with demonic activity, attitudes that shaped the Western perception of magic in subsequent centuries, all the way to our modern times. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is, it's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, we're off on another adventure together. It's going to be a good one. I think so, at least. To support the channel, just enjoy the content. That's good enough for me. But a like and subscribe, that's only 2 clicks away, and that tells YouTube that you want more people to enjoy this kind of content. If you want to go a step further, take a look at the video description. But for now, I would like you to get nice and relaxed, because we're going down a deep rabbit hole into the ancient world and those ancient practices of magic. Oh, and please do keep an open mind. I'll be going off script a little bit, talking about a few of my opinions. But that's okay. We've got plenty of time. Well, let's begin. In the annals of Greek literature, one of the earliest instances of what could be considered a magical practice is vividly depicted in Book 10 of Homer's Odyssey, a work that dates back to the early 8th century BCE, so around 2800 years ago. Now, this book recounts the adventures of Odysseus on the island of Aea, where he encounters Circe, a figure described as a sorceress, and the sister of the wizard Aetius, with both siblings born to the sun and Perse, the daughter of the ocean. The narrative details Circe's use of a wand of sorts to transform Odysseus's men into pigs, illustrating an early example of magic as a manipulation or control over natural forces. Odysseus counters Circe's magic with his own, employing a secret herb called moly, gifted to him by Hermes, the god identified with a golden wand. Now, this encounter encapsulates several elements that later traditions would associate with magical practices, and quite quintessential to them. The first, of course, being the use of rare magical substances, as in this herb moly. Think of the trope of the witch with the cauldron, and the wizard with his alchemy set up, all those potions and evil little things, and sometimes good things, depending on the witch or wizard. Now, there's also the use of mysterious tools endowed with special powers. Of course, Circe's wand is one that comes to mind. And, well, we all know that wands are an enduring symbol of magic and the tropes and all the little tools that we have around them in our modern representations. Think of Harry Potter. Think of things like Lord of the Rings and that sort of thing. Now, there's also the divine revelation of magical knowledge. Hermes comes down and provides Odysseus with the knowledge to counteract Circe's magic. So this figure who is knowledgeable about magic comes down and essentially tells the person that they, too, indeed possess these capabilities. Think about it. You're a wizard, Harry. Now, I'm not a big Harry Potter fan. In fact, I don't really like it at all. Don't unsubscribe if you are one of those people who are very well into it. But I will say that all of these tropes, all of these stereotypes that we see back in the old Greek and Roman tales, and even back to some Sumerian tales and the like, Egyptian tales, therefore, we do see them represented in things like Harry Potter. They're definitely not new ideas. I'm sure that the author of Harry Potter, her name escapes me, certainly had some grounding in these kind of types of literature from the ancient world. Of course, these components aren't the only ones, but they form the foundational idiom of magic that persists into the Hellenistic and Greco-Roman periods, and it characterizes magic as a system of tools, substances, and divine or secretive knowledge. And of course, it doesn't just exist within the fictional stories. Moreover, the depiction of Circe as a temptress and a figure of chaos who disrupts the natural order or adds another layer to the understanding of magic. Her transformation of men into swine is portrayed as an act against the natural order, framing magic as a practice potentially aligned with deception and disruption. Now, this reflects broader mythological themes where Circe, I don't know, maybe it's Circe, I'm not sure, a figure linked to the Titans, older deities that were overthrown by the Olympians. It embodies the powers considered dangerous or subversive to the established cosmic order. And on this point, that is one of the reasons why I personally do not like Harry Potter, because it's somewhat of an irresponsible use of magic. It is a willing disruption and somewhat a careless disruption of the natural order, even when they are in the circles of wizards only, and they are not allowed to use magic in certain ways in the normal world among the non-magic users. But what I do like is media such as Lord of the Rings, where the use of magic is used so sparingly and only as a last resort that the wizards within that medium seem to be a lot more wise and responsible. Now, I don't think that many people would be viewing Harry Potter or Ron Weasley as wise as Gandalf, or even Saruman, Radagast, these characters. Just my personal observation. But let's get back to the video. I do apologize, I may be going a little bit off script in this video, but I think it's important that we examine this in a more modern sense too. Now, moving into the 6th century BC, references to the Magoi began appearing in Greece, depicting a more positive conceptualization of magic. Notable among these early Greek Magoi were figures like Orpheus, Pythagoras, and Empedocles, each associated with mystical and magical powers that set them apart from their contemporaries. Orpheus, a mythical figure from Thrace, is often placed a generation before Homer and is portrayed in the 5th century Greek ceramics. Central to the Orphic mysteries, Orpheus was revered for his extraordinary abilities, particularly in using song and voice as magical tools, effectively drawing all things to him through the rapture of his music. His most famous myth involves descending into the underworld to retrieve his wife Eurydice, showcasing his journey as a more heroic and acceptable compared to these darker forms of magic. Indeed, Orpheus was often referred to as Theos Aner, or divine man, highlighting a revered status that distinguished him from lesser-regarded magicians or sorcerers. Now, similarly, the second name we mentioned, Pythagoras, a renowned 6th century mathematician and philosopher, was attributed with magical feats that underscored his divine-like status. Accounts from Aristotle's time describe Pythagoras performing acts such as appearing simultaneously in 2 cities, being greeted by a river, and even controlling animals. And that's not normal. Now, such stories not only illustrate his mystical capabilities, but also align him with the concept of the Theos Aner, the divine man, indicating a supposed divine favor. Now, Empedocles, another significant figure from 5th century BC that not many people would have heard of, I assume. Well, he was credited with a range of miraculous powers, including healing the sick, rejuvenating the old, controlling the weather, and summoning the dead. The last one seems to be the odd one out. It's a neat party trick, I suppose. Well, these abilities positioned him similarly to Orpheus and Pythagoras, blending roles as a poet, magus, teacher, and scientist. Now, there is one E.R. Dodds in his 1951 work, The Greeks and the Irrational, who portrayed Empedocles as embodying these diverse roles, further emphasizing the complex nature of this historical figure. Now, post-Empedocles, the depiction of magical gifts in literature becomes a little more specialized. Individuals might possess specific talents like healing or prophecy, but lack the broader supernatural powers attributed to those powerful earlier magoi. Now this shift is reflected in Plato's work, Laws, where he acknowledges the presence of healers, prophets, and even sorcerers in Athens, suggesting they were common across Greek cities. These practitioners were seen as completely real and potentially powerful, yet representing a lower order of humanity, necessitating control through laws. This perspective also mirrors the early Christian views, such as those in the Apostle Paul's first letter to the Corinthians, which suggest a limitation of spiritual gifts, pointing to an evolution in the understanding of magical and divine power through the ages. And, well, with the rise of Christianity in the 5th century, well, that significantly influenced perceptions and practices surrounding magic too. This shift is exemplified in the Acts of the Apostles, where Paul the Apostle persuades many Ephesians to destroy their magical texts, highlighting Christianity's rejection of older magical practices. But I think it's quite a tragedy that they destroyed them, if the story is indeed to be believed. Can you imagine how interesting they would have been to read through? Oh well, Vae Victis, woe to the vanquished. The magical papyri, which are closer to spoken Greek of that era than to the poetic or artistic prose of literary texts, often incorporate terminology from mystery cults, labeling magical formulas as celebrations of mysteries, or referring to the magician as Mystagogos, a guide in the mystical initiation. Well, these papyri contain a variety of spells, and we do have some of them still left over, so that is lucky. They also have instructions that are akin to recipes. For instance, instructing to take the eyes of a bat, etc., indicating that specific ingredients were crucial for successful magic. A fine science. And, of course, much like the herb moly used by Odysseus against Circe. Well, the effectiveness of these spells also depended on performing certain gestures during the rituals, with different gestures intended to produce different effects. These rituals could reveal dreams, allow correct interpretation of them, or even, if you had a grudge, you could send a demon to harm your enemies, or disrupt marriages, if you were that way inclined. Well, additionally, the use of magic for malevolent purposes is evident in the prevalence of curse tablets from this period. Now, derived from the Latin verb defigere, meaning to pin down, these curse tablets were used to consign enemies to the powers of the underworld, send them straight to a living hell. Well, the tablets often involved inscribing the victim's name on a thin sheet of lead, along with magical symbols or formulas, and burying it in places associated with death. Think about tombs, execution sites, or even battlefields. This was meant to invoke the spirit's power over the victim, kind of like an invitation. Pretty much you go to the battlefield and say, "Can we add this one to the pile?" Well, some tablets were even pierced with nails to enhance their magical effectiveness, showcasing a profound belief in the power of written words and symbolic acts to invoke supernatural forces. Well, in the Greco-Roman world, a pervasive fear of curses and malevolent magic, such as the evil eye, led to widespread use of protective measures, including, of course, amulets. Now, these amulets, serving as counter-magics, were crafted from a variety of materials, ranging from inexpensive substances to precious stones, which were especially valued for their believed protective powers. Numerous carved gems, clearly intended for magical rather than decorative use, have been unearthed, attesting to their common use as amulets. And even organic materials, such as beetles, were also fashioned into amulets, demonstrating the varied nature of these protective objects. And of course, think about it. Many of our modern religions that are more palatable to those modern sensibilities for whatever they're worth, well, they have their own protective amulets too. People of many different religions have all sorts of things that they wear and, well, if you believe that they work, I suppose there's something to it. Now, amulets in the Greco-Roman world, well, they often incorporated a blend of Babylonian, Egyptian, and of course local Greek magical elements, reflecting a cultural synthesis in magical practices. Of course, if you really want to find the roots of magic, you go all the way back to Babylon, Sumeria, those old civilizations before the Bronze Age collapse. That dark age. Well, these amulets typically contained abbreviated magical formulas, similar to those found in the extensive magical papyri, suggesting that they were an integral part of everyday life for many people, intended to safeguard against the very real threats of malevolent forces. Now, the importance of tools in magical rituals is underscored by archaeological findings, such as, believe it or not, a magician's kit from the 3rd century, discovered in Pergamon, Anatolia. This kit included a variety of items, such as a bronze table and base engraved with symbols, a similarly decorated dish, a large inscribed bronze nail, 2 bronze rings, and 3 black polished stones inscribed with the names of supernatural powers. Such tools were probably as crucial to the performance of magic as the spells and incantations themselves. The evidence from the Greco-Roman period suggests a long-standing and widespread acceptance of magic, with traditions that likely developed well before the Hellenistic period and continued to evolve throughout. The scholarly consensus, at least the time of making this video, 2024, indicates that while many of the surviving accounts of magical practices are from later sources, the rituals and beliefs they described were deeply rooted in the culture and history of that period. However, it does remain a little less clear how the perceptions of magic's efficacy and acceptance in broad terms may have shifted from the early Greek and Roman eras to the later Hellenistic period. That is a little bit difficult to work out. Now, before we do continue in a more chronological sense, we're going to go back to the classical period. Herodotus, Xenophon, and Plutarch often referred to magos in the context of Zoroastrian religious beliefs or practices, but the term was more commonly associated with the concept of a magician. Consequently, many classical writers viewed these magicians with a good bit of skepticism, considering them charlatans or frauds Remember, the Greeks were thinkers. Now, in Plato's Symposium, for example, magicians are depicted as malevolent, yet somewhat effective through their association with the god Eros. Pliny also described them quite negatively. Magic in general was not well regarded, often condemned by various speakers and writers of the time. Now, there has been discussion about suppression of magical texts, like the Greek magical papyri, with significant instances such as the burning of magical scrolls in Ephesus, as recounted in the Acts of the Apostles. That's Acts 19:19, if you've got a Bible next to you. And an event in 13 BC, where Augustus reportedly ordered the destruction of 2,000 magical scrolls. Well, perhaps these are just suppressive acts, but we have an explanation from one Hans Dieter Betz, and he gives us a rundown of the consequences. And I'll quote from his work. As a result of these acts of suppression, the magicians and their literature went underground. The papyri themselves testify to this by constantly recurring admonition to keep the books secret. The religious beliefs and practices of most people were identical with some form of magic, and the neat distinctions we make today between approved and disapproved forms of religion, calling the former religion and church, and the latter magic and cult, did not exist in antiquity, except among a few intellectuals. It is known that philosophers of the Neo-Pythagorean and Neoplatonic schools, as well as Gnostic and Hermetic groups, used magical books and hence must have possessed copies. But most of the material vanished, and what we have left are their quotations. Now, there also is Albrecht Dietrich, who highlights the significance of magical Greek papyri in the study of ancient religions, noting that these texts are particularly valuable because they often blend elements from multiple religious traditions. Of course, we've mentioned the Babylonians and the Egyptians, but also Jewish traditions. Now, magic is often perceived much like weeds compared to flowers, distinguished only by negative societal judgments. Well, it typically involves practices considering anything from trivial superstitions to activities that are outright malicious and dangerous. Of course, that is left up to the observer's decision. Magic frequently adopts aspects of religious practice, including the use of divine names and performance of religious ceremonies, making it occasionally challenging to differentiate clearly from established religious practices. Unlike religious practices that aim to supplicate deities, magic is generally seen as manipulative, striving to command rather than request favor of supernatural forces. Instead of asking for help, it's seen as a kind of manipulation. Well, while religious ceremonies are designed to honor gods and seek their benevolence, magic was seen as pursued by those who desire power, relying often on pseudo-scientific methods to get it. The pursuit includes rituals that do not form any part of religious worship and are therefore deemed to be irreligious. Now, throughout history, the practice of magic has mirrored the broader religious practices of the Mediterranean world, intertwining beliefs in gods, divinations, and potent words. Over time, magic developed into a distinct tradition, with practitioners attempting to merge various unconventional elements of Greco-Roman religious practices into what they specifically termed magic. This integration was most prominent during the Roman Empire from the 3rd to 5th centuries CE, where even the best of Greek science was not free from magical influences. But of course, where do you really draw the line? Now, the study of the Greek magical papyri reveals a predominance of Greco-Egyptian rather than Greco-Roman beliefs, showcasing a significant syncretism where ancient Egyptian religious practices not only endured but were also significantly transformed under Hellenistic influence. This transformation likely simplified Egyptian religious elements to make them more easily integratable into the dominant Hellenistic cultural framework. The magicians responsible for these texts were clearly products of their Hellenistic environment, yet their work also involved adapting Greek religious traditions into Egyptian contexts. This syncretism manifested in various ways across different documents, indicating a complex blend of religious and magical practices that only continued to evolve and adapt as time went on. Now, broadly categorized magical practices in ancient times were of two main types. Theurgy, referred to as high magic, and Goetia, known as low magic. Now, theurgy is sometimes seen as glorifying the practice of magic, typically associated with a figure resembling a respectable priest who conducts the rituals. The term theurgy itself was described by the Neoplatonist philosopher Proclus as, and I quote, a power higher than all human wisdom. And this, of course, encompasses divination, initiation's purifying powers, and all forms of divine possession. It can be simply understood as magic employed for religious purposes, based on a presumed revelation of religious nature. Unlike common or vulgar magic, which utilizes religious names and formulas for secular ends, theurgy applies the methods of common magic towards more sacred objectives. Now, in theurgical practices, interaction with the divine could occur in one of two ways. Either the soul of the theurgist or a medium might leave the body to ascend to the heavens to perceive the divinity, or perhaps the divinity could descend to the earth to appear in a vision or dream to the theurgist. This latter method involved drawing down the divine presence using specific symbols or magical formulas. According to Plotinus, a prominent philosopher of the 3rd century, theurgy aimed to synchronize all entities in the cosmos, connecting humans with all elements through the universal forces that flow throughout them. This elevated form of magic was termed theurgia, a word used by philosophers interested in magic to distinguish their noble practices from those of the lower status magicians, known as magoi or goets. Now, on the other hand, we've got Goetia, and it carried negative connotations associated with more disreputable, deceptive, and mundane aspects. This term, akin to the ambiguity found in the word charm, suggested both magical practices and the power to attract, particularly in a sexual context. Goetia represented the less esteemed practices that were often considered fraudulent or trivial compared to the revered rites of theurgy. Think about white magic and black magic, if you want to put it into those terms. My goodness, what has this channel become? Well, it's interesting, I suppose. Now, in the 1st century CE, several historical figures exhibited traits that were commonly associated with the Greek concept of divine men. So we've already mentioned Orpheus, Pythagoras, and Empedocles. But noteworthy, the others that we may mention are Jesus of Nazareth, Simon Magus, and Apollonius of Tyana. Of course, to an observer, Jesus might have appeared as a typical miracle worker of his time, performing exorcisms, healing the sick, prophesying, and even raising the dead, which was the style at the time. He wasn't the only one going around doing those things. Well, as Christianity began to be viewed as a subversive element within the Greco-Roman world, especially against the backdrop of the Roman imperial cult, accusations arose against Jesus and his followers of engaging in magical practices. And it wasn't theurgy. Fingers were pointed, and accusations of Goetia, the bad kind of magic. Well, of course, in the Jewish texts, they're not very kind to Jesus. There are many accusations of this, I do believe, in the Babylonian Talmud and other Jewish sources. Now, the narratives of Jesus' life in Christian texts share similarities with tales of divinely influenced individuals. His divine origin, miraculous birth, confrontations with Satan, just a few of the things that exemplify this. Now, hostile interpretations, such as what I've mentioned, those found in certain rabbinical texts, suggest that Jesus acquired magical knowledge during a stay in Egypt as a child. And there are some stories from these rabbinical texts that claim that when he returned to the Holy Land, he was covered in tattoos, and all of those tattoos were spells. Remember, you gotta write the names, you gotta write the symbols. Well, that is the claim that some of the rabbinical texts make. Well, additionally, these sources occasionally depict Jesus as a madman, a characteristic often linked to individuals possessing significant power, so much power that they don't know what to do with it. But scholars have debated these portrayals, with some, like Morton Smith in his book Jesus the Magician, suggesting that the phenomena described in the Gospels, such as the descent of the Spirit, closely resemble possession by a demon, as understood in pagan contexts at least. Smith argues that such parallels indicate the usage of the term magic was a convenient way for the Romans to distinguish between culturally acceptable practices and those that they deemed to be foreign or unacceptable. However, this perspective is not without its critics. For instance, there's criticism against Smith's work for its deep knowledge of magical papyri, while simultaneously noting a significant lack of engagement with contemporary gospel scholarship. Now, it wasn't just Jesus. Simon Magus is another intriguing figure from the early Christian era, and he was introduced in the book of Acts as a man impressed by the apostolic miracles and powers, leading him to believe and thus be baptized. His subsequent request to purchase the ability to confer the Holy Spirit, however, marks him distinctly as a professional magician in the narrative, viewing divine powers as a commodity akin to magical practices common in the Greco-Roman world. The apostle's stern rejection of Simon's offer underscores the early Christian effort to distinguish their practices sharply from those considered magical. So, the demarcation grows starker in later Christian writings, such as those by Justin Martyr, who accuses Simon of being a magus from Samaria and claims that his followers committed the sacrilege of worshipping him as a deity. And then, of course, there is Apollonius of Tyana, who lived approximately from 40 AD to 120 AD. The life of Apollonius, detailed in the literary work by Flavius Philostratus, presents him as an ascetic and itinerant teacher, often comparable to Pythagoras. Philostratus's account, composed under the patronage of Julia Domna during the Severan dynasty, relies purportedly on the memoirs of Damis, a supposed disciple of Apollonius. However, the authenticity of these memoirs is widely disputed among scholars, with many considering them a literary fabrication by Philostratus, or perhaps even another unknown author. Well, either way, Philostratus describes Apollonius as a well-traveled sage, venturing as far off as India, although it is more probable that his journeys did not extend beyond the Greek east of the Roman Empire. Apollonius's teachings, as depicted by Philostratus, aligned closely with Pythagorean doctrine, suggesting a philosophical continuity tinged with some magical elements peppered in. His influence persisted into late antiquity, with talismans and protective symbols attributed to him appearing in various cities, purportedly to safeguard against plagues and misfortunes. These talismans, alongside his reputed travels and teachings, position Apollonius as a blend of philosopher and magus, resonating with the Pythagorean tradition. And now to some Jewish traditions, and of course they were a part of the Roman Empire at this time, so let's talk a little bit about them. Now, in Jewish tradition, the delineation between sanctioned religious practices and those deemed as, quote, magic, unquote, was often pretty blurry. There was no real line in the sand to draw. This ambiguity is evident in how figures such as Solomon and Moses are portrayed historically. These biblical characters are not only seen as spiritual leaders, but also masters of arcane knowledge. For instance, texts attributed to them, such as the Testament of Solomon and the 8th book of Moses, suggest a profound mastery over the mystical, ranging from demonology to magic involving plants, thus intertwining the roles of sage and sorcerer. The Wisdom of Solomon, a text considered apocryphal by many in contemporary Jewish and Christian traditions rather, is likely composed in the 1st century BC, and it illustrates this blend of science and mysticism. It credits Solomon with comprehensive knowledge spanning various esoteric and scientific fields, from the structure of the cosmos and the properties of the elements, to the understanding of time cycles, human thoughts, spiritual powers, and medical botany. Solomon's breadth of knowledge encapsulates the essence of what might be categorized as magical practice, deep insights into natural and supernatural realms, aiming at ultimately harnessing their powers. And thus, Jewish perceptions of magic, as reflected in historical texts, show a nuanced view that oscillates between approval and outright skepticism. Now, Josephus, the great Jewish historian, mentions that Solomon was endowed by God with the knowledge to counteract demonic forces for the betterment of humanity, suggesting a positive reception of his mystical knowledge. But conversely, Josephus also recounts the harm caused by an Egyptian false prophet, whom he describes as a magician and a deceitful individual, pointing to a more critical stance on magic when used for malevolent purposes. Thus, the concept of magic in ancient thought appears to be as a loosely defined idiom, subject to varied interpretations depending on its perceived use and societal impact. Magic, fundamentally, is often represented as an endeavor to understand and manipulate hidden forces in the universe, drawing on the dualities of nature to wield power that could be constructed either as beneficial wisdom or a maleficent craft, depending on what the context is, and of course, the eye of the beholder. Now, Pliny the Elder's Natural History is a comprehensive compilation of knowledge from the late Hellenistic era. It draws on over 100 sources. It's pretty extensive. Now, this work spans a vast array of subjects, including cosmology, geography, anthropology, and natural sciences, all the way from mineralogy and metallurgy. Pliny held a deep belief in the divine origin of certain herbs and roots, which he thought were gifts from the gods, intended to reveal the secrets of nature to humanity, and thus he suggested that the gods in their benevolence intended for humans to gradually approach divine status through the acquisition of knowledge, a concept that echoes the aspirations of many magical traditions. Despite his recognition of the potential benefits of natural magic, Pliny was critical of professional magicians, whom he often described as charlatans. His words, not mine. Well, he accused them of exaggerating or fabricating their abilities to manipulate natural forces. In a particularly scathing critique, he suggested that those sorcerers who published their spells and formulas did so out of pure contempt for humanity, possibly because they spread falsehoods. Well, he even linked such practices with the notorious Emperor Nero, who, despite his extensive education in magical arts, failed to achieve anything of significance. However, Pliny's views on magic were a little bit more nuanced. He acknowledged that while much of magic was indeed fraudulent and infamous, that it contained shadows of truth, especially in the crafting of poisons, which, well, let's be honest, it's not really magic now, isn't it? It's more chemistry, but the ancient world, science, magic, religion, it's all the same. Well, indeed, Pliny confessed his own fears of spells, reflecting a widespread apprehension about magic in Roman society, and he noted the popularity of amulets and charms which people use as protective measures against those unseen forces, and even to ward off diseases. He advised caution regarding these practices, suggesting that even if their efficacy was unproven, it was prudent to err on the side of caution, because the future might bring new forms of effective magic. Now, in discussing the broader context of magic, Pliny dedicated parts of his work to the Magi of Persia, often comparing them to the Druids of the Celts in Britain and Gaul. He described the Magi as practitioners involved in healing, ritual ceremonies, and astrology, a blend of priestly duties and magical practice. And Plutarch, in his treatise on superstition, characterizes superstition primarily as an excessive fear of the gods. He explains that this fear often drives individuals to engage in elaborate magical rituals, consult sorcerers and witches, use amulets, chant incantations, and pray in unintelligible languages. While Plutarch himself acknowledges the validity of interpreting dreams and omens, he criticizes the over-reliance on such practices when it reaches near obsessive levels, and I'm sure it does. He also notes the acceptance of certain other magical practices, such as casting the evil eye and the belief in demons. Now these demons, according to Plutarch, act as intermediaries between gods and humans, and are often the forces behind events typically ascribed to direct divine intervention. Notably, he points out that these demons, while sometimes beneficial, can cause harm when angered. But of course, gods can do that too, can't they? Now, Apuleius, a later philosopher and Platonist, born around 125 CE, provides further insights into the nature of magic and its perception in the society of the day, albeit through his own personal circumstance. Having been accused of practicing magic, a crime under Roman law at the time, Apuleius addresses these accusations in a speech known as the Apologia. This defense illustrates how easily philosophers could be suspected of engaging in magic due to their knowledge and practices. In his narrative work, Metamorphosis, or The Golden Donkey, Apuleius blends autobiographical elements with fictional narrative, exploring themes of magic, error, and eventual spiritual enlightenment through the intervention of the goddess Isis, the Egyptian one, suggesting a complexity between personal experience and literary expression on magical themes. Apuleius, reflecting on his experiences with Roman lore and the general view on magic in society, acknowledges the existence of demons as rational, emotional beings, and composed of air for some reason. These entities, he suggests, are deeply integrated into the natural world and human experience, acting as intermediaries between gods and humans. This perspective underscores the complexity between accepted religious beliefs and practices deemed magical or superstitious. Roman legislation historically mirrored these distinctions, treating magic with suspicion and often outright hostility. Early Roman laws specifically targeted harmful magical practices, such as using spells to steal a neighbor's crops, which led to notable legal actions such as the trial before Spurius Albinus in 157 BC. The expulsion of Chaldean astrologers from Rome in 139 is another example of the stringent measures taken against those who are suspected of engaging in the wrong kind of magic. By 33 BCE, the Roman state had intensified its crackdown on magicians and astrologers, categorically expelling them from Rome. This policy was reinforced under Augustus, who in 13 BC took the dramatic step of ordering the burning of magical texts. Subsequent emperors, including Vespasian and Domitian, continued to enforce these edicts. However, by the 4th century CE, Emperor Constantine nuanced these regulations, distinguishing between benign charms and harmful spells. This legislative evolution reflects a broader attempt by Roman authorities to delineate acceptable religious practices from those they classified as undesirable magic. The permissible forms were often aligned with state-endorsed traditions and religious observances, while the forbidden forms were regulated to this realm of Goetia, showing once again a sustained effort to control and draw a line where religious and supernatural practices should exist. And of course, it's up to the government to do that. Well, my friend, thank you very much for joining this video with an open mind. A bit of a different one today, I know, but it sure was interesting. The Corinthian War, a complex conflict that unfolded against the backdrop of the power vacuum left in the wake of the Peloponnesian War, pitting Sparta against a coalition of 4 allied states: Athens, Corinth, Argos, and Thebes, supported indirectly by the Persian Empire. Sparked by Spartan expansionism and its hegemonic ambitions in the wake of its victory over Athens, the war represented a significant chapter in the struggle for supremacy within the Greek world. And I bet that you've never even heard of it. Well, maybe you have. But in case you haven't, let's learn all about it. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again, and if you're new to the channel, it's great to meet you. If you want to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, if you feel like subscribing, liking, and leaving your thoughts in the comments, well, that certainly helps too. And now, let's get on to the topic at hand. The Corinthian War, 395 to 387 BC. Make yourself comfortable. In the aftermath of the Peloponnesian War, which concluded in 404 BC, Sparta emerged with the backing of almost every mainland Greek state and the Achaemenid Empire. Additionally, in the period following the war, Sparta managed to extend its influence over several Aegean island states. This broad support base began to crumble in the years subsequent to their victory, however. Despite the collective effort that led to their triumph, Sparta was the sole beneficiary of the spoils, and tribute payments, of course, from the states that were defeated in the war, and from those who were part of the former Athenian Empire. And if you don't know about the Peloponnesian War, it was Sparta versus Athens. If you want to learn about that, go and watch my Peloponnesian War video. You'll have fun, I guarantee it. Now, the discontent among Sparta's allies grew when in 402 BC, Sparta launched an attack on Elis, a member of the Peloponnesian League, which had incurred Spartan displeasure during the Peloponnesian War. This aggressive move by Sparta was not supported by Corinth or Thebes, both of which declined to contribute troops to the Spartan campaign against Elis. Now, a couple of years later, in 398 BC, when Sparta proposed an expedition to Ionia, Thebes, Corinth, and Athens collectively opted out, with Thebes notably interfering with the Spartan king Agesilaus's sacrificial ceremony on their soil before his departure. Despite lack of support from these key states, Agesilaus, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, perhaps Agesilaus, launched a successful campaign against the Persians in Lydia, even reaching as far as Sardis. At the same time, the Persian satrap Tissaphernes was executed due to his inability to halt Agesilaus, and his successor, Tithraustes, resorted to bribing the Spartans to redirect their campaign northwards into Pharnabas's satrapy of Hellespontine Phrygia. By any means necessary, I suppose. Agesilaus complied, taking the money, while also making preparations to assemble a significant naval force. Now Pharnabazus, unable to defeat Agesilaus's forces in battle, chose a different strategy to compel Agesilaus to withdraw by inciting conflict within the Greek mainland itself. He sent out Timocrates of Rhodes with 10,000 gold darics to distribute among key cities on the mainland, including Athens, Thebes, Corinth, and Argos, with the aim of encouraging them to adopt policies against Sparta. The mission was successful. Money talks, and everybody has their price. As Timocrates managed to sway influential groups in each of these cities to oppose Spartan dominance, which, I suppose, credit where it's due, money notwithstanding, it's a brave feat to go up against the Spartans. Plutarch records that Agesilaus, well, I'm having trouble with that, aren't I? Plutarch records that Agesilaus remarked as he left Asia, "I have been driven out by 10,000 Persian archers." But he didn't literally mean archers. There were no arrows flying around from the Persians on the Greek mainland, at least not at this point. The statement rather cleverly references the darics, which were cleverly known as archers for their design, indicating that the deployment of such a sum in bribes to Athenian and Theban politicians was what effectively forced him to retreat. The Thebans, already showing a stronger disposition against Sparta, played a significant role in instigating a war, illustrating the extent to which financial influence and politics can shape the landscape of ancient Greece. Now, off to another ancient Greek source. Xenophon recounts that the Thebans, preferring indirect confrontation, incited their allies, the Locrians, to levy taxes in disputed areas that were also claimed by Phocas. This action led to the Phocians invading Locris and devastating its lands. The rather incensed and aggrieved Locrians sought Theban intervention, prompting Thebes to launch an invasion straight into Phocian territory. And the conflict escalated when the Phocians, who were allied with Sparta, called the Spartans for aid. Of course, Sparta were all too ready to answer. Seizing the opportunity to reprimand Thebes, they commanded a general mobilization. Things were about to heat up. Now, in response to all this, Thebes dispatched an embassy to Athens, seeking support against the Spartan threat, albeit they were quite a little bit panicked at this point. They didn't think that the Spartans were going to just jump right in. Well, the Athenians, aligning with Thebes, decided to sit down and have a vote on what they were going to do. And eventually, with all things added up, they decided to aid Thebes, cementing a perpetual alliance within what was known as the Boeotian Confederacy. Now back to Sparta. Their strategy involved coordinating two armies. One of them was led by Lysander, a very famous general, and the other led by Pausanias, to converge and assault Haliartus, which was a city within Boeotia, and quite one of strategic importance for them. Now, Lysander, arriving ahead of Pausanias, convinced Orchomenos to succeed from the Boeotian Confederacy, and marched with his forces and those from Orchomenos towards Haliartus. Now, when the time came, at Haliartus, Lysander was slain in a skirmish provoked by his forces' proximity to the city walls, and the battle was largely indecisive, marked initially by Spartan losses, but later by Spartan victory over Theban forces, who had pursued them onto terrain that was unfavorable. Now Pausanias reached the battlefield a day later, negotiating the return of Spartan casualties under the guise of a truce, before returning to Sparta. Upon his return, people were a little bit annoyed with his latency. He should have been on time, and it was not a good day to be late. Therefore, Pausanias faced charges for his delayed support of Lysander, and, well, he knew what was going to happen to him if he was found guilty of this, so he decided rather wisely to flee to Tegea and avoid conviction. Smart move. Of course, he wasn't late to Tegea. He certainly made haste there. Now, following these initial skirmishes, anticipation grew on both sides for the escalating wider conflict, and by the end of 395 BC, Corinth and Argos had decided to join forces with Athens and Thebes, significantly strengthening the opposition against Sparta. To coordinate their efforts, a council was established in Corinth to oversee the alliance's strategic decisions. Efforts to expand their coalition were successful, as emissaries garnered support from numerous smaller states, including East Locris, Thessaly, Leucas, Acarnania, Ambracia, regions in Chaldean Thrace, Athmania, Euboea, and Aenis. Additionally, the combined forces of the Boeotians and the Argives managed to seize control of Heraclea Trachenia, further solidifying their position. Now, in contrast to all this, Phocas and Orchomenos remained the sole regions in Greece to maintain allegiance to Sparta, and that's got to tell you something about the court of public opinion. Then again, no one really wanted to live like a Spartan. I mean, they knew about the diet of the Spartans, the treatment of the helots, and even if you were upper class, well, it didn't really count for much if all you were doing was preparing for constant war. A lot of people in general wanted to be like the Athenians. Strong military, sure, but philosophy, art, poetry, that is the pursuits of the upper class, the learned scholars. We can't all be fighting all the time. The widening support for the anti-Spartan alliance prompted a strategic reassessment in Sparta. I mean, they were strong, but fighting the whole of Greece, it's a tall order. Recognizing the threat posed by this formidable coalition, the Spartan leadership resolved to dispatch a considerable military force to confront the allied states. As part of this mobilization, a messenger was sent to Agesilaus, the Spartan king, instructing him to return to Greece, as he was out campaigning in Asia. Agesilaus, who had anticipated continuing his military successes in Asia, received this directive with notable disappointment. Well, heeding the call, he led his forces back towards Greece, crossing the Hellespont, and ready to re-engage with this unfolding conflict. Following a confrontation where Thebes emerged victorious against Phocis, the anti-Spartan coalition amassed a large force at Corinth. In response, Sparta dispatched their own army. The opposing forces clashed at the Nemea River's dry bed within Corinthian territory, where the Spartans achieved a decisive victory. Typical of hoplite warfare, the right flank of each army prevailed in battle. The Spartans overcame the Athenians, while the Thebans, Argives, and Corinthians bested their Peloponnesian adversaries. However, as the Thebans, Argive, and Corinthian forces regrouped from their pursuit, the Spartans launched a counterattack, inflicting heavy losses upon them. The coalition forces suffered 2,800 casualties, significantly higher than the 1,100 losses incurred by the Spartans and their allies. Now, the subsequent significant engagement of the war was the Battle of Cnidus, which was a naval battle. During Agesilaus's campaign in Asia, both the Persians and the Spartans had built up substantial fleets. Agesilaus gathered 120 triremes from the Aegean states, appointing Peisander, his brother-in-law, who had absolutely zero naval command experience, as the fleet's leader. The Persian fleet, a joint force of Phoenician, Cilician, and Cypriot ships, was commanded by the Achaemenid satrap Pharnabazus II and Conon, an experienced Athenian admiral, then in self-exile serving the Achaemenids. Following his defeat at Aegospotami. Now, before the battle, this fleet had reclaimed Rhodes from Spartan control in 396. So 2 years after that, in 394, the fleets clashed near Cnidus. Despite fierce resistance from the Spartans, especially around Peisander's ship, they were ultimately unmatched and suffered heavy losses, with many ships either sunk or captured, effectively eliminating the Spartan naval presence. So, after their victory at this Battle of Cnidus, Conon and Pharnabazus proceeded along Ionia's coastline, ousting Spartan governors and garrisons from several cities. Although Spartan strongholds at Abydos and Sestos, along with smaller bases, remained under Spartan control. And despite these successes, Mytilene on Lesbos continued to support Sparta. Now, the immediate aftermath of Cnidus saw various cities, evidenced by numismatic findings, that's coins if you don't know, forming an alliance with Sparta. And there were some pretty important ones too. It included Rhodes, Knidos, Ephesus, Samos, Byzantium, and Lampsakos, among others, marking a significant shift in the power dynamics following the battle. As Agesilaus' army made its way through Thessaly, it repelled attacks from the local Thessalians, eventually reaching Boeotia. And there, it encountered a coalition force assembled by the states of the anti-Spartan allegiance. Agesilaus' troops, primarily consisting of freed helots. Helots was the slave class in Sparta, by the way. Kind of like a feudalistic serf, but a lot worse. And seasoned mercenaries from the 10,000 were reinforced by half a Spartan regiment from Orchomenos, and another half that had been ferried across the Gulf of Corinth. The confrontation took place at Coronea, located within Theban territory, mirroring the earlier Battle of Nemea. The battle's dynamics, of course, saw both armies' right wings achieving victory. The Thebans managed to penetrate the enemy lines, while the allied forces on their side faced defeat. In response to their broader predicament, the Thebans regrouped to fight their way back to the camp. Agesilaus directly engaged with the Theban forces, leading to a fierce clash that resulted in significant Theban casualties before the survivors managed to break through and return to their allies. Following this engagement and the victory at Coronea, Agesilaus and his army crossed the Gulf of Corinth by sea, making their way back to Sparta. Now, by the end of 394, the Spartans had secured a tactical advantage on land, despite suffering a significant setback at sea. The coalition states, comprising Corinth, Argos, Athens, and Thebes, managed to withstand the Spartan phalanx in open battle. They maintained their alliance, effectively restricting Spartan movements through central Greece. And over the subsequent years, Sparta's military strategy mainly focused on trying to eliminate Corinth or Argos from the conflict. Now, on the other hand, the coalition aimed to sustain their unity against Sparta, with Athens and Thebes seizing the opportunity to expand their influence within their territorial spheres of control. In 393, following their naval success at Cnidus, Pharnabazus and Conon initiated a series of naval operations in Ionia, capturing Spartan allied cities and promoting pro-Athenian and pro-democratic sentiments, pretty much going around convincing people that they were the good guys. Now, despite Pharnabazus' threats, Abydus and Cestus resisted expelling their Spartan presence. Pharnabazus' attempts to subdue these holdouts by devastating their surrounding territories proved to be unsuccessful, prompting him to delegate the task of winning over Hellespontine cities to Conon. Now, Pharnabazus and Conon then decided to establish a base on the Aegean island of Melos, marking the Achaemenids' fleet's furthest western advance since the Greco-Persian Wars. Their presence incited democratic revolutions and fostered new alliances between the islands and Athens. The fleet's subsequent actions targeted Spartan territory directly, laying waste to Phrae and conducting raids along the Messenian coast, likely aiming to incite a Messenian helot revolt against Spartan rule. The campaign eventually withdrew, mainly due to logistical challenges, and they had heard that the Spartans were coming to get them, so it was probably time to hightail it out of there. Now, continuing their efforts to weaken Sparta, Pharnabazus and Conon seized the island of Cythera, installing a garrison and an Athenian governor. This move effectively made Cythera an Achaemenid-controlled territory, and it disrupted that strategic route between Peloponnesia and Egypt, posing a direct threat to Sparta's harbor on Teanarum. This strategy echoed the unheeded advice of the exiled Spartan Demaratus to Xerxes I during the invasion of Greece in 480. After solidifying control over Cythera, Pharnabazus visited Corinth, providing financial support to Sparta's adversaries and funding the reconstruction of the Corinthian fleet, further amplifying the threat to Spartan dominance in the region. Convinced by Conon that rebuilding the long walls around Piraeus would significantly undermine Sparta, Pharnabazus allocated a fleet of 80 triremes and additional funds for this monumental task. Conon, with this support, played his own role in reconstruction efforts initiated by Thrasybulus in 394, efficiently utilizing the fleet's rowers and Persian-financed labor to complete the fortifications well ahead of schedule. No unions, though, a bit easier. This strategic move fortified Athens, enabling it to reassert control over key Aegean islands like Skyros, Imbros, and Lemnos, where it established its own Athenian colonies. Now Pharnabazus was rewarded for his contributions with a marriage to the king's daughter, but he was recalled to the Achaemenid Empire in 393 and succeeded by Tiribazus as satrap. Meanwhile, Corinth experienced internal conflict between the democratic and oligarchic factions. The Democrats, bolstered by Argive support, expelled the oligarchs, who then, of course, ran straight to the Spartans and asked them for aid. The Spartans, operating from Sicyon, captured Corinth's port of Lycaeum, but failed to secure the city against the combined forces of the Athenians and Boeotians. The following year, in 392 BC rather, Sparta's envoy Antalcidas sought Persian intervention against the Athenian-led alliance, citing Conon's use of the Persian fleet to rebuild the Athenian power. However, a peace conference convened by Tiribazus, featuring delegations from Athens, Argos, Corinth, Thebes, and Sparta, collapsed due to irreconcilable demands and unfair terms, and this led to Conon's arrest by Tiribazus. But it's okay, he managed to escape. Good job. Subsequently, Tiribazus reported back to Susa, that's back in Achaemenid territory by the way, and Struthus, adopting an anti-Spartan stance, replaced him. Spartan commander Thebron, sent to counter Struthus, was ambushed, and he was killed. showcasing an ongoing struggle for influence between Sparta and Persia in the region. Now, Dithridas succeeded Theban, managing minor successes, but ultimately failing to shift the balance of power in a decisive way. In Corinth, the democratic faction maintained control of the city, while the exiles, supported by Sparta, held the port of Lycaeum, launching raids into Corinthian territory. In 391, King Agesilaus of Sparta campaigned in the vicinity, capturing several fortifications and taking numerous prisoners and loot. However, while Agesilaus was encamped to manage the spoils, Athenian general Iphicrates achieved a significant victory against a Spartan contingent at Lycaeum. Iphicrates' force, primarily composed of light infantry and peltasts, exploited the Spartans' vulnerability to skirmish tactics, eventually routing them and inflicting heavy casualties. Following these events, Agesilaus returned to Sparta, while Iphicrates continued operations around Corinth, reclaiming strategic points, though failing to recapture Lycaeum. His campaigns extended to Phlius and Arcadia, where he decisively defeated the Phliasians and raided Arcadian lands. Subsequently, an Argive army entered Corinth, effectively merging Argos and Corinth by seizing the Acropolis and erasing the boundary markers between the two cities. This merger symbolized a significant political realignment in the region. Now, following Iphicrates' success, major land operations in Corinth all but ceased. However, Agesilaus conducted further campaigns in Argive territory and Arcania, the latter resulting in a Spartan victory and a subsequent peace treaty with the Acarnanians to prevent further Spartan incursions. The following year, 388 BC, Agesilaus led a Spartan force against Argos, conducting raids without facing much direct opposition, but they eventually withdrew due to some unfavorable omens. While the Spartans, who were recovering from their naval losses at Cnidus, regained dominance over the Gulf of Corinth by 392, and following unsuccessful peace negotiations, they dispatched a fleet under Ecdicus to support Rhodes' exiled oligarchs. But they faced a stronger fleet from the democratic states. Spartan commander Teleotius took over it, initiating operations against Rhodes. The Athenian naval response, which was led by Thrasybulus, focused on strategic campaigning in the Hellespont, securing alliances and restoring crucial Athenian revenues by imposing duties on shipping routes through Byzantium. Thrasybulus's command extended all the way to Lesbos, where he secured victories, but he was ultimately killed, not by the Spartans, but by pirate raiders. Bad luck, I suppose. Now back to the Spartans. They appointed Anaxibius as the new commander in the region, who initially succeeded against Pharnabazus and captured Athenian ships. The Athenians, seeking to counter Spartan advances, sent Iphicrates, who eventually ambushed and killed Anaxibius in a very carefully planned attack. In 389, the Athenians launched an assault on the island of Aegina which is situated a little bit off the coast of Attica. However, their fleet was soon repelled by the Spartans, though the Athenians did persist with their land operations. Under the leadership of Antalcidas, the Spartan fleet made its way east towards Rhodes, but they found themselves blockaded at Abydos by Athenian commanders in the region. Concurrently, the Athenian forces on Aegina faced counterattacks and ultimately withdrew after enduring several months of grueling conflict. The Spartan naval forces, who were now under command of Gorgipas, managed to catch the Athenian fleet by surprise near Athens and capture several of their ships. The Athenians, rather unimpressed by this development, decided to retaliate, and the Athenian general Chabrias executed a successful ambush on Aegina, where he decimated the Aegeans and their Spartan allies. And remember, the Spartan naval force commander, Gorgipas? Well, he didn't last very long, because he was killed in this ambush. Well, following this, the Spartans dispatched Telutias to take command of the fleet stationed at Aegina, taking advantage of the Athenians' lowered defenses post-Chabrias' victory. Telutias orchestrated a raid on Piraeus, capturing a significant number of merchant vessels, which they later outfitted to their new purpose. In the meantime, Antalcidas engaged in diplomatic negotiations with Tiribazos, securing a pact that would bring Persian military support to the Spartan side if the coalition refused peace proposals. Now, this shift in the Persian stance was influenced by Athenian support for figures like Evagoras of Cyprus and Achoris of Egypt, who were both in conflict with Persia, prompting a re-evaluation of their strategy towards Sparta. After breaking the blockade at Abydos, Antalcidas defeated an Athenian contingent and then consolidated his fleet with reinforcements from Syracuse. With this bolstered naval force, he positioned himself at the Hellespont, threatening Athens' grain supply routes, reminiscent of a similar strategy that was used in the Peloponnesian War. Now, faced with this threat, Athens was compelled to consider peace, and a peace conference was convened by Tiribazos in the late 387 BC, and it saw all major parties ready to come to the table and negotiate. Everybody was more than a little tired of it at this point. Now, a decree from the Persian king Artaxerxes proposed new terms, suggesting the cession of Asian cities and certain islands to Persia, while demanding autonomy for other Greek cities, save for Lemnos, Imbros, and Skyros, which would be returned to Athens. Non-compliant state would face combined land and naval warfare from Persia and its allies. So, it was pretty important that everybody would agree on the same terms. So this treaty, ratified by the Greek city-states over the following year under the looming threat of Persian and Spartan military action, became known as the King's Peace. It effectively placed Greece under Persian suzerainty, marking a significant moment of external influence in Greek affairs, and establishing a precedent for a common peace, where all cities were declared autonomous, albeit under Spartan oversight. The disbanding of Theban and other leagues along with the dissolution of the Argos-Corinth experiment in joint governance, underscored the re-establishment of Spartan dominance. The resolution of the Corinthian War, after 8 years of conflict, just shows the complexity of diplomacy, warfare, and allegiances that were pervasive among the Greek city-states and the Persians whenever they felt like joining in. In the aftermath of the King's Peace, Persia and Sparta, the principal architects of this treaty, capitalized on the strategic advantages that it afforded them. Persia, relieved from Athenian and Spartan encroachments into Asia, solidified its influence over the eastern Aegean. By 380 BC, it had extended its reach, successfully capturing both Egypt and Cyprus, thus reinforcing its dominance in the region even more. While Sparta, on the other hand, utilized its supreme position within the Greek political hierarchy to dissolve any and all alliances or coalitions that it deemed a threat, and there were plenty of them. The autonomy clause of the peace was particularly exploited to dismantle opposition, as seen in the punitive dismemberment of the Mantinea into 5 separate villages. Under the leadership of Agesilaus, who favored an expansionist and assertive foreign policy, Sparta's military endeavors spanned from the Peloponnese to the Chalcidic Peninsula, maintaining its hegemony over mainland Greece until its defeat at the Battle of Leuctra 16 years later. The conclusion of the Corinthian War also heralded Athens' gradual recovery and resurgence as a significant force in the Greek world. With their fortifications and naval power restored, the Athenians looked to re-establish their influence beyond their borders. By the mid-4th century BC, they had successfully formed the Second Athenian League, a coalition of Aegean states, regaining a measure of the power and territory lost following their defeat in the Peloponnesian War. The aspiration for the autonomy of the Ionian Greeks, a cause championed since the onset of the 5th century BC, ultimately saw no further advocacy from the mainland Greek states in the wake of the Corinthian War. This marked a cessation in attempts to challenge Persian authority over the region. Thus, Persia reigned unchallenged over western Anatolia, enjoying a period of peace and stability over 5 decades. Of course, that was until Alexander the Great came along and mopped the floor with them. But that's a different video entirely now, isn't it? In the ancient Greek world, slavery was the norm, just as it was in other societies of the same era. Slaves were primarily employed in agricultural sectors, but their roles extended to working quarries, mines, and serving within households. There is a nuanced understanding in modern scholarship between chattel slavery, where the slaves were seen as merely property rather than part of society, and those who were bound to land, such as Thessaly's Penestae or Sparta's Helots. These groups resembled medieval serfs, adding value to the lands they were tied to, unlike chattel slaves who were completely at the mercy of their owners, who could trade, sell, or even rent them out as they would with personal property. Hello everybody and welcome to the video. If it's your first time here, it's good to have you, and if you're returning, it's great to see you again. Today our topic is slavery in ancient Greece. So, without any further ado, get comfortable, relax a little, and we can begin. Now, first of all, we must say that studying slavery in ancient Greece presents unique challenges for historians. The records are sporadic and largely incomplete, with Athens being the primary focus of surviving accounts. There is a lack of comprehensive texts dedicated to slavery, and legal texts only mention slavery insofar as it was a source of income. Additionally, Greek literature often resorts to stereotypes, and the visual depictions fail to distinguish clearly between slaves and free craftsmen. Now, with this in mind, we are going to do our best with the information that we have to provide a rather brief but general picture of what it was like to be a slave in the ancient Greek times. In the intricate tapestry of ancient Greek language, a multitude of terms were used to denote the concept of slavery, each bringing its own shades of meaning and contributing to a complex textual landscape. This diversity in terminology often leads to ambiguity in modern interpretations, especially when these terms are extracted from their original contexts some 2,000 years ago. In the epic narratives of Homer, Hesiod, and Theognis of Megara, slaves were referred to as dmos, a term generally used but specifically denoting war captives considered as spoils of war, essentially viewed as the property of their owner, a conquered people. Now, during the classical era, the term andropodon, meaning one with the feet of a man, was contrasted with tetrapodon or quadruped, signifying livestock, to distinguish human slaves from animals. The predominant term for slaves was doulos, juxtaposed with the term for free man, eleutheros. An archaic version of this, found in Mycenaean inscriptions, appears as doero for male slave, or doera for female slave, highlighting very early linguistic evidence of slavery. Now, the term doera, persisting into modern Greek, meaning work, was metaphorically extended to describe various forms of subjugation, including the dominance of cities or parental authority over offspring. The term oiketes, meaning one who lives in the house, specifically referred to household servants. Additional terms offering more nuanced understandings of slavery, contingent upon their contextual use, of course, include therapon, meaning companion in Homeric times, as in the companionship between Patroclus and Achilles, or perhaps Meriones and Idomeneus, which evolved by the classical period to mean servant. So remember that therapon meaning companion, and by the classical period, servant. Akolothos, translating to the follower or the one who accompanies, and its diminutive form typically used for page boys. Pais, meaning child, applied similarly to houseboy, or used derogatorily for adult slaves. Soma, literally body, used in discussions of emancipation, further illustrating the varied and context-dependent vocabulary related to slaves in ancient Greece. Now, Mycenaean society, which is really going back to the old times, in this society, slavery was seen as simply a fundamental aspect of the culture of a whole, as revealed by numerous tablets found in Pylos, which distinguish between the two types of slaves, the slaves of the people and the slaves of God, with the latter likely serving Poseidon. These divine slaves were unique, often mentioned by name and possessing their own land. Their status nearly akin to that of free individuals, but just not quite there. The origins of their servitude to the deity remain a mystery. Evidence suggests that many slaves, particularly those without divine association, originated from places like Cythera, Chios, Lemnos, or even as far as Halicarnassus, likely captured through acts of piracy. These records also highlight that relationships between slaves and free people were not uncommon, with slaves having the capability to work and own land. The primary social distinction in Mycenaean times was not between the free and enslaved, but rather their affiliation with the palace. Moving on now and transitioning to the Homeric era, we can observe a notable shift in social structures and terminology for slaves, reflecting the conditions of the Greek Dark Ages. The term for slave evolves from doero or doulos to demos, and in works like the Iliad, slaves are predominantly war-captured women, while the men faced ransom, or if they were very unlucky, death. The Odyssey continues to portray slaves mainly as women, serving as household servants or concubines, though it also introduces male slaves, such as the loyal swineherd Eumaeus, who is integrated into the household's core. Despite the intimate integration into the household, however, slavery was still considered as a great dishonor, as Eumaeus himself laments the loss of virtue upon becoming a slave. Now, where did it all start? Well, that's kind of hard to tell. Slavery has been around for as long as warfare and subjugation of the conquered has. The origins of slave trading in the Archaic period are therefore murky, with the 8th century BC poet Hesiod mentioning the ownership of demois, though their status remains ambiguous. The existence of douloi is further confirmed by later poets and the draconian laws of the 7th century BC, which permitted violence against slaves. By the time of Solon in the late 6th century BC, laws were in place that restricted the activities of slaves, marking a period where references to slavery became more frequent and its practice a lot more widespread. Now, this era saw the concurrent rise of the democratic processes and the expansion of slavery, highlighting a paradox within Greek history, where the advancements of freedom and the institution of slavery progressed hand in hand. In ancient Greece, the realm of politics was exclusively reserved for citizens, and seen as the most noble of pursuits, with all other vocations being delegated to non-citizens whenever it was possible. This delineation emphasized the significance of status over the nature of one's work. Agriculture stood as the cornerstone of the Greek economy, where slavery played a critical role. Even the most modest of landowners might possess one or perhaps two slaves, with the holdings of the affluent boasted scores, employed as either basic laborers or overseers. The debate continues over the extent of slave labor in agriculture, but it is widely acknowledged that rural slavery was a significant aspect of Athenian life, distinctly different from the vast slave populations on the Roman latifundia. Mining and quarrying sectors also heavily relied on slave labor, with substantial numbers of slaves often rented out by wealthy individuals. For instance, the Strategos Nicias leased 1,000 slaves for work in the silver mines of Laurium in Attica. The income from such an investment was of course considerable, with Xenophon noting a return of 1 obolus per slave per day. They were making very good money. He even proposed that Athens could enhance its citizens' welfare by purchasing a large number of slaves to be leased out, suggesting a ratio of up to 3 state-owned slaves per citizen. Of course, this is probably not a good idea. There's only so far you can take slavery. If the slaves begin to outnumber you, well, for obvious reasons, this could begin a few problems. Craftsmanship and trades were other areas where slaves made significant contributions. Workshops, unable to rely solely on family labor, employed a large number of slaves. For example, one shield factory of Lysias operated with 120 slaves, and the father of Demosthenes utilized the skills of 32 cutlers and 20 bed makers in his own enterprise. Of course, domestic slavery was also widespread, with the roles of slaves extending into the households of their masters. Male domestic slaves often served as stand-ins for their masters in their trades or as companions on journeys, and in times of war, they might serve as assistants to the hoplites. Female slaves were primarily engaged in household duties, such as cooking and weaving textiles, illustrating the diverse and integral roles slaves held in ancient Greek society across various sectors. Now, how many slaves were there? Was it 1 to every wealthy house? 2 to every wealthy house, and 1 to every modest one? Well, it's a little difficult to say. Quantifying the slave population in ancient Greece is challenging due to the absence of precise consensus and the fluctuating definitions of slavery across the different periods. Athens, however, is widely recognized for having the largest concentration of slaves, with estimates suggesting up to 80,000 slaves in the 5th and 6th centuries BC, averaging 3 to 4 slaves per household. Thucydides notes a significant event in the 5th century BC, where 20,000 slaves, mostly artisans, deserted during the Deceleia War. The minimum figure mentioned, around 20,000 slaves during Demosthenes' era, suggests a ratio of about 1 slave per Athenian family. That's a lot of slaves. A more formal attempt to tally the population was made by Demetrius Valerius between 317 and 307, who reported 21,000 citizens, 10,000 metics, or resident foreigners, and a staggering, and I must laugh, 400,000 slaves in Attica. It is of course no laughing matter, but my God, to have that many slaves to that many citizens, it is really ridiculous. Now this figure, translating to 13 slaves per free man, is of course viewed with skepticism by some scholars, who argue that such a ratio is of course implausible given the economic indicators of the time, such as wealth distribution and food supply logistics. 400,000. Absolutely hectic. Well, literary and historical sources indicate that owning slaves was commonplace among free Athenians, and of course it was so common that it was seen as completely normal. It was simply a part of life to go down to the market, pick yourself up a shiny, brand new slave. Aristophanes' depiction of impoverished peasants with several slaves, and Aristotle's definition of a household including both freed men and slaves, underscore this norm. The absence of slave ownership marked an individual as more or less impoverished, as illustrated by a crippled man in Lysias' speech pleading for a pension because he couldn't afford a slave for assistance. Comparatively, the vast slave-holding seen among the wealthiest Romans were quite rare in Greece. Instances like Mnason, a contemporary of Aristotle with 1,000 slaves, were exceptional. Even Plato, considered wealthy, owned only 5 slaves at his death. Only 5. Can you believe it? Ownership of up to 50 slaves was deemed indicative of significant wealth. So you see that the more slaves you had, well, it was a status symbol. It makes me think that perhaps you'd rather be with a person who owns quite a few slaves. Perhaps you could blend into the background and maybe not do too much work. Or perhaps if you were to abscond in the night, they may not notice your absence. Something to think about. Well, outside of Athens, Thucydides highlights Chios for having the highest proportional number of slaves, suggesting that the phenomenon of slavery was widespread, but varied throughout ancient Greece. This diversity in slave ownership underscores the complexity and centrality of slavery within the social and economic fabric of ancient Greek societies. So, how do you get them? How do we get so many slaves? Well, you see, the acquisition of slaves stemmed from 4 primary sources: warfare, piracy, banditry, and international trade, each contributing to the slave population in different measures across various periods and regions. Let's go through a few of them. Now, first up, of course, is warfare, a significant source of slaves. The victors in battle had the right to enslave the defeated, a practice that, while not systematic, was certainly widespread. For instance, here's an example. Thucydides documents the enslavement of 7,000 inhabitants of Hyccara in Sicily, who were sold for 120 talents in Catania. Similarly, the populations of Olynthus, not Olympus, Olynthus, in 348 BC, Thebes in 335 BC by Alexander the Great, and Mantinea by the Achaean League were all reduced to slavery. And I mean all of them. Even the kids. Of course, they could be slaves when they grow up. The enslavement of entire cities could, of course, be contentious, leading to some cities and generals to reject the practice or negotiate accords to prohibit it, or at least reel it back a little bit. Piracy and banditry also offered a continual supply of slaves. Pirates and bandits captured individuals and sold them if ransoms were not paid, or there was nobody to contact for the ransom, of course. Certain areas like Acarnania, Crete, and Aetolia were notorious for such practices, with piracy described as just a traditional way of life, just another job. The role of piracy in slave trading expanded with the Roman Republic's demand for slaves, leading to intensified piracy until the Romans curtailed it in the 1st century BC. Slave raids, a form of banditry, were especially prevalent in places like Thrace and the eastern Aegean, where locals were captured and sold through slave markets, which became the primary source of slaves from the 6th century BC onwards. The slave trade involved the exchange of slaves between kingdoms and states, with significant trading centers like Ephesus, Byzantium, and Tanais. Slaves were often war captives or victims of the aforementioned localized piracy, but some were very unfortunately sold into slavery by their own families. Imagine that. Well, evidence of the slave trade includes the specific nationalities present within the slave population, the use of ethnically descriptive names for slaves in comedies, and the strategic avoidance of concentrating too many slaves of a single nationality in one place to prevent revolts. They continued that tradition on for a very long time. You don't want them communicating, don't you? You just want them talking. The value of slaves varied based on their skills and the market demand, with prices reflecting both the abilities of the slaves and the market conditions of the time. Think supply and demand. Buyers at slave markets were also protected by guarantees against latent defects, allowing for the annulment of a sale if a slave was found to be crippled and this had not been disclosed. The spectrum of enslavement encompassed a vast array of statuses, from full citizenship to outright chattel slavery, including intermediate categories like the Penaste or the Helots in Sparta, disenfranchised citizens, freedmen, bastards, and metics, resident aliens. The common denominator among these varied statuses was the lack of civic rights, painting a complex picture of social stratification. Now, one expert in the field, Moses Finley, has outlined specific criteria to differentiate degrees of enslavement, focusing on various rights and possibilities, such as owning property, authority and power over others, legal rights and obligations, familial rights, the potential for social mobility, religious duties, and military obligations. These criteria highlight the nuanced differences between the many levels of societal standings within ancient Greece. Now back to Athens. Athenian slaves, considered property of their masters or the state as a whole, had their lives dictated by their owners. Their owners, of course, had the authority to sell, rent, or even give them freedom. Despite the ability to form familial bonds, these relations held no legal recognition, leaving families vulnerable to separation at the master's whim. The judicial system offered slaves fewer rights than citizens, obviously, with their testimonies often admissible only under torture, a reflection of their loyalty to their masters. So if your master was charged with something, you would be brought in, and they would not believe you because, of course, you wouldn't tell the truth. You would lie to protect your master. So the next step would be to put you on the rack, or whatever other torture device they would have. Now, despite this harsh reality, certain protections existed, depending on the time, albeit indirectly, such as the ability for a master to sue for damages if a slave was mistreated, or the public's right to prosecute a master for excessive cruelty, aimed more at curbing societal violence than protecting a slave. Therefore, the Greeks maintained complex laws regarding the treatment of slaves, including the prohibition of their execution without a trial, reflecting a societal concern for maintaining order and preventing the escalation of crimes that could harm the community as a whole. Regardless if it was a slave or not, you didn't want to hear somebody screaming and being beaten, well, that could put down the value of the neighborhood, of course. Nobody wants that, regardless of who it's being done to. Slaves were integrated into their master's household and participated in civic and family cults, enjoying certain protections like the right to claim asylum in temples, highlighting a degree of humane treatment not universally afforded to slaves in other ancient cultures, of which we will get to in upcoming videos. We'll look forward to that, don't you? While slaves were generally barred from owning property, some managed to operate businesses, or even save money. What for? Well, to buy their freedom, of course. Well, this illustrates a level of economic agency. Athens, notably, had laws protecting slaves from indiscriminate violence, and even allowed them to fight alongside freed men in critical battles, recognizing their contribution to the city-state's defense. Sexual relations and obligations for slaves were strictly regulated, with severe punishments for transgressions, underscoring the control masters and the state exerted over the most personal and intimate aspects of the slaves' lives. Nonetheless, instances of compassion and justice, such as the liberation of slaves from exploitative conditions, coexisted alongside the harsher realities of their status. This intricate system of enslavement in ancient Greece reveals a society deeply entrenched in the nuances of status and rights, where the line between freedom and bondage was both stark and permeable, reflecting the complexities of human relations and societal organization. Manumission, or the practice of freeing slaves, was present in Chios as early as the 6th century BC, indicating a tradition of emancipation in ancient Greece. Initially, emancipation was an oral process, requiring only witnesses and sometimes a public ceremony at places like theaters or tribunals. Athens, however, banned public emancipations in the 6th century BC to prevent disorder. Obviously, the other slaves may get a little bit jealous and have some ideas of their own freedom if they were to see it so publicly flaunted. And we couldn't have that, couldn't we? By the 4th century BC, this practice of manumission had become more widely spread, leading to the creation of inscriptions on stone at sacred sites like Delphi and Dodona, dating mainly from the 2nd and 1st centuries BC and the 1st century AD. Sometimes manumission was collective, as recorded on the island of Thasos in the 2nd century BC, often as a reward for slaves' loyalty during wars or some other kind of outstanding service. Typically, slaves had to buy their freedom, sometimes with loans from their masters or others. Emancipations often had religious aspects, with slaves sold to deities to guarantee their freedom, though civil emancipations through magistrates were also quite common. Freed slaves could gain complete or partial freedom, with the latter sometimes involving ongoing obligations to their former masters, However, if a freed slave was sued by their former master and found innocent, they could in this way achieve complete freedom. Well, even if they did, despite gaining their freedom, emancipated slaves did not enjoy the full rights of born citizens, and were hitherto subject to various obligations, akin to the status of metics or resident foreigners, highlighting the complex nature of social mobility and freedom in ancient Greece. Now, understanding the life of Greek slaves presents us with a lot of different challenges, with their existence often described through the lens of labor, discipline, and sustenance. Aristotle advocated for a more humane treatment of slaves, akin to raising children, suggesting that slaves could comprehend and respond better to reason than to force alone. Quite a radical idea for the time, to talk to your slaves rather than just beating them. Xenophon compared the management of slaves to domestic animals, with punishment for disobedience and rewards for good behavior. A drastic departure from Aristotle's more humane ideas. Greek literature frequently depicts the harsh realities of slave life, including routine beatings, a method used alongside the control of basic needs to compel work. Scenes from Aristophanes' plays illustrate this brutality, even going so far as to mock the misfortunes and conditions of slaves. All of this highlights how normalized this cruelty was within society. The experiences of slaves varied widely depending on their roles. Those working in the mines of Laurion or in brothels faced particularly severe conditions, while public slaves and those in professions like crafting or banking had more autonomy, sometimes even managing to save enough to buy their freedom without having to take loans. The potential for emancipation served as a significant motivation for many slaves. Despite the harsh conditions, some ancient texts remark on the comparatively better condition and treatment of Attic slaves, noting that their liberties and protections against arbitrary violence. However, the mass desertion of 20,000 slaves during the Peloponnesian War indicates the limits of this perceived leniency, especially among skilled workers who were perhaps among the better treatment in the slave hierarchy. The phenomenon of slave escapes was notable enough to inspire comedy plays in ancient Greece. Yet there's no record of large-scale revolts akin to Rome's Spartacus uprising, likely due to the dispersed nature of the slave population, which hindered collective action. Instances of individual defiance, including attempts on masters' lives, though rare, punctuate the narrative of slavery in ancient Greece, underscoring a complex picture of submission, resistance, and the human struggle for dignity and freedom. The Theban Spartan War, lasting from 379 to 371 BC, a pivotal era in ancient Greek history, characterized by the rise of Thebes as a dominant power against the backdrop of a Spartan hegemony. Following the Spartan victory in the Peloponnesian War, Sparta sought to consolidate its control over Greece, imposing oligarchic governments and garrisons in key cities, including, of course, Thebes. The spark for conflict was lit when a group of Theban exiles executed a daring coup to overthrow the Spartan-installed government in Thebes, reclaiming their city in 379. This act of defiance against Sparta ignited a series of military engagements that ultimately led to Thebes gaining supremacy, albeit for a rather brief period. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again, and if you're new here, it's good to meet you. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in description and comments, and a like, comment and subscribe certainly goes a long way. Now without further ado, get yourself comfortable, and let's talk about the Theban Spartan War. Let's go back to the beginning, shall we? The Peace of Antalcidas in 387 BC, which mandated the autonomy of all Greek cities, had particularly adverse effects on Thebes. This decree had stripped Thebes of its political dominion over the other Boeotian cities. Thebes' situation worsened in 382 when a Spartan force, through a good deal of deceit, seized control of its citadel, marking a significant blow to their sovereignty. In the aftermath of the Spartan occupation, which occurred either 383 or 82, Pelopidas, along with other prominent Theban democrats, sought refuge in Athens. It was there Pelopidas spearheaded a plot aimed at the liberation of his home city. In the subsequent years, these exiled Thebans, under Pelopidas's initiative, began plotting in secret their city's emancipation from Spartan control. Back in Thebes, Epaminondas was preparing the city's youth for the impending conflict with Sparta. During the winter of 379, Pelopidas, leading a small band of exiles, covertly snuck into Thebes. They successfully assassinated the pro-Spartan leadership, and with the support of both Epaminondas, Gorgidas, and Athenian hoplites, they effectively besieged the Spartan forces, who were stationed at Cadmea, the citadel of Thebes. In the day following this daring operation, Pelopidas and his group were presented to the Theban assembly by Epaminondas and Gorgidas, who urged the Thebans to seize their freedom. The assembly's enthusiastic endorsement of Pelopidas and his fellow conspirators underscored their role not just fighters, but as liberators in a greater struggle. The Spartan garrison, faced with encirclement, had no choice but to capitulate, negotiating safe passage back to Sparta. Remember that whole thing, Spartans never surrender? Well, sounds good in the movie. Now, remarkably, as they retreated, they rather awkwardly encountered a Spartan relief force that was en route to their aid. Very embarrassing, a little bit too late having to explain to this other relief force that, ooh, thanks for coming to help, but we already surrendered the citadel. I suppose we can all go home now. Now Plutarch, reflecting on this event, underscored its profound significance, and of course, far-reaching consequences. He observed that the coup not only marked the beginning of the end for Spartan hegemony, both on land and at sea, but also represented a pivotal moment in Greek history, because this act of defiance, achieved not by overtaking a fortress, but through strategic incursion into a private residence by 12 men, effectively dismantled the perceived invincibility of Spartan rule. Now, the liberation of Thebes would later catalyze a war that ultimately dismantled Spartan dominance, highlighting the extraordinary impact of Pelopidas and his compatriots' audacity. The Sacred Band, an elite military unit of the Thebans, and of course not the only sacred band that was around. There were many groups that called themselves this, but this was the Theban one. Well, they first participated in combat operations in 378 BC, amidst the escalating tensions of the Boeotian War. This period was marked by a notable standoff between the Athenian commander Chabrias, who would later become Strategos, and the Spartan king Agesilaus II. This confrontation unfolded against the backdrop of Athens' intervention in Theban affairs, aiding Theban exiles to overthrow Spartan dominance in Thebes, and fortifying an alliance with Thebes against Spartan aggression. In the summer of 378, Agesilaus mobilized a substantial Spartan force from the Boeotian city of Thespiae, which was still loyal to Sparta at the time, whether they liked it or not, comprising about 1,500 cavalry and a massive infantry contingent of 28,000, including 20,000 hoplites and specialized unit of 500 skirate light infantry. Pretty good team. Now, anticipating the Spartan invasion, Athens swiftly dispatched a reinforcement of around 200 cavalry and 5,000 troops, including both citizen soldiers and mercenaries, under the leadership of the Athenian strategos Demias and the mercenary commander Chabrias. This Athenian contingent bolstered Theban defenses, engaging the Spartan forces at eastern stockades, earthen stockades rather, that delineated Theban territory. Despite the initial Spartan setbacks at those fortifications, they eventually breached the defenses, wreaking havoc on Theban agricultural lands in their advance. The Theban and Athenian defenders, though significantly outnumbered by the Spartan invaders, opted for a more direct confrontation, rather than retreating to the fortified city of Thebes. They strategically positioned their combined forces on a gently sloping hill, facing the Spartan army. Gorgidas and the Sacred Band took up positions at the forefront of the Theban line, while Chabrias and a contingent of more experienced mercenary hoplites formed the vanguard of the Athenian forces. As the battle commenced, Agesilaus deployed skirmishers in an attempt to destabilize the Athenian-Theban lines, which were effectively countered, likely due to superior cavalry numbers of the defending forces. Still undeterred, Agesilaus ordered a full advance of his Spartan army. perhaps hoping the imposing sight of Spartan discipline and might would compel the defenders to break formation. Well, this tactic, while it was previously successful at the Battle of Coronea against Argive forces in different times, failed to yield the desired effect against the Thebans and Athenians. Well, in a defining moment, Chabrias issued an unconventional command for his forces to assume a relaxed yet ready stance in the face of the enemy's advance, a tactical decision that was echoed by Gorgidas on the sacred band. This display of disciplined defiance effectively halted the Spartan assault, compelling Agesilaus to reconsider the engagement and ultimately withdraw his forces to Thespiae, though he later claimed a vacuous victory by portraying the refusal of his foes to engage as a testament to Spartan dominance and superiority. Calm down, Agesilaus. Your guys just surrendered a few weeks ago. Don't give them too much credit. Well, following the standoff, Agesilaus disbanded his forces in Thespiae and retreated back to the Peloponnese, appointing Phoebidas as the military government in Thespiae. Phoebidas, infamous for his unauthorized seizure of the Cadmea, continued to harass Theban territories, which eventually led to a decisive Theban counteroffensive. In a significant confrontation, Phoebidas fell to a Theban charge, a maneuver that saw the sacred band under Gorgidas's command playing a crucial role. So the aftermath of these engagements saw a shift in the power dynamic of the region. Agesilaus's subsequent attempts to subdue Thebes were met with stiff resistance and eventual withdrawal in the face of a united Theban front, signaling a newfound Theban confidence against Spartan aggression, and certainly word was beginning to spread. This series of events, well, it doesn't just showcase the military prowess of the sacred band, but it also marked the beginning of a decline in Spartan influence over Thebes and the broader Greek world, and it effectively set the stage for further Theban ascendance under leaderships like Pelopidas and Epaminondas in the years that followed. Which brings us to the year 375. The sacred band under Pelopidas achieved its first significant victory at the Battle of Tegyra. Pelopidas, aiming to exploit the temporary absence of the Spartan garrison in Orchomenos, led the sacred band, along with a contingent of cavalry, into the city. But discovering a new Spartan reinforcement upon arrival, he decided to retreat to Thebes. However, near the shrine of Apollo of Tegyra, they encountered the returning Spartan forces. Outnumbered at least 2-1 by Spartan Morai, Pelopidas inspired his troops by suggesting that the Spartans were in just as much of a predicament as the Thebans, just as trapped as they were. So, it's got to be an even fight, right? Well, regardless of how true this was, he ordered a cavalry charge and reformed the sacred band into a tight formation to break through the Spartans. The Spartan leaders were quickly killed. causing disarray among their ranks. As we all know, if you kill the general, the morale takes quite a hit, and people begin to flee. Pelopidas then seized the opportunity to outflank and rout the Spartans. Another significant blow that disproved this notion of Spartan invincibility. Well, despite their victory, the Thebans chose not to pursue the fleeing Spartans, mainly due to the proximity of another Spartan force nearby. But they did erect a huge victory monument. A little bit of a show-off. Well, after that, they were done celebrating. They marched back to Thebes for a well-earned rest. Of course, it was this battle that really marked that Theban sacred band as an elite unit. And from then on it was maintained separately to the rest of the army by Pelopidas in future engagements. Now this battle's significance was recorded by both Diodorus and Plutarch based on Ephorus's reports. However, Xenophon, known for his pro-Spartan views, conveniently forgot to mention the defeat from his works. Pretty obvious of his biases towards the Spartans, of course. Now, accounts of the battle, of course, vary, as there's a few different sources, with Diodorus citing 500 Thebans against 1,000 Spartans, so that's outnumbered 2 to 1, and Plutarch offers a little bit different figures, sort of underscoring the battle's impact beyond its scale. Now, regardless of the situation, of the specific numbers, it was certainly a morale booster for the Boeotians, and of course a strategic milestone for Thebes. Now, moving on from Tegea, Athens pursued a common peace among Greek states, partly due to concerns over Thebes' rising power. However, hostilities soon resumed, notably between Sparta and Athens. Old habits die hard. Thebes continued its dominance over Boeotia, incorporating Thespiae and Tanagra into its confederacy and attacking Plataea and Phocian territories. Pelopidas laid a siege against Elatea, which was aborted to avoid a desperate battle against this entire city populace. By 371, efforts to revive the king's peace aimed to check Theban ascendancy, setting the stage for more conflicts and the eventual Battle of Leucra, where Theban prowess under Epaminondas would again challenge Spartan dominance. Now, upon learning of the Theban uprising, Sparta initially had dispatched an army led by Cleombrotus I, but it retreated without engaging. Subsequently, Agesilaus II led another Spartan force to confront Thebes, but the Thebans, opting for a defensive strategy, constructed fortifications outside the city, thwarting Spartan advances and leading to a general withdrawal. This development managed to further embolden Thebes, prompting them to extend their influence over neighboring cities, and re-established the Boeotian Confederacy with a democratic governance structure, overseen by several elected Boeotarchs from different districts. This unification made the terms Theban and Boeotian rather synonymous, and serves more to reflect the solidarity of the region. In the ensuing years, Despite Spartan incursions into Boeotia, the continuous conflict served as a training ground of sorts for Theban forces, enhancing their martial capabilities and their political cohesion. Pelopidas emerged as the key political figure advocating for a confrontational stance towards Sparta, while Epaminondas's activities prior to 371 remain somewhat less documented, though, credit where it's due, his leadership was undoubtedly pivotal. The peace conference in 371 BC aimed at reconciling Sparta, Thebes, and Athens amid the ongoing skirmishes, and it saw Epaminondas representing Thebes as the Boeotarch. Initially agreeing to peace terms, a contention arose when Epaminondas insisted on signing for all of Boeotia, not just Thebes. And this was an issue because it challenged Sparta's stance on Boeotian independence. Of course, this dispute led to Agesilaus to expel Thebes from the peace agreement, which pretty much wrapped up the proceedings. So after these peace talks failed, the Spartan king Cleombrotus I, stationed in Phocis, received orders to march in Boeotia. Cleombrotus took a strategic route to avoid Theban ambushes and entered Boeotian territory unexpectedly, capturing a fort and several triremes before heading towards Thebes and setting up camp at Leuctra. The Boeotian forces, led by Epaminondas and Pelopidas, commanding the sacred band, decided to engage the Spartans again despite being outnumbered, with Spartan forces totaling around 10,000 hoplites, and the Boeotians around 6,000. That being said, they were supported by a contingent of cavalry that was superior. Now, Epaminondas innovated Greek military tactics for this battle in a pretty clever way. Traditionally, phalanxes veered right during combat, placing elite troops on this flank. However, Epaminondas strengthened his left flank with the best troops, including of course the sacred band, arranging them in an unprecedented depth and implementing a slanting line of attack against the Spartan elite. This countered the numerical advantage and traditional formation tactics of the Spartans, and they certainly did not know how to react to it, especially in the heat and panic of battle. And remember that Spartans were human beings just like anybody else. Don't believe what Hollywood and the comic books tell you. Yes, they were very disciplined, but they weren't supermen. They were human beings like any other Greek, albeit they trained a lot harder and their food was a lot more bland. Now, back to the battle, which commenced with Theban cavalry overwhelming the Spartan cavalry, causing disarray within the Spartan phalanx. Epaminondas' heavy left flank advanced rapidly, while the right flank retreated strategically. The Spartans, particularly on their right flank, were completely unable to withstand the Theban assault, leading to Cleombrotus's death and a significant Spartan loss, including 400 to 700, or rather 400 of the 700 elite Spartiates. Not a good day for the Spartans at all. Of course, the Peloponnesian allies, witnessing all of this right in front of them and the Spartan defeat, fled, resulting in a completely chaotic retreat. Now, Leuctra's outcome was, of course, it goes without saying, devastating for Sparta. not only in terms of immediate losses, but the general undermining of its hegemony in Greece. It showcased the tactical genius of Epaminondas and marked a pivotal moment in Greek military history that challenged the invincibility of the Spartan military machine and altered the balance of power forever. Post-Leuctra, Thebes, initially considering an attack on a weakened Sparta, opted instead for strategic consolidation within Boeotia and diplomatic maneuvers in central Greece, dissuaded by their Thessalian ally Jason of Pherae. Their attention turned to dismantling Spartan power rather than establishing their own hegemony. Their efforts led to the formation of an expanded Boeotian confederacy and securing alliances that further bolstered their position. In 370, amid Athens seizing the opportunity to propose peace terms that freed Peloponnesian cities from Spartan control, Thebes launched a general invasion into the Peloponnese. Supported by Pelopidas, Epaminondas led a Theban force bolstered by a former Spartan allies into Arcadia, where they encouraged the foundation of a unified Arcadian League and the city of Megalopolis as a bulwark against Sparta. Now marching into Laconia, the Thebans crossed the historically unbreached Evratas River. Then they devastated Spartan lands, but interestingly they refrained from assaulting the city itself. They then moved to liberate Messenia, restoring its capital at Mount Ithome, and inviting Messenian exiles to return, severely undermining Spartan economic foundations by stripping away a significant portion of their Helot labor force and land. The Helots, by the way, were effectively like peasants that the Spartans kept around. Well, they were slaves. There's no pretty way of putting it. Well, Epaminondas's campaigns significantly eroded Spartan influence and power in Greece, and it created formidable new state entities that were opposed to Spartan dominance. All of this, well, Sparta didn't look so tough anymore. Upon returning from his transformative campaigns in the Peloponnese, Epaminondas faced trial in Thebes, but not commendations, due to exceeding his term in Boeotarch. And apparently, interestingly enough, his defense humorously highlighted his achievements, and apparently, with all of his talking and jokes when he decided to defend himself, the court's mood turned to laughter, and it effectively led to his acquittal and re-election. Well, that's one way to get out of trouble. In 369 BC, Epaminondas again led Theban forces into the Peloponnese, breaking through Spartan defenses at the Isthmus of Corinth in a surprise dawn attack. This campaign saw minor territorial gains, but failed to secure Corinth or significantly damage Sparta further. His maneuvers still showcased his military prowess, though. That was still prevalent. In 368, Epaminondas faced more domestic political charges, being temporarily banned from the Boeotarch position. Later that year, he embarked on a mission to Thessaly to rescue Pelopidas and Ismenias, Theban diplomats held by Alexander of Pherae. Although initially unsuccessful, his strategic acumen eventually secured the release without significant conflict. Sometimes the pen is mightier than the sword. It underscores that Epaminondas's diplomatic skill and military skill were both quite formidable. Now in 367, the following year, Epaminondas's third invasion of the Peloponnesus was facilitated by the Argives, allowing Theban forces entry, effectively opening the door wide open for them. He successfully aligned with Achaea, but faced criticism for not establishing democracies there. His original acceptance of Achaean oligarchies led to a brief switch to democracies, but pro-Spartan aristocrats soon restored the oligarchies, aligning more closely with Sparta afterward. Efforts to establish a common peace with Persia's king Artaxerxes II as mediator in 367 to 365 failed, and it was primarily due to Thebes' refusal to cede Messenia back to Sparta and disagreements at the Theban-hosted conference. Philiscus of Abydos, supporting Spartan interests with Achaemenid funds, underscored the collapse of negotiations by directly financing Spartan military efforts and promising Athenian support to recover the Chersonese. Subsequently, Greek cities sought support from Artaxerxes, and it resulted in a proposed peace that of course favored Thebes and was largely rejected. Sparta and Athens opposed Thebes' advantage and Achaemenid influence, supported revolting satraps against Artaxerxes, including the notable Ariobarzanes, with military aid, marking a more complex period of Greek-Achaemenid relationships, and continued conflict within Greece that seemingly never ends. In the years following, Thebes saw another shift in alliances, with some of its former allies turning against them, including defections among the Arcadians, despite Theban efforts to solidify the Boeotian Confederacy and undermine Spartan power in the Peloponnese. By the mid-360s BC, Thebes had succeeded in weakening the Peloponnesian League, with key members like Corinth, Epidaurus, and Philios reconciling with Thebes and Argos. Messenia, well, they remained independent, bolstering Thebes' position. And despite facing opposition on multiple fronts, Thebes, under the leadership of Epaminondas, sought to extend its influence back to the Aegean Sea, challenging Athens' maritime dominance. The Theban assembly commissioned a fleet of 100 triremes, aiming to sway Rhodes, Chios, and Byzantium towards Theban allegiance in 364. However, these efforts are considered by historians to be largely unsuccessful in securing long-term advantages for Thebes. In the same year, Pelopidas, that key Theban leader and ally of Epaminondas, died in battle against Alexander of Pherae in Thessaly. This was a significant loss for Theban politics and also military strategy. But they still had Epaminondas. That's got to count for something. In 362, facing a resurgence of opposition to Theban dominance throughout Greece, Epaminondas launched what would be his final military campaign into the Peloponnese. His aim was primarily to bring Mantinea, a vocal opponent of Theban influence, back into line. The coalition opposing Theban power at this juncture was quite formidable, encompassing not just Mantinea, but also Sparta, Athens and various Arcadian elements. It was essentially marshalling almost the entirety of Greece into two opposing camps, which seems to happen all the time. It seems to happen once every 50 years for Greece, at least in antiquity. Epaminondas's force was a considerable assemblage drawn from Boeotia, Thessaly, and Euboea, supplemented by contingents from Tegea, Argos, Messenia, and parts of Arcadia, albeit not many of them, that remained loyal to Theban hegemony. The alliance against them, anchored by Mantinea, had called upon Sparta, Athens, Achaea, and the rest of Arcadia for support, marking the upcoming conflict. So, upon reaching Peloponnesian soil, Epaminondas's presence alone was insufficient to deter or subdue the assembled opposition. As the standoff prolonged without resolution, Epaminondas, known for his tactical ingenuity and audacity, formulated a plan to break the impasse by executing a swift and daring night march against an unsuspecting Sparta. However, the Spartan king was having none of it. Archidamos, forewarned by a swift-running messenger, possibly from Crete, prepared the city's defenses in anticipation of the Theban assault. Epaminondas, finding Sparta unexpectedly prepared, engaged in a limited attack but quickly withdrew, realizing the full extent of Sparta's readiness, and the arrival of the additional Spartan and Mantinean forces from Mantinea. However, undeterred, Epaminondas redirected his army towards Mantinea, hoping to catch the city unguarded. Yet an encounter with Athenian cavalry outside Mantinea's walls thwarted his plan once again. Faced with the imminent end of his campaign, and the potential collapse completely of Theban influence in the Peloponnese, Epaminondas resolved to force a decisive engagement with the enemy coalition, assembled on the plains before Mantinea. The ensuing Battle of Mantinea was unprecedented in scale, pitting a Theban-led force of 30,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry against a coalition force of 20,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry. Epaminondas, reapplying the tactics that had secured victory at Leuctra, deepened his left flank, positioning his best troops, including the sacred band under Pelopidas, against the enemy's most formidable elements, while the weaker right flank was instructed to strategically withdraw. The battle commenced with a Theban cavalry assault that successfully drove back the enemy's horsemen, disrupting their formation. The Theban phalanx, advancing under Epaminondas's command, shattered the opposing lines, driving the coalition forces into retreat. However, at the moment of triumph, Epaminondas was mortally wounded. Bad timing. Well, his death precipitated the end of active hostilities, as neither side really sought to renew the conflict. It was really Epaminondas who was pushing forward in the first place. And now with him gone, well, everyone just kind of packed up their things and went home. While Xenophon's narrative underscores the battle as anticlimactic, both sides claimed victory, but no one really gained a significant advantage, leading to a situation where Greece was left more fragmented and chaotic than before. Well, let's sum it all up. The period leading up to and following the Battle of Leuctra in 371 was marked by a complex web of alliances and conflicts among the Greek city-states. Sparta's aggressive expansion and the interference in the affairs of other Greek cities, notably its invasion and subsequent control of Thebes in 382, set the stage for Thebes' resentment and opposition. I mean, they only really wanted to get their own back, at least at the start, but as you know, these things always seem to run away on themselves. But Athens, on the other hand, maintained a more cautious approach towards its alliances, and it balanced its own interests within the shifting power dynamic. And here's another thing. The destruction of Plataea by Thebes in 372 was a significant event that really soured Athenian opinion on Greece. Athens, recognizing the threat posed by an increasingly assertive Thebes, began to explore peace negotiations with Sparta, despite their historical rivalry. However, that alliance between Athens and Thebes was momentarily strengthened when Sparta attempted to seize Piraeus in 378, leading to a successful defense by the Athenian commander Chabrias near Thebes. Well, all in all, the victory of Thebes over Sparta at Leuctra significantly altered the power dynamic in Greece. And, well, despite initial resistance, the Arcadians, seeking protection against Spartan aggression, eventually allied with Thebes, marking the beginning of Theban influence in the Peloponnese. This shift in alliance and the rise of Thebes as a dominant power highlighted the fluid and often precarious nature of Greek interstate relations. Of course, after the Battle of Mantinea and the death of Epaminondas, it was all pretty much over. Peace treaties were signed and later on broken again, and everyone went back to the good old fighting. They didn't waste too much time. The East-West Schism, also known as the Great Schism, marks a pivotal moment in Christian history that resulted in the permanent division between the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Roman Catholic Church. The schism, which occurred in 1054, was the culmination of centuries of theological, cultural, and political differences. The formal mutual excommunications between the Patriarch of Constantinople and the legates of the Pope in 1054 are often cited as the symbolic event that truly crystallized the split. However, the roots of the schism extend far back into history and were influenced by a complex interplay of factors. And that's what we're going to talk about today. Hello everyone, and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. If you want to support the channel, you may only follow the links to the Patreon in the comments and description. Otherwise, if you feel inclined to like, comment, and subscribe, that also helps quite a lot. Now, without further ado, let's begin our video for today. The East-West Schism. Let's go back all the way to the beginning. Some scholars suggest that the divergence between the East and Western churches began long before the formal excommunications. While the Photian Schism in the 9th century marks a significant point of separation, tensions between the East and the West can be traced back even further, with some pointing to events as early as the 4th century. Orthodox apologists often highlight instances from the 2nd century as evident of early claims to papal primacy by Rome and subsequent rejection by Eastern churches. Other scholars have identified several sporadic schisms within the early church, occurring under popes such as Victor I in the 2nd century, Stephen I in the 3rd century, and Damasus in the 4th century. One theory regarding the schism suggests that the transfer of the imperial capital to Rome to Constantinople in the 6th century played a role. Some have proposed that primacy in the church shifted along with the capital, a view that was later supported by Photios I of Constantinople in the 9th century. Constantinople, as the seat of the imperial ruler and symbol of worldly power, was regarded as the highest among the patriarchs, and thus claimed the right to govern them, basically akin to the authority of the emperor. Now, after the fall and destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans, the early centers of Christian learning were, of course, somewhat damaged, and the influence shifted to Antioch and Alexandria in Egypt, more stable cities. The Church of Alexandria was said to have been assisted in its founding by Mark, one of the 70 apostles, while Antioch attracted prominent figures like Peter, Paul, Barnabas, among others. I'm sure that if you're somewhat versed in the New Testament, these names are familiar to you. Antioch served as a base from which Paul embarked on his missionary journeys, spreading Christianity across various regions. Additionally, the Church of Antioch played a significant role in sending Peter and Paul to Rome to support the growth of the nascent Christian community there, with Peter being regarded as the first bishop. In the early development of the Eastern Church, Saint Thomas is said to have traveled eastward and played a key role in establishing the church in the Persian Empire and its neighboring kingdoms and areas. On the other hand, Saint Addai and Saint Mary, 2 of the 70 apostles, are credited with much of the work in Persia. The Church of the East, therefore, grew to prominence, rivaling the Mediterranean Church in size, at least at the time, the 6th to the 8th centuries, when it expanded into the Far East. Now, during the 4th century, theological debates and questions proliferated across the Roman Empire, as the emperors sought to exert control over the church. The influence of Greek speculative thought on Christian theology led to a proliferation of divergent and, frankly, conflicting opinions among many theologians. Some, of course, influenced by politics and other things that influence religious authorities. Amidst this intellectual ferment, the fundamental commandment of Christ to love others as oneself often seemed overshadowed by more abstract and avant-garde theological debates, not quite seeing the forest for the trees, it seems. Theological disputes were not merely academic, but they were used as weapons in power struggles among bishops, as of course being labeled a heretic was a means for one bishop to depose another. Consequently, tensions arose within the church when leaders were perceived to overstep their bounds, or when theological disagreements escalated into actual conflicts with much broader implications. The early Christian empire, if we may refer to it as such, experienced a significant shift in its politics, with politics being one of the first institutions to undergo change. By the 5th century, Western imperial power began to wane, even before the invasion of the barbarian kings. We're talking about the Visigoths, who were being pushed into the Roman Empire's territory by Hunnic incursions from the east. And by the way, around this time, don't think that the entire empire had just flicked the switch and become Christian. That was simply not the case. Many people were still holding to their old beliefs. In fact, in 410, when Rome was being sacked by the Visigoths, a lot of the bishops there thought, well, perhaps it's the old gods that are angry with us. Well, shall we perform some sacrifices, everybody? So, of course, in living memory, people were still having some old nostalgia. Now, this decline in secular authority was accompanied by a rise in the power and influence of the Pope, which was a relatively new office as well. And this resulted in a blurring of the lines between secular and ecclesiastical authority. Prior to ecumenical councils, Rome held a prominent position in Christianity, owing to its status as the capital of the Roman Empire. Of course, it's the eternal city, right? Well, while bishops from the eastern and southern Mediterranean regions recognized the persuasive leadership of the Bishop of Rome, they did not view him as infallible, nor acknowledge any judicial authority over them. The Bishop of Rome did not like this. While Rome's claim to special authority over other churches was rooted in its connection with the apostles Peter and Paul, the important ones. Despite gaining increasing recognition as a center of Christianity in the first 3 centuries, historical documents from that period do not unequivocally assert or recognize the papal primacy of Rome. Now, after Jerusalem, the Church of Rome naturally emerged as the primary center of Christianity, of course due to its early and significant Christian population. Constantine made sure of that one. The city was closely associated with the Apostle Paul, who preached there and was actually martyred there, as well as the Apostle Peter, who met a similar fate. In Orthodox liturgy, that's the Eastern Orthodox liturgy, Peter and Paul are revered as the wisest apostles and princes of the Church of Rome. Peter is traditionally regarded as the founder of the Church of Rome, and the bishops of Rome are considered his successors, a direct line of command all the way down. Now, Father Thomas Hopko, a prominent Orthodox theologian, emphasizes the special honor accorded to the Church of Rome among the earliest Christian communities. According to him, the Roman Church held a place of honor among other churches due to its foundation to the teachings and martyrdom of Peter and Paul, as well as its location in the capital city of the Roman Empire, which was still considered the center of the civilized world at the time, at least by the Romans. Ignatius, the bishop of Antioch, praised the church in Rome as worthy of God's honor and love, unconditionally of course, highlighting its role as a leader among the early Christian churches. Of course, it's the Roman Empire. Any policy change, well, they had to take the reins, didn't they? The Quartodeciman controversy in the 2nd century actually marks an early instance of tension between the Bishop of Rome and Eastern churches, particularly in the Roman provinces of Asia. And when we say Asia in terms of a Roman province, we mean Western Anatolia, a region of modern-day Turkey. Now this controversy, the Quartodeciman controversy, arose over the official date of Easter, with churches in Asia following the Jewish Passover tradition of celebrating it on the spring full moon, while others observed it on the following Sunday. Bishop Victor of Rome attempted to resolve the controversy by excommunicating churches in the Roman province of Asia, but he faced resistance from the Eastern bishop, including Polycrates of Ephesus. Well, despite Victor's efforts, and he did make great efforts to accomplish this, the Eastern churches maintained their Paschal tradition, prompting Victor to reconsider his decision after the intervention of other bishops such as Irenaeus of Gaul. Perhaps an intervention was called where Victor was politely told to, as we say in Australia, pull your head in. Well, while some Catholic apologists view Victor's actions as evidence of papal primacy and authority, Orthodox apologists argue that the Eastern churches, well, they never recognized Victor's authority beyond his own city. That's a Roman idea, and we are from the Eastern Empire, so mind your own business. The rejection of Victor's decision by the Eastern bishops is cited as proof against the idea that the churches in Asia Minor accepted the primacy of the Bishop of Rome. Now, throughout the earliest of the early church history, the opinion of the Bishop of Rome was often sought in resolving disputes, especially among patriarchs in the Eastern Mediterranean. Rome's distance from the theological disputes of the Eastern Mediterranean allowed its bishop to be perceived as more impartial. However, following the sack of Rome by invading Goths in 410, Rome entered a period of decline and isolation, becoming increasingly irrelevant to the wider Mediterranean Church. It didn't help that it was almost completely just wrecked. It looked like a bomb had hit it after the Goths had went there. It took until the rise of Charlemagne and his successors that the Church of Rome regained prominence, coinciding with the military successes of Western Mediterranean adventurers and the eventual emergence of the Papal States. That's another video in itself. Now, onto the First Ecumenical Council at Nicaea, convened by Emperor Constantine the Great, which played a pivotal role in shaping the organizational structure of the early Christian Church and establishing the authority of key bishoprics, or metropolitan sees. One of the significant outcomes of the council was the confirmation of the authority of certain metropolitan sees beyond their own provinces. The bishops at the council affirmed the authority of the metropolitan sees of Rome and Alexandria, recognizing their jurisdiction outside of their respective provinces. Additionally, the existing privileges of churches in Antioch and other provinces were also affirmed. These metropolitan sees were later designated as patriarchates and were given a specific order of precedence. Rome, as the capital of the empire, was of course in the first place, followed by Alexandria and Antioch. However, as the center of political power shifted to the eastern Mediterranean, particularly to Constantinople, that grand city named after Constantine himself, the status and influence of Rome began to slowly drip away. With the elevation of the local bishop to the position of patriarch under Constantine, Constantinople, previously Byzantium and currently Istanbul, by the way, began to rise in prominence. The bishop of Constantinople, known as Metrophanes, gradually freed himself from ecclesiastical dependency and obtained recognition as the second-ranking see after Rome. The elevation of Constantinople's status, described as New Rome, which I'm sure raised a few eyebrows back in actual Rome, and this raised it above the sees of Alexandria and Antioch, leading to ecclesiastical rivalry between Constantinople and Rome. Now this rivalry, along with Alexandria's objections to Constantinople's promotion, fueled a struggle between the two sees in the first half of the 5th century. You see how far this all goes back? Old grievances. Now, Rome, asserting its authority based on the theory of the three Petrine sees, with Rome in the first place, supported Alexandria's objections to Constantinople's elevation, and of course they would. However, after the Council of Chalcedon in the year 451, the position of Patriarchate of Alexandria was weakened due to a division within its Christian population, with the majority following a form of Christianity termed monophysitism. These developments sowed the seeds for the ecclesiastical rivalry between Constantinople and Rome, ultimately contributing to the schism between East and West in later centuries. Now, rewinding back a little bit, the Second Ecumenical Council, convened by Emperor Theodosius I in 381, marked another significant development in the ecclesiastical history of the Christian Church. The council elevated the See of Constantinople to a position ahead of the other major metropolitan sees, except for Rome. It also divided the Eastern Roman Empire into 5 separate dioceses, each managed by a synod of bishops, with special privileges granted to Alexandria and Antioch. Following this council, tensions arose between the bishoprics of Rome and Constantinople, particularly regarding their respective positions of authority within the Church. In 382, a synod in Rome under Pope Damasus I protested against the elevation of Constantinople and reaffirmed Rome's status as the Apostolic See. Successive popes, such as Syracuse, Innocent I, Boniface, and Celestine, asserted increasing authority for the See of Rome, claiming jurisdiction over major judicial cases and emphasizing the primacy of Rome in matters of ecclesiastical discipline. Now, Pope Leo I and his successors continued to assert Rome's authority, rejecting certain decisions of ecumenical councils such as the Council of Chalcedon. Remember that one? Well, the Aegean Schism from 484 to 519 further highlighted the division between East and West, with Pope Hormosidas insisting on declarations affirming communion with the Apostolic See of Rome. Pope Gelasius I emphasized the distinction between the power of civil rulers and that of bishops, asserting the supreme authority of the Bishop of Rome in religious matters. Pope Nicholas I also reinforced the idea of papal supremacy, claiming authority over all churches on earth. These assertions of papal primacy only contributed to the growing tension between the East and West. The Fourth Ecumenical Council, held at Chalcedon in 451, further solidified the authority of the Patriarch of Constantinople within the Byzantine Empire. The council granted the Archbishop of Constantinople jurisdiction over the provinces of Pontus and Thrace, elevating its status among the patriarchates. Additionally, an agreement ratified between Antioch and Jerusalem established Jerusalem's jurisdiction over 3 provinces, placing it among the 5 great sees. The order of precedence among the patriarchs within the Byzantine Empire was established as follows: the Patriarch of Rome, the Patriarch of Constantinople, then Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem. While the Pope was considered first among equals, whatever that means, the authority of Constantinople was increasingly recognized, especially given its status as the imperial capital. Also, Constantinople was just generally the place to be. Alexandria was pretty good, but Rome, well, it was, let's just say, after all the barbarian invasions and massacres, it had somewhat lost some of its land value. Now, Pope Leo I, although his delegates were absent during the council, recognized its ecumenical status and confirmed its doctrinal decrees. However, he rejected Canon 28 of the council, arguing that it infringed upon the rights of Alexandria and Antioch and contradicted the 6th Canon of Nicaea. Despite Rome's opposition, the influence of Constantinople as the residence of the emperor only continued to grow. Now, Canon 28, let's quickly just clear that up. Canon 28 of the Council was particularly contentious as it recognized Constantinople's authority over bishops in dioceses, quote, among the barbarians. Now, that could be interpreted in many ways. It also led to friction between the East and West, although the issue became irrelevant after the mutual excommunications of 1054. Nevertheless, debates persist regarding the applicability of this canon to the authority of the Patriarchate of Constantinople. And furthermore, Canon 9 of the Council conferred upon Constantinople the privilege of resolving disputes between bishops and the metropolitan of their province, further enhancing its own authority within the ecclesiastical hierarchy. Disunion within the Roman Empire significantly contributed to disunity within the Church. Emperor Diocletian's division of the administration of the eastern and western portions of the empire in the early 4th century all but set the stage for subsequent political fragmentation. While leaders like Constantine aimed to reunite the empire, somewhat naively, it remained divided, with Theodosius the Great being the last emperor to rule over a united Roman Empire. And following his death in 395, the empire permanently split into western and eastern halves, each under its own emperor. The sack of Rome in 410 by the Visigoths further isolated Rome from the churches in the eastern and southern Mediterranean. Full video on that if you're interested. Go and have a look in the, I think it's in the Roman History playlist, should be. Now, this isolation of Rome suited many of the patriarchs and bishops in those regions. The Western Roman Empire eventually collapsed in the 5th century, as it was overrun by Germanic tribes, and Odoacer, the bearded barbarian, declared himself king of all Italy in 476, and the Romans were all too dead to dispute it. Meanwhile, the Eastern Roman Empire, or Byzantine Empire, continued to thrive, recovering territories in Western Mediterranean in the 6th century, before eventually losing them all again. Bad luck, I suppose. The collapse of civil government in the West left the Church with significant influence in many areas, with bishops often assuming secular administrative roles. Christianity in these regions became subject to the laws and customs of various Germanic peoples. Linguistic and cultural differences between the East and West further exacerbated these divisions. It was bad enough already without all of those linguistic faux pas. Latin was dominant in the West, while Greek prevailed in the East. The decline in individuals proficient in both languages made communication between the two halves of the Church increasingly difficult. That being said, if you were versed in both Latin and Greek, you could do very well for yourself. The linguistic and cultural divergence led to different approaches to religious doctrines and the development of distinctive rites. This growing divergence laid the groundwork for what would become the later Schism, although it didn't occur until much later. Nevertheless, this is just another piece of the puzzle where the outlines of the Schism were becoming discernible, as suspicion and mistrust between the East and West continued to deepen. And then things got even worse. The conquest of Muslim Arabs by 661 significantly impacted the territories of the Patriarchates of Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem, which were only partially and temporarily recovered thereafter. Additionally, in 732, Emperor Leo III transferred territories including Sicily, Calabria, and Illyria from the jurisdiction of the Patriarchate of Rome to that of Constantinople, as a response to Pope Gregory III's opposition to the emperor's iconoclast policies. This transfer expanded the jurisdiction of the Patriarch of Constantinople to the west, aligning it practically with the Byzantines' borders. Now, time for another council. The Quinisext Council of 692 highlighted the divergence between the East and West, as the West outright rejected the Council's decisions. This rejection led to pressure from the Eastern Empire on the West to abandon certain Latin customs that by this time were deemed unorthodox. These customs including celebrating Mass on weekdays during Lent, fasting on Saturdays throughout the year, omitting the Alleluia during Lent, depicting Christ as a lamb, and using unleavened bread. The council also addressed disputes over celibacy for priests and deacons, affirming the right for married men to become priests, but forbidding priests to marry and bishops to live with their wives. Deposition was prescribed for anyone attempting to separate a clergyman from his wife. Now Pope Sergius I, although a loyal subject of the empire, rejected this council, stating his preference to, and I quote, die rather than consent to erroneous novelties. Now, he certainly made his point clear. Well, after he did that, he refused to sign the canons, leading to Emperor Justinian II ordering his arrest and abduction to Constantinople. However, the attempt was thwarted by the militia of the Exarchate of Ravenna. The council was ratified in Visigothic Hispania by the 18th Council of Toledo under King Witiza's urging, although later reversed again by Fruela I of Asturias. The primary causes of the East-West Schism were rooted in these disputes over claims of jurisdiction, particularly concerning papal authorities and the insertion of the Filioque clause in the Nicene Creed by the Western Patriarch in 1014. The seventh canon of the Council of Ephesus explicitly prohibited modification of the Nicene Creed, which was established by the First Ecumenical Council in 325. The Eastern Orthodox, argue that this canon prevented any modification of the creed by any individual or body, including ecumenical councils, by the way. Once it's there, it's there. The creed quoted in the Acts of the Council of Ephesus in 431 is that of the First Ecumenical Council of Nicaea, without the modifications made by the Second Ecumenical Council of Constantinople in 381, such as the addition of who proceeds from the Father. This change was seen as addressing teachings outside of the Church, particularly the teachings of Macedonius I of Constantinople, without altering the original orthodoxy of the creed. Therefore, the word different in the 7th canon of the Council of Ephesus is understood to mean contradictory, rather than merely adding explanatory elements to the existing creed. Additionally, there were other catalysts for the schism, including variants over liturgical practices, although these were considered less significant compared to the disputes over papal authority and the Nicene Creed. Now, here's the big one. The major break between the churches of Rome and Constantinople occurred in 863 and lasted for several years due to a series of events surrounding the deposition of Patriarch Ignatius of Constantinople and his replacement by Patriarch Photios, enforced by Byzantine Emperor Michael III. In response to the deposition of Ignatius and the appointment of Photios, Pope Nicholas I held a synod at the Lateran in 863. This synod reverted the decisions made in 858, confirmed Ignatius as Patriarch, and anathemized Photios. However, this intervention by the Pope was viewed as unacceptable by the East, as it was seen as an intrusion into the process of election and confirmation of patriarchs in the ecclesial jurisdictions outside Rome's authority. Additionally, the Pope's attempt to remove Photios and reappoint Ignatius was seen as meddling in matters of imperial authority and the internal affairs of the Eastern churches, and they certainly did not appreciate that. Well, in response to the actions of Pope Nicholas I, Patriarch Photios convened a council in 867 at Constantinople. The council deposed Pope Nicholas I, condemned the teaching of the Filioque Clause, and excommunicated Nicholas. Pope Adrian II succeeded Nicholas after his death. However, the council's decisions were later annulled by the Constantinople Council in 869–70. Following the Council of Constantinople of 870, the Council of Constantinople in 880 restored the conclusions of the Council of 867. The Roman Catholic Church rejects the councils of 861, 67, and 880, but accepts the councils of 870. I know, it's so easy, right? Now, I'm going to skip forward a little bit. Leading up to 1054, relations between the papacy and the Byzantine court were relatively positive. Relatively. Emperor Constantine IX and Pope Leo IX were allied against pretty common enemies, particularly the Normans, who were imposing Latin customs in areas under their control, with papal approval, by the way. However, the defeat of the papal forces at the Battle of Civitae in 1053, where Pope Leo IX was captured and imprisoned, strained relations between the papacy and the Byzantine court. The absence of the Lombard Catapran Argyrus, a key figure in the alliance between Pope Leo and Constantine, further exacerbated the rift. Meanwhile, Patriarch Michael I of Constantinople made it a habit of criticizing Western practices, such as the use of unleavened bread, which he deemed as Judaistic. The criticism was conveyed to Pope Leo IX by Humbert of Mormotiers, who then translated it into Latin and brought it to the Pope's attention. In response, Pope Leo sent a letter to the Patriarch Michael Caralius citing the donation of Constantine, a forgery that claimed papal primacy, which the Patriarch then rejected. The situation escalated when Humbert, along with other legates, arrived in Constantinople in the April of 1054 to address the ongoing disputes. However, their reception was hostile, and they stormed out of the palace, leaving behind a contentious letter for the Patriarch. The Patriarch refused to recognize their authority, and when Pope Leo IX died later that month, the legates continued to assert their authority despite the legal technicality of their mandate ending with the Pope's death. Well, the events leading up to the proper Great Schism in 1054 reached a climax when the papal legates, frustrated with Patriarch Michael of Constantinople's refusal to address the issues at hand, got together and decided to take drastic action. On July 16, 1054, they issued a charter of excommunication directed against Patriarch Michael, Archbishop Leo of Ohrid, and their followers. Well, this charter listed 11 accusations against Michael and his supporters, ranging from promoting eunuchs to the episcopacy, to refusing communion to women who were menstruating. The legates then entered the Hagia Sophia during divine liturgy and placed the charter on the altar, officially excommunicating those named. The Hagia Sophia is the main church, or rather, was the main church in Constantinople. It is now the main mosque in Istanbul. But they still kept up a lot of the decorations, so that was nice of them. Well, 2 days later, they left Constantinople, leaving behind a city on the brink of riot. Patriarch Michael, supported by the people, retaliated by holding a synod on July 20th, 1054, when he excommunicated the legates in return, hitting them with the Uno reverse card, it seems. The tension between the papal legates and the Byzantine authorities escalated further when the Patriarch had Argyrus's family arrested to appease the angry populace. Although an imperial envoy attempted to invite the legates back for further discussions, they failed to return and departed for Rome. In response, Patriarch Michael presided over the synod that formally anathemized the legates on July 24th, 1054, and burned copies of their charter while placing the original in the Patriarchal Archive. The events surrounding the Great Schism of 1054, particularly the actions of Cardinal Humbert and Patriarch Michael I, were marked by confrontations and mutual excommunications. However, these actions did not immediately lead to a complete and irreversible schism between the East and Western churches. Cardinal Humbert's choice as a papal legate was criticized, as both he and Patriarch Michael I were described as men of stiff and intransigent temper. Their initial encounter was unfriendly, and the Patriarch refused to engage further with the legates. Eventually, Cardinal Humbert simply lost patience and issued that charter of excommunication against Patriarch Michael. Well, it was more of a game of, oh yeah, well how about this? Each trying to outdo each other. Now, although these events are the ones that were often cited as the consummation of the schism in 1054, it's important to note that the schism was not finalized by these mutual excommunications. The charter of excommunication targeted only Patriarch Michael Siluranius, Archbishop Leo of Ochrid, and their adherents, without implying a general excommunication of the Byzantine Church. It was targeted more at individuals rather than the overall structure. And because of this, this dispute could have potentially been resolved without leading to a permanent schism, similar to the excommunication of any of the bishops that weren't towing the line or perhaps had too many of their own ideas. Well, the schism began to deepen when other Eastern patriarchs rallied behind Cerularius, a move bolstered by the support of Emperor Michael. However, some have questioned the validity of the charter, given that Pope Leo had passed away at the time, raising doubts about the legate's authority to issue such a document at all. Well, either way, the significance of the events in 1054 was not immediately recognized by many contemporary historians and church members. Despite the formal actions taken by leaders on both sides, ordinary Christians in the East and West remained blissfully unaware of any substantial change in their relations. Intercommunication between the two churches continued, and the perceived division between them was not yet fully realized. Imagine this. Something as, to me, comical. Correct me if I'm wrong, any very orthodox Christians who are viewing this. But just imagine that if you had a friend and he was in Rome, you were in Constantinople, and you went to see him, you knock on the door, and he says, "I'm not letting you in." You say, "Why not?" And he says, "Because you make your bread differently to I." Don't you think that just sounds so ridiculous? I'm sure the problems were a little bit more deeper than that, but I would assume that the majority of people would see a lot of these issues as somewhat trivial, the bigger picture being a lot more important. If your friend is a Christian and you're a Christian too, then, well, just get along with each other. Well, I digress. Even in the years following 1054, friendly relations persisted, and the sense of separation between East and West was not deeply felt among the faithful. For example, in 1089, the Russian Church commemorated the translation of the relics of St. Nicholas of Myra to Italy, without any strong sense of division from the Western Church at all. The fluidity of the whole situation is reflected in differing interpretations of the geographical division between the East and West. Some areas, such as southern Italy, were interpreted differently in maps drawn up in the West, compared to those in regions where Eastern Orthodoxy predominated. Well, additionally, even in regions where rulers officially aligned with one church, there were instances of individuals and communities adhering to the other side. Efforts to reconcile the churches were made by both popes and patriarchs in the centuries following the events of 1054. However, various factors and historical developments over time only contributed to a widening of the separation between the East and Western churches. And you can certainly see it in so many aspects, how different the Eastern Orthodox Church is to the Catholic Church, and to the rather more, I call it, Americanized Christianity that we see in the United States. Everybody has their own beliefs, certainly. Well, thank you very much for listening. It's been a bit of a long video, so I appreciate your patience. I hope that you learned something. I know that I did. I'd like to thank my Mega Chad patron, that would be Stark Factory, making his glorious contribution, and I would like to thank you for listening so far, and thank you in advance for hitting the subscribe button. I'm almost at 3,000 subscribers. This to me is quite incredible, as only 2 or so months ago I had 0. Perhaps you're watching this video sometime in the far future, where I have 10,000, 100,000, or perhaps even 1,000,000. Deus Vult. Thank you very much, everyone. Good night, and I will see you in the next video.